going to boot up our colony. We are doing... That's how you pirate some of your games? Yeah, So I'm a software developer by trade, so I look at it when I pirate stuff that is like basically taking money from someone else just like me. And I do understand that, whatever. It's also a very common attack vector for malware, and malware has gotten really, really good about hiding itself these years. So be careful. But yeah, so it is one of those things. Where's the music? Alright, it's just taking a minute to get that music going. But yeah, so to catch up what we're doing in RimWorld is I am doing a challenge called the Adam and Eve Challenge. It might go by other names. I'm not saying it's an original idea that no one else has ever had or anything like that. But what we've got is they start with 2 pawns. They start naked, no weapons, no anything. So it's effectively the equivalent of naked brutality, but we had 2 instead of 1. And then the idea is they both started with the trait beautiful. They were extremely young. And we did that way they would almost immediately start hooking up. And that the idea behind this is I may only take in colonists that are born and raised in the colony. That it is like building up your colony from nothing, that they all got to be family, that kind of thing. I am not allowed to take any outside pawns, with the only exception is if they can no longer have any kids whatsoever. Like one of them dies, or otherwise can't have kids thing happen. Then at that point, I'd be able to bring 1 new person into the colony. They just keep dropping more meteors everywhere. I'm curious if they can actually seal that off by just dropping so many meteors. Let's see, if it's good, then you'll buy it. And if the dev team aren't knobs, yeah. I get it. And this isn't me trying to be preachy and judgy about, you know, software piracy or whatever. I certainly did my fair share of getting a hold of music I certainly paid for as a teenager who was too young to have a job and somehow had a very large music library. Don't worry about it. But it's just kind of one of those things that as I became a developer, it's like, okay. I did go back, and a lot of games that I had acquired at a younger age when I didn't have money, I did go back later and buy them, even though I was over the game kind of at that point, because it's just one of those things I'm like, hey, I want to make sure these devs keep deving. Because the only games you pirated you already own and want them on MAME, or can't get anymore, but no judgment here either. Yeah, no, I got that. Oh, that. I have absolutely no problem with, like, I haven't done this myself, but say you want to go and you're like, hey man, I would like to get the original Mario Brothers. But you can't buy it. Which I know you can on, like, the new Nintendo Switches and all that. They've got, like, their emulator or whatever. But let's just pretend you can't. Like, some game that's just not available. Maybe Echo the Dolphin. And it's literally not for sale. You can't buy it. 100% I am like, yeah, if it's not for sale, you can't hurt anyone by stealing it, because literally that's not money they're accepting. You're saying, I will give you cash for your product, and they go, no. Fine. I'll go get it some other way. I haven't done that myself, but that is one I would have zero anything about. It'd be like, yeah, I mean, if they're not selling it, who's the victim? Let's see, a lot of devs openly encourage piracy as a way to try to, before you buy. Yeah, no, it's been a thing, especially in indie devs, about being like, one, if you're not sure if you want a game or not, they would rather you pirate it, try it, and then, I can't take that, that's a colonist, you know, pirate it, try it, and then buy it, as opposed to buy it, play an hour, and then refund it because it's not what you were looking for. And then there is also a lot of people who are like, hey, if it comes down to you buying the game on a gray market website or pirating it, please just pirate it. Because the gray market website hurts them even more than pirating it. And for those who don't know what a gray market website is, that's your CD key resellers. So where, like, the person can take a key, take it over to, like, whatever the reseller is, and then sell it on to the next person. Like, that is extremely bad for devs. Like, genuinely, if you're gonna do that, just pirate the game. It's the lesser of evils for the dev. Like G2A? I don't know G2A. I have no interest in gray market websites, so I don't pay attention to them. But yeah, anywhere you can buy CD keys from other people, you know, through the marketplace or whatever, those would be gray market. Versus like, for example, I have an affiliate with Games Planet. That's not gray market. That's what's referred to as white market, and that's they partner directly with the publisher and get the keys directly from the publisher. Gotcha. So that's G2A selling keys. Yeah, no, you want one. You have a much higher rate of getting bad keys. Hey, yeah, I was gonna say, like, don't. I realize Free Hacks is not actually a website, and if it is, don't go to it. Yeah, if anyone starts being like, "Oh, you can get your torrents over here," I will time you out, and if you don't do that, I will then ban. Because CC chargebacks cost them more. Yep, that's actually, like, the Factorio devs came out, he'd say he'd rather you pirate their game than buy it through a key real seller. Yeah, there's a lot of scummy stuff that happens with key real sellers. They hurt us as creators as well, because there is some people who will get a hold of keys and then turn around and drop them on a gray market who are creators. And that gets devs to not give out keys to creators for very understandable reasons. That looks... Ooh, that's actually... Okay, so they only got one gun in their group. What do you got, though? You've got solid melee with a weapon. Crappy melee, solid... Alright, so you're gonna suck with your gun. And then a genie is gonna go down. So they got two melee people who are pretty strong. We do have the advantage in range. I think I am going to take the strategy of just plunking our people down here. Plunking the kins down here. And just make it a range fight as best we can. Now, the big challenges we've got going on this run is food is a primary concern. This is a pretty exotic map. But I have a tiny little growable space here. And a tiny little growable space there. And you'll notice the animal population, we got some yaks who came in here. There's not much. We're in really good this year, but the last 2 years we were in pretty dire straits. We have, whether intentionally or not, our dryads have become tanks. Because that's what we've been doing to make wood happen to keep things going. We also don't have a geothermal anywhere on the map. Getting a water wheel is going to be hard because I don't have research. I have research... The no research, random research mods on there, so I can't control my research. I get what I get, like it or not. You wish devs cared more about demos so they could try before people make a decision? Well, that's one good thing that's been happening with a lot of indie games, is a lot more indie games are bringing demos into the equation. Okay, so this is going pretty well because they're just beating up on my dryads. And the dryads actually could take a decent amount of hits. Okay, how badly injured are you? You're high on go juice. Yeah, so your moving is over 100%, so you'll get away. So what faction were you with? You're wasters. That means these people, they're not people. And the reason I say that is people have these things called emotions and can be convinced to do stuff and conversations and all this. These are machines. They don't have any functionality or any consciousness. Their only function is murder. And I'm not the one who chose that. It's Tynan who is the one who said these people are incapable of basic human emotion, not me. Blueprints and Roadcraft did very well. Yeah. Like enough taste for the fans. That's the one I'm curious how Roadcraft is going to be when it actually comes out properly. That's fine. Because in the demo, you had like maintenance was disabled. Like you had maintenance was turned off. The sand just kind of fell out of the sky. We don't know if that's how it's going to actually work. The gas wasn't a functionality in there, which I think was all fine. I think that was a correct decision for the demo, to not get everyone caught up with, like, is the gas consumption balanced, or is this balanced or that balanced? Be like, hey, here's the basic concept of our game. Here's the basic gameplay loop. Go do. It'll be very curious when the game actually releases how, like, the sand thing works. Will I need to drive back and get a whole thing of sand and then drive back out? Because that might be tedious, it might not. All depending on how far you gotta go and whatnot. It could also be that it does work as we see, but you have to pay a little bit of in-game money to get the sand. Because, you know, you're building roads and there's supposed to be some cost to that. So yeah, so we'll see their, like, thing. In theory, you set up a route delivering the sand using the mechanics of the demo. Yeah, I could see that as well, that you have, like, the trucks doing that. Or it could even be that you have, like, the truck to actually pour the sand, but then you also have, like, a big rig truck that just carries sand. I could see that being another way of doing it. So you'd have your vehicle who pulls up, and it's got, you know, 100 tons of sand in it, and then you've got your truck that can carry 10, so you get, like, 10 loads out of the truck or something like that. We'll see. I think it'll be good either way. And if not, people probably have settings or adjustments to make it better. But I am expecting to really enjoy Roadcraft, considering I very much enjoyed SnowRunner. Expeditions is fine. I enjoyed Expeditions for a while. It got very samey, because it kind of... I feel like the devs are trying to figure out, like, their, because they're trying to differentiate the model, but also keep it engaging. So you had SnowRunner, and I mean, there's Mud Runner before that, but you had SnowRunner. And one of the big frustrations people had was you'd go through this mud pit for, like, the 1000th time and be like, I really wish I could just, like, get a load of gravel and dump it here. Because, very genuinely, I would just save myself time spending, you know, 2-3 truck deliveries to this one crappy spot of the map and dumping a bunch of gravel in this mud to at least make it a little bit easier to drive on. Even if it's still a bit, you know, bit gummy. Like, I should be able to fix this spot. It's just simply less labor to do that. But that's not how the game worked. But people really enjoyed the game, but that was a pain point. That it was especially like the Michigan map, where you delivered the trees to the same spots again and again and again. I think we counted some like 12 deliveries following this one same road up and down with the trees, that you're like, this mud pit right here, this mud pit, I want to take the time to like put something in this mud pit. Because, seriously, I'm going back and forth on this enough. Just let me fix it. And then you had Expeditions. Expeditions took things in a very different direction. And I don't think it landed as well, but I do award them for trying, in the sense that they made the vehicles far more able and versatile to climb much different terrain, being able to like deflate the tires and inflate the tires, and having your anchors and all those kind of things. You get the trucks to some of the most absurd places, which is really, kind of a cool concept. The problem is, if you step away and look at what the game was, it's like you had those new mechanics and that was fine. Like to make it so it's much easier to get around the map. But the takeaway was, when you looked at the type of missions you had in the game, there were effectively way fewer variety of missions. So much quicker you would get tired of doing that same type of mission again and again. Roadcraft, we don't know. It's not out yet. Was it Expeditions that had the weirdly erotic trailer? I think that was a not an April Fool's one, but it was like a gag trailer. But yes, it was. Oh, what was that machine? It's in like every one of their games. Is it like the seismic vibrator or whatever? It's apparently like an actual machine. Like, I don't think it has that name. But it's like this big truck, and you basically put it on the ground, and it basically puts vibrations in the ground, and it's designed to detect things under the ground. Like, it's an actual machine that exists in real life. But yeah, no, they had this like weirdly like, like 50s like 50s, 60s, 70s, like the bubble letters and all that. And it almost like came across like some, not actual pornography, but like that kind of like music and all that. It was like, the seismic vibrator. Oh yeah. And you're like, please stop. Please stop. Don't speak to me or my family ever again. Alright, so we're gonna just crash in and we'll help them. Let's see, in real life you don't do it more than once. Log truck won't show up if you don't have gravel exposed. Oh yeah, no, because you get a log truck stuck, you've got to get a much bigger truck to unstuck it. And you're getting to those back road areas and all that. You're not gonna make it happen. You've got the baby. Put the baby away. Okay. And possibly unload it first. That is old school game dev? Yeah. Well, no, the thing, they were doing an experiment, and I think it was fair to do the experiment. I was hoping that Warg would hunt them right there. So, alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna duck all of them back here. Because they're mostly melee. So I'm kind of hoping they'll run in. So I'm hoping they'll run in. We'll be ready to back off. I don't actually care about winning this engagement that much. We're just gonna back off, because don't want to accidentally friendly fire and lose a bunch of reputation. Alright. And so with that, we just got ourselves a bit of food, some medicine, and a poor quality shotgun. There we go. Oh, don't disassemble that yet. Yeah, so that's the only thing I'm really worried about it. Well, I didn't disassemble the shuttle, and it landed on the other shuttle, and the other shuttle just simply ceased to exist. It didn't leave debris behind for me. It just stopped being. Okay, that's fine. I don't have electricity yet, so components don't do me any good yet. Like, it'd be good to stockpile some. But this is a very slow burn colony we've got going on here. Just because I basically have to wait for people to grow up to get new pawns. We haven't lost any pawns. We have failed to have pawns a couple times. That, oh, a hell of a lot of food. Thanks, man. Yeah, so Conrad here is less than a season away from being considered an adult. Doppelganger here is about a season and a half away from their next age up. Citric here, 3 quadrums. You should be... Oh wait, never mind, that's quadrums on you. You're about a season and a half away from being a toddler. And I know if I left those out there, they'd last longer. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and haul those in there, and I'm just gonna stop there. Because this isn't refrigerated in here or anything. We do have stone cutting and all that, we got books to figure it out. We're just running into the problem that because I'm using the dryads to supplement our food and as my only source of medicine right now, we spend a lot of time standing next to a tree pruning it. a lot of time standing next to a tree pruning it. It really does kind of suck, but it's where we're at. I like how you're learning mining but gaining social. But yeah, so we're using them for... Sorry, right now we're getting wood and that. So we're gonna probably have to switch you over to the medicine. I'm feeling really comfortable about our food situation. We still got almost 1,300 food stashed away. So we're gonna work on switching those over to making more medicine because I'm low on medicine. But the hope here will be once I get my ideology advanced a bit more, we can become tunneler, and then I don't need to depend on the dryads for food. Eventually, as I get some of my needs met, where I no longer really need, where I don't really need even wood on any real amount, then I could get those taken down from there. Wood's probably going to be my power for a long time, unfortunately, because no geothermal vents. We have to get lucky to get a water wheel, and the problem with the water wheel is I got to put it way out here somewhere. Got to figure out where I can actually fit it, which means it'll more likely just get attacked and set on fire again and again. And because it has to be on the water, I will have to have a wooden defense. I can't moisture pump up those, the rivers or anything, which means it'll always be vulnerable. So if I have to, I have to, but I'd much rather not go that route. We are leaning on... I don't normally do a base of this style, like on this ridiculous tile. I'm actually doing this mostly because I've not done a base on this type of tile before. That's actually taken off. I had a couple attempts that died early because the food sucks on this tile. Like, genuinely, I have an easier time doing stuff like Ice Sheet Naked Brutality when it comes to the food side, not the other factors, like freezing to death. But from the food angle... because then you usually lean all in on cannibalism and everything. This one's deceptive because I get a little bit of grow space. I almost never get anything out of it because whatever animal shows up in bulk. And once little animals like this, that helps my food. But it always ends up being like a whole herd of rhinos or muffalo or something like that, where you have to like separate them out and then pick one off. And early game when you got two people with bows and one of them super pregnant, it's real hard to make that work. Yeah, so I got almost... How much of that? Yeah. We got almost 1,300 vegetables in here. I'm sitting on almost 30 meals. A handful of those are packaged meals on top of that. So I'm feeling pretty good about our food situation this year. We only have a grow season for half the year, which is making this a little bit rougher. It basically means I can grow rice and potatoes, no time for corn. I could grow berries. You're awfully bold planting that right now. We're like almost exactly in the middle of winter. That's ambitious. It's leveling your growing skill, and you don't have a whole lot else to do right now, so even though those are pretty much doomed to die crops, I think, I'm not gonna complain, because that's probably half a level worth of growing you're getting. You believe in hello? Hey, you know what? I might be the one who gets proven wrong, and we get like a whole harvest of potatoes and rice and all that. Because they'll grow really slowly. Like, let's go to the first ones he grew. Yeah, the first ones they grew only got to about 1.6%. Or 2.5% is the ones he planted first. So, 2.5 per day. That'd be what? Just shy of 50 days? We'll see. It'll warm up and it'll get better. The worst case it'll be like was not harvested and it'll rot, and that's fine. Yeah, so right now we're starting to carve in our next room. It's been a long time. This will be our first mushroom grow room once I have tunnel. Right now I can't use it. Yeah, so the crops are dying to the cold. That's what I figured was going to happen. I'm like, yeah, those are just going to... Not all of them will die, but probably a good 70-80% of them will likely die. But still getting plant skill. It'd be different if there was, like, seeds or something that you had as, like, an expense to put into it. Alright, I'm going to start adding stone doors as well. Because wood is going to be harder to come by than stone. And I want to make most of my stuff in here stone, because if we get a fire inside there, there's nowhere. What's the Adam and Eve challenge? Basically, naked brutality, but instead of 1 pawn, you get 2. And I give them beautiful just so they become a couple very easily. And that all of my pawns must be descendants of Adam and Eve. Now, that does mean if one of the 2 of them dies and all that, I do have the ability to replace one person. Like, you know, if Eve dies, I'm allowed to get one person to take her place kind of thing. And that's just that way we don't get 99% of the way through, like, the run, and then, you know, they die, and you're like, well, the entire colony is now... I mean, honestly, you could go, it just... There'd be no advancing, so that's more content creation concern than that. But the whole point is that your whole colony is a big family. So far in my Adam and Eve runs, I've never had to do that. And the farthest I've got was before Anomaly was the last time I did this. And we did have a run where we got our... I think we had 27 children in the colony. And that's without like all the abusable de-aging stuff that Anomaly brings to here. We will eventually... How do you avoid inbreeding? That's not a mechanic in RimWorld. You physically cannot inbreed. Like if I were to, I can't because they're children right now. But if I were to be like, hey, romance or actually before this romance Conrite, it would be, you know, it'd say something. I think it says like, related or something like that. But it basically will openly refuse to let you. Basically, you can have a lot of kids. Considering right now we have 3 kids and a 4th on the way. And the colony is only in its 4th in-game year, starting its 4th in-game year. And when you're looking at colonies in RimWorld, around 20 or so colonists, it starts to get pretty unwieldy. And then you can also de-age people. There's a couple different ways to do that. We won't be able to do any of that for a while, but eventually that'll be something we can do. So we can actually continue to bring them back down to, like... It'll show them as being technically younger than teenagers, but it's still that they are effectively 18. But yeah, once I got a couple of adults and electricity researched, we're gonna pop the anomaly thing. I'm not really going after the anomaly ending, I just want the anomaly technology. Wouldn't there be like a very nasty penalty of family member? Oh, it's terrible. That's actually the way the last time I did this went. We got up to, like I said, something like 27 kids. We had a really bad impid raid. And that really bad impid raid managed to get fire across the defensive line. Would you stop being all mashed at once so I can check your stats? So you are a really good shot. You're a terrible shot. So you got 2 who are a terrible shot and 1 who's a really good shot. So, Dorazone, whatever that guy's name there is, that's our primary target when they get here. Alright, let's get people to position. So everyone's gonna have to fight this one. That's always... Whenever there's a baby in the colony, anytime a raid starts, someone will always be carrying the baby. Every time. I don't make the rules, it's just the way it works. Okay. Oh wait, they're gonna attack the Dryad, aren't they? We're just probably gonna have to let that happen. Because if I try and range them, their range is better than my range. So far as accuracy goes. You're gonna burn the crops. Oh, good, yeah, wait. This is... Oh. I was gonna say, this might work out because they're spreading themselves out really far. If I knew they were going to do that, I would have popped over and shot them. Okay, they're down. And they're wasting their fire breath and all that, so that's good. Because that's kind of the big... That's the reason I got screwed by the impids, is they managed to get far enough into my line to breathe fire into my firing line. And once that happens, your people scatter. But yeah, if we lose someone, every single person in the colony will be sitting on like a 15-20... Alright, and sorted. It's just a little dangerous to do that because the kids have lower health. So if I involve them in a fight, there's a really easy chance that one of them catches a hit and goes down. Which DLC adds different races? Biotech adds different xenotypes. To be clear, in RimWorld, they're all considered human. They're different xenotypes. So even though they have like lots of differences, it's like taking a person and like, all right, we've modified this person to have a different color of eyes, kind of thing. Well, you wouldn't be like, oh, well, that person has gray eyes, they're no longer human. Even though the extremities they let you do in this game would definitely be pushing the limits. I mean, like, are they human, though? Because, I don't know, they definitely feel like an entirely different species. At the same time, if we're going by biological definitions, they could still have kids with each other, which does mean technically they would fall under the same species with how all that goes. That's an oversimplification on my part. That's why you avoid children, especially. Like, did you pick this kind of map for any purpose? Never seen one like this? I picked it because I haven't done a map like this. That was the justification. It wasn't a strategic decision or anything like that. It was, I've seen this map. I only discovered this map was the type of thing you find in the Geological Landforms mod in the last year. And I did a couple attempts on it that I didn't get off the ground because food on this map sucks so much. And wood sucks on this map, and a lot of things suck on this map. Certain encounters, instead of being like the raid encounter where you have like one raid shows up here, and like a separate one over there, and a separate one down there. That event, where they usually get a, like, cumulatively, it's a much larger amount that you would fight, but you can go up, bully that one first, and then go on the defense. That one, all three groups will appear right there as one giant, massive group, and rush in, which is like getting a super juiced raid. There are certain things that can happen on these kinds of maps that get real dodgy. Straight up raids will be way easier, though. Yeah. Oh, too much work for just one person in a dangerous situation. Yeah, the kids are rough. But yeah, nah, for those who don't know this map, this is gonna generate the world again, because this is the first time I touched it. This is known as a river source gorge. It's part of the Geological Landforms mod. It is one of my favorite mods if you're looking to, like, just take the game you've been playing for a while. You're like, man, I want a mod that mixes it up, but I don't want it to, like, change everything. I just want something that's a nice hand wave over it. So if you look down here, this has landform, gorge, river source. I don't know why. There's my preview. So if I go just up the tile, anywhere I go on this impassable terrain with water, that's a gorge map. That's a special map for it. And I can actually caravan out of here. I just have to follow the river. And it's horrifically slow, which makes sense. So you've got ones like that. I can go down here. There's one that's got, like, a little oasis in the middle of the mountain, so it's mountain all around with a little pocket. But there's a whole bunch of them. These are all different styles. One of my favorites that I highly recommend for people who get this mod is check out Swamp Hill. You get this one little chunk of rock, and then it's nothing but swamp all around. So it's another slow build that once you get there. Yeah, this one is a mixed bag. For all your straight up raids, easy breezy lemon squeeze, you get to shoot them as they slowly wade across the swamp. But then you get, you get a mech cluster finds a spot it can settle itself down out here and drops in, or a siege raid sets up somewhere out here, manages to make it happen. And now you get to wade through the swamp after them. And you get the idea. You also have pretty limited resources here. This specific one's actually got a lot of grow space. They usually don't have that much. Another one that's pretty popular is, where's Crater? Crater's a pretty popular one for people who just want a super defensible base. One giant opening in, hollow middle. For a really good challenge map, Archipelago. Extreme Desert Archipelago. That's not doable, I don't think. But outside of Extreme Desert, Archipelago's a really fun one, because, what you gonna build your houses out of? So you got soft sand. That's literally not doable. I'm actually gonna go on the record here and say, without mods, this is an impossible map. Because there's no because it's Extreme Desert, there's literally no dirt to grow in. So there's gonna be no trees or anything. And you're gonna be dying of heat exhaust and literally can't do anything. But normally you'd get just a little, where that soft sand is, you might have a little spot of grow space there and a little spot of grow space here. And you gotta figure out how you're building an entire base with no stone, with no metal, just the tiniest little bit of grow space, and that you can choose how much you want to dedicate towards trees and growing. There we are. Grow space between that. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of really fun maps. And it's an island, so you can't caravan off. Yep. Someone's gonna have a stream proving we're all wrong. Again, the big thing I said was without mods to change it. Because I can believe fully with mods you can make that work. So this is Conrite. Ooh. So that's gonna be good because I can get Conrite all these. I don't care about animal on this one. I'm actually gonna choose pretty. Normally I wouldn't take pretty, because normally with the so pretty would help with social, which is the reason I'm thinking pretty. Normally you have to worry about because everyone hits on each other, but because they're all related, they won't do it. Body modder would be fine, but with random research, I have no idea when I'm going to be able to ever possibly do that. So they're just going to be pissed off. I think we go with that, because Sickly and Jealous can go die in a fire. Alright, so Conrite is officially an adult. Congratulations. So that now means you can do lots of stuff. So right now I've got you as my grower. So that isn't going to change Conrite's work around here that much. It will change that when we go to our schedule, Conrite will no longer be spending any time on research. Or sorry, isn't going to be spending any time on learning, because they no longer have that need. It means they could also help out with other stuff they couldn't before. It's also a thing that you're at social too. So we're gonna take a little bit of a mood penalty. Conrite's gonna become our moral guide, because Conrite has a passion for social, and the other two don't, and everyone sucks at social. So we're gonna go ahead and do the switch now while things are relatively stable. That way Conrite can work on getting their social up and actually get better at doing a bunch of this stuff. Yeah, that should be good, because that should get our farming going along well. So let's consider. Alright, so Conrite is going to be good at the planting. I think we can actually make them now have a priority for crafting after that. And they can start filling in on the crafting side of things a bit. Because that way, basically, during the winter, they can craft and do all this. Yeah, I think that'll be good for now. Because then Doppelganger can focus on cleaning and occasionally hauling. Manhunter Pack, Timberwolves, group of 3. Honestly, I don't need anything outside.
Thank you, Marcos PLS, for subscribing for 10 months.
And thank you, Marcos, please, for... For the Prime Gaming sub, I do appreciate that. You could only use that in one place and you used it here, and that means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you. And I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. 10 Munchman sub the channel. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you. Yeah, so I could hunt the Timberwolves. There's a good chance it takes some hits. That's 3 Timberwolves against basically 3 adults with no melee to mitigate and a child. It will be good if we can get someone to be a solid melee pawn. Because right now I don't have anyone who's good at melee, and we're just kind of making do by more bullets. But eventually we will want to switch that. Hey! We're gonna fail a charity quest. Small child. Run. Run, small child. You're making a mistake. I'm not going out there to help you. Uh-oh. Do you have a billion melee? You do not. You also have delicate. Are you amazing for... Alright, weirdly Raptor is extremely solid melee for a child. I don't think you're gonna win that, Raptor. You're doing a number to him. For what it's worth, you effed up some wolves. Like, you were definitely outmatched, but you put in some hits. I'm actually feeling pretty good about actually going out there and just killing those wolves real fast now. While they get back into position. Because you didn't take much damage. You're basically already dead. You got a lot of penalties on you. I feel pretty okay with that. So let's pop this door real fast. This is the opposite of how you should be positioned. Because even though they're considered an adult now, I think it's until they're 18 they still have penalties. How can you miss so much? Please kill the wolf. Okay, so far we're good. We actually got away without an injury. I was waiting for it to pop it at one spot. Because at first I was going to bottleneck them, and I was like, oh, if I bottleneck them, I'm not going to be able to shoot them till they're on top of us. Oh, we have fog. That's why the accuracy was so awful. Cool. Meanwhile, we will set all of those to be hunted. And we have everyone restricted in here except for Donkey Duff. And Donkey Duff doesn't hunt. That way any animals that run down into our little area down here. Because otherwise they walk the whole way up here, fire one shot, and then they run the whole way back without killing anything. Because RimWorld be that way. Transfer pod crash. I am not allowed to bring this person into my colony. It is against the rules. They are from the Exodus Empire. So I can rescue them and release them for reputation. It's probably not a good call because they have paralytic aphasia, so they're going to be here for a long time. If they automatically join, we have to banish them immediately. That's the rules. No outside pawns allowed. I can do stuff like if refugees show up while they're here, they can work, but I cannot accept their joining.
Chaotic awesomely for subscribing for 35 months. Greetings,
train is
Rual.
go.
How's the RimWorld?
Choo-choo.
Is it both Rim and World?
Hey, Chaotic Awesome. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. Been subbed the channel for 35 months, which is a heckin' long time, almost 3 years. So thank you so much for all the continued support. And yeah, the RimWorld's going pretty well. It is both Rim and World. We are dealing with some struggles with food and all that, but it seems to be relatively good. Let's see, have you considered installing the mod that makes them ask to join for the purpose of this run? I could. Keep in mind I almost never install mods of any real amount. Ooh. I mean, I like Glitter World, but that's a lot of manhunting cougars. I still don't need anything outside, really. Because the dryads will be fine for a while. Because, yeah, we just let that door stay that way. 4x mod is so nice. Oh, the thing that lets you go even faster. Yeah, and there's a lot of good mods. I tend to mod very, very lightly. Like, almost none of the mods I'm currently running have gameplay implications, with the exception of geological landforms, is about the only one impacting the game like that. And then I have the no research, random research, which is effectively a challenge mod. World is Rim, BAP is dead end. Yep. Oh, you're gonna murder my dryads. You're a bunch of jerks. Oh, there it goes. Well, at least the Dryad got some hits in. Okay, that's fine. So we did get 3 of the cougars pretty mangled. If they go down, I'll be down to fight the other 2. They probably will go down. They're bleeding pretty bad. Okay. Yeah, so there's a good chance I'll have to replace the dryads. That's going to be a reoccurring thing until we no longer need to have dryads out here. I have what I need for one more dryad tree. Could add another dryad tree over here. And have Conrad take that one. Alright. One of the cougars went down. Second cougar is down. Third cougar is down. Okay, so grab the adults, put them there. Grab the kids, put them here. And see, we can't do that. Do fences stop manhunters? No. So there's some animals who can go over fences and some animals who can't. The animals who can't will attack the fence and destroy it. The ones who can go over the fence, then you can figure that out. They just go over the fence. Okay, get the adults there, get the kids here, move quick, before they realize they're back out. Nicely done. And you got a pretty good scratch on your arm, but otherwise you're fine. Okay. And thank you for level 1 hype train with 63% with 2 subs. I do appreciate that support. It means a heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that support. I need you to go to bed. All right. Pods arrived. We got Glitter World. Haul that back. Please go to bed, Vortis. You're bleeding. Go to freaking bed. I need to make a hospital, because the hospital bed, I could say go to bed, and they will. Okay, cool. She's out, so I can make that into a medical bed. Go rest. Do that. Conray, go bandage them right now. How's the run going? You had a Doomsday rocket hit your kill box, leveling the head of one of your colonists, sending your vampires armed to the next tile. Yeah, when you get to the point of the Doomsday and the triple rockets start showing up, that's where you see that in the enemy group, and you're like, okay, what am I doing to single that one out immediately? Because that one needs to be removed from this fight as fast as I possibly can get it out of the fight. Alright, well, hopefully you don't get an infection, because you didn't get treated for a while, which is not what you want. Yeah, that was definitely worth it. We got a stack of Glitter World out of it. Which just means, if they do get an infection, we use the stack of Glitter World. Well, actually, we'd probably preach health and then hit them with at least one hit of Glitter World just to be safe. Oh, I just realized we're actually getting brick cut. Okay. With brick cut, we could start doing stuff to clean some of this garbage up. So we're going to have that as our break room. Bedrooms are going to be up here. We'll do this whole thing. Cancel this. And the reason I'm doing that is to choke points for dealing with infestation. I found as long as you have choke points, you, like, infestations and just no big deal. Without choke points, it's a bad time. Now, granted, I don't have proper melee, so that might not be the truth, because it's almost never that I don't have some solid melee pawns around. Don't starve, you've got tons of food here. Alright, so that'll be the bedrooms back there. We got Royal Tribute Collector. I have no interest in sending my kids off, so that's a thing I can just ignore. Alright. You hold that medicine that's laying out there. Oh, you're sleeping outside because it's still set to medical. Set. Fortis. We do need to get the hospital built. Let's see, so the three children, some of these clones, do clones work in this challenge? So assume 3 children, or are some of these clones? We don't have any clone things going on, so they are all children. If we get the anomaly event to clone people, we can put that up for a vote, because that's not a thing that... Because when I made this challenge, it was before anomaly existed, so it was just not a thing I had to consider one way or the other. And it's like, oh yeah, that's actually a thing to consider now. Okay, so we're gonna get those doors built, and I am deliberately making them out of stone. We're gonna leave them open most of the time, and that way, if we end up having, like, I have to do the whole thing where I fight and then fall back kind of thing, we can tell it to close the door behind our people, and it also means it won't be targeted by enemies to burn, and then on top of that, we don't have to worry about, like if we have fire, that it can't catch fire. So it, you know, can help contain the fire to one room. Do I go for the 3rd Dryad tree and put Conrad on? They gave me a recurve bow. Alright. I mean, I'll take it. I need, like, an actual trade caravan, but we pissed off some of our neighbors, so... I mean... That would be an interesting thing. I get the comment. I don't like using the word breed or anything. That feels ick. But, you know, if one of these two died... Or, like, if with one of these, we could clone them before they die and just, like, put them in cryogenic storage. So that way, if, like, Vortis dies, we just pop out the next Vortis. Adam just comes back. Oh, the, like, yeah, it's like an insurance thing. Yeah. That could actually be an interesting approach to it. We'd have to have a lot of things aligned for that. You're a space refugee who is, like, I'm not allowed to take them, and I can't gain standings from having them. Alright, so we got the warg is in my area, so that's not my favorite. We are going to need to deal with that warg. It is going to try and eat someone sooner or later. So we're going to go ahead and get people together and kill the warg. What did you do? Alright, just brained him in one. Okay. Okay. Who landed that hit, by the way? Log. Vortis just fired the first shot with their auto pistols, like, thunk, brained, warg dead. Next. Okay, so we're officially in spring, just starting the grow season, so that'll be good. And anything that comes down here that isn't one of our stuff, we will hunt and eat it. So the good news, we are slowly getting this pile of stone out of here. And we're making a bunch of furniture with that. That's gonna take some time. What do we have Doppelganger going on? So Doppelganger, if they get availability where they don't need to be hauling or cleaning, they can get to the point of mining as well. Alright, hold that door. Let's get them all built one by one. Okay, and we are reaching the actual, maybe I'm being a little ahead of that. We can definitely open the outer door. We don't need the layers of temperature protection. Because this should get warm enough that we don't need to worry about freezing to death out there. Who are you? Oh. That was the person who crash landed. They apparently were in good enough shape that they just got up and they're walking away. Okay, cool. Have a good time, man. All right. And then you've got a little while till you age... Well, actually, because it's 10 is your next age up? Yeah, so you'll have another age up here in a minute to 10. You have about a season-ish until you become a toddler. And then you have probably somewhere in the area of like 8 days or so till we have the next baby. And this person's not staying, we're just taking care of them. A raccoon has chosen death. It'd be cool if certain things get slowly washed downstream. Not heavy stuff like stone or materials. Oh, like yeah, I mean the water flow in the game doesn't really do much of anything. But yeah, that'd be interesting. Have like lighter materials get moved around. I don't think there's much of a need for it really though. Like, it'd be interesting in the sense that, like, all these bodies wash away. As just, like, a weird way of, like, a self-cleaning combat area. I mean, it is in the fact that they rot faster laying in the water. That's the reason I'm letting them pile them there. Alright, hold that door. Hold this door open. Yeah, Ryan Corpse is slowly tumbling down the river for the next raiders to walk past. Hey, it'd be just kind of interesting to have, like, effectively a self-cleaning kill box. You just have, like, this all enclosed except for, like, one tile and just all the bodies slowly work their way down the river. Again, not a thing I think they should put any time to developing. No fridge yet? Oh, we don't have electricity yet. Yeah, no, this is a very slow burn colony. We've only got 4 research done, which is primarily from books. Because you gotta keep in mind, we only got our 3rd adult just in the last 15-20 minutes on stream. And so, it is just one of those things that I've got effectively, you know, 2 pawns taking care of 4, you know, that kind of thing. That it really limits your ability to advance your colony. And then this particular tile I chose with how limited food is, we've had to do lots and lots of hunting, and then these dryads are also obliterating our time getting stuff done, but are giving me the necessary wood and medicine I need to keep the colony alive. So it is just a thing that, as we age up, every single additional person we get in here aged up will make it so I can get more done faster. Yeah, right now we're at the upstream. This is where the water comes from. We just pretend it's a spring, and it goes out that way. Same with up here, because you can see the direction of the water flow. But yeah, that'd be a weird thing, just you live along it, and then catch up, like the bodies or whatever gets tossed in the river, catch up on the sides. It could be a thing. Like I said, I don't think it'd be something the devs should allocate real dev hours to. There's just a lot more stuff like caravanning that they could work on. And other things that they might consider, which is caravanning. And it'd also be very, very well worth their time to perhaps look at caravanning and making some changes to caravanning. I would rather they spend their time on caravanning. If no one's catching where I'm going with this, I'm not a big fan of caravanning in its current implementation. Let's see, you just have to wonder why the challenge restricts the progeny from getting a lover and propagating. You wonder why the challenge restricts the progeny from getting a lover. Oh, you mean like bringing in a new person to then have more descendants down the family tree? The big point is, the big point on this one is we are building a family up from nothing kind of thing. So if I'm allowing myself to take outside people, it makes the challenge way easier. Because then, you know, every time we have a kid, we just bring in a new person, and then the colony just explodes in size. It is supposed to be a slow burn. I do tend to prefer slow burn kind of challenges. So like my pollution challenge that I usually will do, that's another challenge that goes really, really slowly in a lot of places. So you don't worry about that. I'm gonna have you be my researcher for right now, even though you're terrible at it. But you're less terrible at it than I am. Ideology. So we are doing a fluid ideology, so we started with human primacy. For the, was it production specialist? What specialist do you give me for human primacy? Yeah, production specialist. I will likely, and it is a fluid ideology, most likely we will be taking that into Tunneler just because we're doing the style map. That's actually what this room is meant to be. Is that room way down here is going to be our first mushroom farm. Yeah, it's funny how the real enemy are your own pawns fighting each other simply from simply traveling outside the base. But yeah, the whole point is it ends up being a slow one. That's the reason why I like maps like the Swamp Hill. I like that map because you got that one little chunk of land you can build on, and then it's just swamp around you, so it really limits your ability to expand. There's another challenge I do, which I call the pollution challenge, which is you set the entire world pollution to 100%. You choose a tile that has 100% or as close as you can get to it, so like 98% or whatever pollution on it, and you may not take any pawns that are immune or otherwise benefit from pollution. And then lastly, you're not allowed to just export the pollution. You have to actually deal with it on your tile, which you can do using Pollux trees. When you have that high pollution, your map will start with Pollux trees on it. Like 2 to 3 of them. So it is another one of those, you get that tiny little base just carved in that one spot in the pollution. And just it's something like 1 tile every other day worth of pollution is how much a Pollux tree can absorb. So you get this idea that with 3 of those trees going full bore, in the course of every, like, 2 in-game days or whatever, I get 3 more tiles of land I can work with if I'm careful. So that's another really slow challenge. Before I did all those things, I would almost always play swamp maps, because again, they suck to build on, so it makes your bases really slow to set up. I really liked Archipelago. That one is a little different in that you had the space there's just no materials. So you'd have like your one little grow spot there making like potatoes or corn or whatever you could. Like you'd get a couple batches of rice, maybe you start switching it over to corn or something to get the better food. And then you have like that one spot of dirt you're growing like 3 trees on, and you'd cut them down and you'd build like a tiny little segment of a wall and just very slowly build up your base. I liked that run. We did Hospitality that run, which is a mod that basically lets you run like a hotel kind of resort thing. And that was fun. I really liked that run, even though it was terrifying because the entire base was just wood everywhere. Because there was no not wood on the map at all. And whenever I needed metal, I had to have a trade caravan show up and trade them for metal. Eventually we got to deep drills. Once I got a deep drill going, everything improved. I still couldn't do that much because it was still like, a sandbar, and I could build the stone buildings on the sandbar, but all the other stuff I needed to run a base with that many pawns at that stage, I would need a lot of moisture pumps running a lot of time before I could, properly take advantage. What do dryads do? So dryads, there's a couple different kinds, and they all have different benefits they offer your colony. So if we look at the dryads we have here, I have this dryad. Every couple of days, it gives me a little bit of wood. And then we have this dryad that every couple of days, it gives me a little bit of medicine. But we've got some that will haul stuff for you. You've got some that are just like really tanky but low damage, and they're just kind of a combat dryad that they just stand there and take hits for you. You've got one that's a strong melee unit, does lots of damage but not very tanky. You've got one that'll give you a little bit of food in the form of berries. And then you've got this one down here, which makes more dryad trees. I haven't done a dryad run in forever. It's an interesting run to do a dryad run where you have like a bunch of the tree huggers type ideologies where you're not allowed to like disturb much of the map, but you've just got a ton of dryads everywhere. Not a ton. You'd have like half a dozen or so. Because the problem is, your people basically just have to sit there and prune it. It's like maintaining your psi focus. And it's a real big time sink. But in the middle of the winter, when you can't normally grow stuff unless you got, hydroponic or something else going on, it still produces, what is it, like 40, I think it's 40 berries every 2 days per dryad. That's not enough to keep a colony alive on, but it'll definitely take the edge off your food shortage. Alright, well, I'm going to let them just keep mining this out. Because we're going to start getting some bedrooms going, so I could change this room to be just like the rec common room kind of thing. That's just going to take a while. It's like a natural mechanator. Yeah, to a certain degree. They can't quite do as much as the mechs, but they don't have a material cost. You find one of the seeds, which will happen naturally. You shove it in the ground, and then it has its time cost, is what you've got. We'll clear that up, and then Conrad can get that made. But Conrad's slowly becoming a crafter of sorts. Filling in where we can. We're definitely getting the furniture with all that. Oh, I don't actually... No, wait, Harmony's just the one that supports stuff. Yeah, I saw that list of mods. Like, Harmony doesn't do anything in itself. It's just, it gives a bunch of stuff for other mods to use. You have Don't Stop the Music, keeps the music playing Fahrenheit and Celsius. That means we get both temperatures here, so no matter what units you use. P Music adds extra music. No starting research. You'll notice I don't have a passive cooler, despite the start we had. And in random research, you'll notice I don't have a research button. It is researching something, and there's ways I can figure out what it's researching. It tries to obscure it, but I do try to deliberately not look up what it's doing. We have the Dubs Mint minimap. That's what that is. We've got the map preview. That's when I'm out here, and we click on there, and it shows that. The geological landforms I showed just a little bit earlier. But that's just what gives you weird maps like this. Some are like challenge maps, some are easier maps, some of them are just weird maps. Self-dyeing, if I put down a dyeing bench, they'll dye their clothes their favorite color. It's not because, like, oh, hey, getting that mood bonus matters. It's one mood. It doesn't really matter. But having them dye their own clothes is nice, because then you stop having everyone be varieties of brown. Well, that sucks. Plant cut 1, 1, and 1. Okay. Okay, got everyone reset. Is that right? No, you need to be higher. Okay. But yeah, so then OST unlocker, that's music. Level up, that's just a thing that you occasionally hear like a little ting. And that's just like when they gain a stat. Mad Ibexes. So that'd be 3 of them. Hey, Philip. Have you ever wanted to tank? Yeah, I'll put you here. There's behind. One thing we could do while we're waiting on all that stuff. I don't normally do the trap, trap stuff like I've got here, but it's fine. At least I managed to get that blight out of there before they triggered that, so I didn't back off in the middle. Are you attacking my... Oh, Philip, you are about to get shot a lot. Well, that is unfortunate. That's not how I want that to be at all. I don't want the child leading the charge. Yeah, the dryads actually do relatively okay when forced into a fight. Alright. So the guy did betray us when we're in the middle of a situation. That's the whole thing. And you... Give you a healing pod so you get back up. And you're fine, and everyone else can get themselves patched up here in a minute. I don't think anyone took any serious hits there. Yeah, you just got a bunch of bruises. You just got a bruise. That's all fine. So we definitely want to put our hospital somewhere in this area. What I'll probably do is have it go... So I want to make it so it can expand this a little bit. Like, I don't want to expand enough that I need columns or anything. But, you know, make it a little bit more people able to fit in to join the fight. Oh, also... What is with all the mad animals all of a sudden? Did one of you... Oh, wait, they're still just bruised. Alright, so you want food binge. That's not my favorite. It's fine, though. That's cool. Didn't even take another hit. It's like, what's with all the animals constantly attacking me all of a sudden? Feed the baby plasteel? That's not a mechanic? What? It's literally not a mechanic.
Thank you Slingcat for subscribing for 8 months.
Hey Slingcat, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. But sub to channel for 8 months, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate the continued support, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again. You guys showing the baby? It's a baby. Yeah, leave that alone for right now. You're fully healed. Getting our medicine. Everything's good there. Oh, our food is dire. Hang on, wait a second. When did that happen? You're off restriction. You're off restriction. Go forth and hunt. Oh, right, the food is dire because thing. Does the planter skill have an effect on the druid tree? Yes, I believe it affects how long it takes them to prune it. The higher skill, I believe they will prune it faster. I need you to have that baby, like, right now, because I just realized we don't have baby food. And I don't think we can make baby food right now. Oh, that's right about to harvest. Okay, we'll be alright. I was like, okay, the food we can make happen. That we're fine. But the baby food we need to make happen soon. Alright, Conright's gonna go back under the restrictions so they focus on the stuff locally. Gonna prioritize you for the harvest that. I'm hoping we get just enough to cook some baby food. Hey, we get just enough to cook some baby food, that'll be good. Yeah, the Dryad, I believe, is ideology. If memory serves me correctly. Cool. You're making baby food right now because baby is starving, and it's not okay. The one time your colonies got hit with a mortar barrage, and baby got blown into pieces and lived. Oh, like took a hit from it. All right, so schedule back into the zone. We need to feed the baby. So you're going to feed the baby immediately. Put down the food. Okay. You feed the baby immediately. So what are you bringing to the table? You are an all melee group. How dangerous are we looking? You're not that big a threat. You're on the fence. Tough, nimble with low melee, so you'll be annoying to kill. Alright, sail there in the back. Sail there in the back is a bad time. Okay, everyone else. Go here. I would like Doppelganger to be in here, but the baby's probably gonna die if I don't let him continue feeding the baby. So the hope here is that the Dryads will tie them up for a little while. This is not encouraging. All of you, focus fire sail. Okay, fall back. So you go in the back. Vortis holds the door. Conrad over here. Don't be on Go Juice. Where do you think you're going? Okay. So baby's fed. That's good. Alright, all sorted. Not so much as a bruise. And you are with the faction that can never be friendly, so I'm choosing to ignore that you have anything. We don't care about your clothes. Alright, so checking on you. You're going to want a healing pod when you're done. You're going to want a healing pod when you're done. You're going to healing pod when you're done. Yep. Everyone's missing pieces. So good news is we managed to get the food handle on the baby, so the baby's not going to have problems. Stop crawling. Okay. And you're all angry because you observed a bunch of rotting corpses. You haven't got enough sleep and you haven't had a recreation. And that your baby is crying. Fair. Okay, so let's go ahead and... I'm trying to not... My temptation is I want to get the storage shelves going in here, but I want to get the bedroom started more. And so I keep wanting to stop to deal with it. But really just need to not worry about it. Alright, so they're all getting themselves patched up. And you should get out of here. Ah, you're still here for a while. Solar flare, doesn't matter. Wildlife. Vortis will go out and hunt here in a minute. And we're gonna need that to tie us over for a bit. Colonist needs rescue. Why? Assign social drugs? No. I'm tired of dealing with that. Wait, what? Fix those assignments. Okay. So I want to get in here and build like actual beds, get proper bedrooms going on. So we start getting ourselves some better moods. Hey, Lysdell, how's it going? So you're gonna be having this kid like any time now. Oh, I am suddenly realizing if that kid doesn't grow up soon, we're gonna need a second crib. Oh, don't make it out of that. Second crib out of slate. Because it looks like we're gonna get mostly just slate around here. Alright. Oh, I see. Why are you doing construction over that? Oh, I got you re-restricted. That's right. I put you back on restriction a little bit ago. Okay, so I need you to go over there and start hunting animals. Supplement our food for a bit. Because once this comes in, we'll be in good shape. Which, of course, does mean while that's happening, our construction is ground to a halt, because Vortis also deals with that. But Conrad also is the one who grows stuff and hunts and cooks. Cool, I'll take Muffalo wool. Ew, dryad trees. I mean, this colony would honestly probably be dead without them. That's where our wood's coming from, and our medicine. They work, they just suck because of how much labor they take. You got a pawn who practically is married to the tree for half their life. Yeah, no, very, very realistically later on, if we get stuff like, if we get stuff like the, hydroponics and all that going, I will probably just stop with the dryads. Because, like, one hydroponic thing with the herbal medicine and, like, you know, another one with some other food. Well, I mean, the food will be fine once we get Tunneler set up. Which we should be able to do this year pretty reasonably. Alright. Yeah, so I'm getting upset about observing rotting corpses. Eventually I'll make that a less of an issue too. Not through like ideology where they won't care, but we'll have ways to process them versus just leaving them sitting in the water out there. Let's see, is that tree of life the tree of knowledge or of good and evil? This is the tree that is neglected is what it is. Because I'm pretty sure the dryad stuff is overtaking the grass we need for that tree to do anything.
Thank you, the very last Lardine, for subscribing for 18 months.
Hey, Lardine, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That's 18 months, a year and a half you've been subbed to channel. So I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that support. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Alright, so we are slowly getting more food in here. Okay. A nice whole Garden of Eden theme. Alright. Baby is happening. It's not a great time for it, but it never is. That's just not how that works. Enigma, if the good and evil tree? Yeah, no, I got where you're going with that. Don't get up at the last second, try and put out that fire. That's Conright's job right now. You worry about not dying having a childbirth. Because it is always a risk. Every single time I do this, it's like a 1 or 2% risk of just straight up losing the pawn. And we got ourselves another healthy baby. So we got ourselves the next member of the colony. So welcome, Anjiru Sensei. To the colony. I don't actually have your crib built. So you're going to be sleeping on the floor, unfortunately. My bad. Starvation on Donkey Duff. Feed them, please. Okay. It's fine. Yeah, so we got a couple of animals we can hunt down here. Got a couple up there still. The crop should be coming in relatively soon. We just gotta hold out a bit longer. Okay. Oh, they have very bad luck as baby flashbacks to drop pod. Yeah, that was... I had a colony where Lardine was one of, like, a baby in the colony, and we got drop pod raid, and they dropped the drop pod on the baby. Like, directly killing the baby. It's like, dude, seriously. What the heck, man? Alright, I'm going to need you to just get out there and hunt. I know your recreation needs to be... You don't even need recreation. What are you doing? You're starving, and you're like, no, not gonna hunt. I'd rather just not feeling it today. Where are you? No, you... You hunt. Let the other people take care of that. You're the only one who can do this right now. You got a family to feed. And we'll get our rice very soon, but that's not right this second. There's apparently something else. Oh good, there's another one up there. Cool. Yeah, so it should be two horses worth of food. All right. Starvation. Yeah, I'm aware. Why? I was gonna say, why would you not eat? There is food there. Oh, also, you, feeding, urgent on all of you, and never. That way they use the baby food. Let's see, do we have a way to build a primitive freezer? No. Like, no research is really getting done right now. Because, again, I've got basically 3 adults, one who is only able to work part of the time because of all the kids they're having, and they're effectively feeding 6 people. On a tile that we only get a tiny little grow space that's only available about half a season, or half a year. So it is just kind of one of those things that we are committing a lot of labor to keeping the family alive, but it's leaving us very little to progress other parts of the colony. But that is one of those things that isn't... It's rough in the beginning, and it will get a lot less being a problem as the run goes on, because each person we get that ages up 1 mark is another person who can contribute to the colony and do different things. Honestly, once we get to like 5 people, it'll be like basically a regular colony, only better because we'll probably have people with, you know, everyone having a passion in what I need them to do. Don't do that. That is my one and only annoyance so far with this map and this run, is just the fact we keep running into this problem where they run up here to hunt. And like where they run off the map, I get it. They'll fire like 1 shot and then they'll run all the way back down and not do anything. But yeah, we actually haven't had much food rotting. Not in a long while. Growth moment for Doppelganger. Alright. So... That's great. I mean, it could be worse. You've not given me good skills to work with. So I get to choose 2. I can make you good at shooting. So I'll probably give you a passion at shooting so you can get better at fighting, and we'll lean you in towards being a crafter. Or I could lean you into being the planter, and that would free up Conrite to be the crafter, since Conrite is industrious. I think that's the direction I'm going with it. So congratulations, you now plant. Bump that down to 3 so we at least continue keeping things clean. Did you say you needed melee? Yeah, the reason I decided not to go with that is they've got no traits whatsoever that benefit melee. So I could give them a passion in it, but then the moment I get anyone else, I'd probably just choose someone else. So I probably should have made the melee, but I don't... We're going to get a lot of effectively designer pawns here. Oh yeah, no, the trait sucked. That's 2 for 2 Doppelgangers not gotten good traits. We took Psychically Dull, the first one. That one's like kind of a neutral one. It's neither good nor bad. That one, the other one, we had 2 bad traits. We had Ascetic. That can be nice, because then you can have like a crappy room and they're still happy. But at the same time, if you end up making nicer bedrooms, then they get all upset because their room's too nice. And I'd just rather not deal with it. So I literally gave them the no trait. And just skipped it. Because then I just don't even have to worry about it. It's good. Got a bunch of rice out there. That's good. Alright, this might be a bad idea. Okay, new baby is on the way. Holy crap. See, also growing now is critical with food. Having someone who can level and harvest more efficiently would be a boon. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Conrite also can do food. It's just being able to split up the responsibilities so Conrite isn't trying to be a crafter and all the other stuff. But Conrite is industrious. So if we get Conrite there, freed up to do crafting, an industrious crafter is extremely good in late game. And then plus Doppel's going to take a while before they manage to get to that point. I'm looking forward to... Citric here should be a toddler any time now. Could Gaia grow on fungal soil? If you find a hole in the mountain? Well, you couldn't put the fungal soil anywhere that doesn't have overhead mountain. So if I can open up the mountain, then I can't put fungal soil there. It's one or the other. Okay. So this might be a mistake. Conrite, you're gonna have that tree. Eventually, I'm probably gonna cut these down. But my thought is I'll have this tree do the berries. And then between those three trees, I've got all three needs during the winter. Yeah, you had a construction pawn as your main grower for a bit. It's nice to have pawns that can flex, but really need someone who can focus on their task. Yeah, I generally lean to, like, when we have kids, I'll spread the passions as widely as I can to be able to do as many things as I can. But in practice of what I will have my pawns do mid to late game, is I'll have, like, that's my grower. What do? They grow things. What else do they do? If they have nothing else to do, they clean and haul. That's my crafter. What do? They craft. What do they do if there's not available? They clean and haul. That's my clean and hauling person. What do? That's it, man. That's literally all they do. Just having that level of focus makes it so you make sure all tasks are getting done. Yeah, you're still working on that. I'm still going to need to keep you hunting for a bit. That's okay. So Doppelganger's got about 2 seasons, a bit over 2 seasons before they become an adult. Citric here is literally going to turn into a toddler like any second now. Like, it's going to be in the next couple days. You have 2 seasons till you become a toddler. Now you got another infant who's going to be here in about 2 seasons. So it's basically across the board, almost instantly. Everything else happens in about 2 seasons. And with the toddler opening up, rare Thrumbo. I do not believe I could tame them. Nope. Well, that sucks. They're going to demolish my stuff, and I don't feel like we got a good setup for being able to kite a Thrumbo if I don't manage to slam a really good leg hit right in the opening. The good news, it looks like they're going down to here. I'm cool if they want to eat those trees. That's fine. Wall them in, they'll just break down the wall. Unless you mean wall them in to do that. The only problem is I'd have to build platform here and then wall it in. I don't think it's worth the effort. That'd be a lot of wood use. And for those that don't know what I'm talking about, any animal, if you trap an animal where it cannot reach food and it's not a tamed animal, it'll eventually break its way out to go find food. So the whole trapping a Thrombo in a wall till it collapses and then feeding it, or just executing it, depending on what your goals are. You know, whether you're trying to tame it or you're trying to just get its sweet, sweet, sweet Thrombo hide and, you know, meat and all that. You remember doing that to starve out herd elephants? Yeah, that's not worked in that way for a very long time. Alright, for right now, back off the hunting for a minute. I've got 20-something meals there. Does the meter straight looks like it bridged the gap for you? Yeah, so I think if you look under there, you can kind of see there's water underneath there. I believe when we remove the meteor, I think it will ultimately still be flowing water. I think. I don't know for sure. You're pretty sure it turns into stone ground? Yeah, I mean, we could find out here. I mean, we could find out by just going to... Because this tile looks like... It's got water on it. We could tell them to mine that one tile at some point. I'm not going to prioritize against other things. Oh, good. Another dryad. That was a bug they removed a patch? Yeah, no, I thought so. Hey, Vadel, thank you so much for the 25 stream streak. I do really appreciate that, you know, you coming back and tuning in, all that good stuff. I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot. So we actually are going to have a defensive line. I can't tell you the last time I did a trap mate. Well, actually, no, it's not true. We did one for the All Endings run, for the Ship to the Stars run, since that's only 2 pawns holding it down, we use traps. But other than that, I almost never do traps. I'm just trying to be very extra careful to not lose people in this run, since everyone is related to everyone. You lose a pawn, and the whole place ends up with like minus 30 mood for the next 2 seasons or whatever. Please stop pruning your tree and go eat. Vortis, I need to deprioritize hunting with you. Oh no, I need to up prioritize your pruning, because your tree's not, it's getting low enough we're not gonna have dryads on it anymore. Oh yeah, no, it's like, depending on the relationship, whether it's brother, sister, son, daughter, mother, father, spouse, whatever, I think it's anywhere from minus 15 to minus 20. Can I get to minus 30? I'm talking about like just the one penalty. I know there's like multiple penalties you get, but just my relationship died. I think it's like starts at minus 15 and goes to like minus 20, but it could be something like, there was one, I think the lowest is like 20 days for length, and the longest I believe is 60 days, or sorry, 30 days. So you get the idea. A minus 20 for 30 days is rough, but it goes worse than that, because you'll have like, my son died, and then on top of that, it also says a colonist died, and on top of that, my friend died, and on top of that, you get the idea there, that you sit there and you stare at that and go, I have like a minus 80. What am I supposed to do with this? That's actually the last time we did this challenge. I got up to, I think it was 20-something kids. It's something like 27 kids. I don't remember the exact amount. But we had like a really, really nasty impid raid that one of them got past my line, just managed to duck under the guns and get a breath of fire across my people before I had my fire foam popper got fixed, and just scattered people. And we won the fight, but we lost 3 people to the fire. And yeah, that was bad. Three pawns where everyone's a relative, and you're looking at it going, I have a minus like 90 on this person. Just for like no other things, just those deaths, like minus 90, minus 100. And it's gonna be that way for the next 30 days. How the hell am I supposed to be managing that kind of mood? Let's see, you did find your organ harvested 3 times is 69. He had death refusal. It was curious. Or you were curious? Yeah. Well, that's like you have the sanguiphage and you organ harvest the sanguiphage and they get downed. and they'll just stay downed until you get them a new whatever organ you removed. Which is weird, because that really tends to only happen in the event you organ harvest. Technically, they could get a organ destroyed. It just doesn't happen very often. Or if it does, it'll be, like, brained. Alright. Okay, so you got 1 revolver, 2 machine pistols, and 1 person with knife. So, what do we got in here? You are a terrible shot, so that should work in my favor. You're an okay shot with an auto pistol. So yeah, it looks like Carrie here is the primary threat. Do you have armor? It looks like you probably do. You do. Well, you have some. You've got pants and jacket, and you have pants. Alright, so I think this is going to be the first fight we do inside our defensive perimeter. Oh, actually, no. They're going to get caught by the Dryads. We can probably capitalize on that. Alright, get the others here. So the plan here is they're probably going to engage the Dryads. We can maybe pick off 1 or 2 of them while they're doing that. And then once that's done, we're going to fall back into our area to our defensive position and just try and make it work. Let's see, you took the heart out of your Sanguiphage, so their genes grew back, and you got 2 pawns with vampire genes. Worked out well in terms of stockpiling blood. Oh, weird. So Carrie is just bolting ahead of everyone, because they're high on go juice. Come on, don't run out there. Let Carrie come my way. Or maul Carrie or do something. Like, you're doing the only wrong answer, which is standing there just letting Carrie shoot at you while you do nothing at all. Dryad, I don't appreciate what you just did. Everyone inside. And they're on go juice, so that's a problem. Keep running, keep running. The Dryad noped out, was like, I am not doing this fight for you. Well, at least the Dryad... Oh, you didn't knock him. Oh, no, you did knock him. Good job, Dryad. Hey, you know what, Dryad? You helped knock 2. And you're burning down all my crops. And as much as I am salty about that, surviving the encounter is more important. Having enough food is tomorrow's problem. Alright, do what you can. Meanwhile, are you gonna survive? Yeah, so I'm gonna actually have... What are you upset about? Corpses. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So what we're gonna do here is actually, we can make this a prison. So close that door. Go furniture. I'm trying to repair this relationship real fast. So we'll have you, rescue, or, yeah, capture, and we'll get them patched up. Order, allow. So we're just going to patch them up, and then let them go. Unfortunately, we are going to lose a lot of our crops here, because they did torch my whole field. You took a couple of hits, but just bruises. Did you actually bandage this person, or are you leaving them there to die? Cool, man. Okay, so we lost about half of our rice and all of our potatoes. Why would you go berserk for being tired? So this sucks. Don't go for Doppel. Don't go for Doppel. Don't go for Doppel. Doppel. Don't kill your brother. Run, Doppel. The parents are on the way. Older sister's being a big meanie. Okay, do not shoot. I need you to punch him and make him fall down. Don't kill them. That's... okay. Alright, they got downed. I was really worried we were going to accidentally kill them, and that this is going to be the beginning of everything going wrong. Okay. And that was because they were tired. They're like, I'm sleepy, I'm throwing a fit. And how are you doing? You're patched up and fine. You heal yourself and everyone's fine. You don't have any food? What do you mean? Oh, you can't walk because you got downed because he punched the crap out of you. Yeah, no, that was the thing. Is like, okay, please don't immediately have a problem there. And we're just releasing this person because I'm not allowed to recruit them. I'm doing that to try and fix we murdered our standings because we may have stolen the arm off of one of those people that I desperately needed. Starvation? Oh, I thought you fed them. Please feed your brother or sister, whatever. Okay. Well, this could have been worse in a lot of ways. We could have lost more of our crops. That's certainly a thing. We could have lost Conrite to accidentally doing that. Yeah, no, that's the thing. That Dryad actually held up pretty well. They only had the one person who was actually a good fighter. The rest are all pretty lousy, which that definitely worked in our advantage. If they would have had like 2 or 3 good fighters, it would have been much harder for us to keep that together. Okay, do that. Schedule. Put you back in restriction. Okay, you got your weapon back. Cool, we almost got them back to neutral. That'll be nice. So that way we're getting more tribals and less people packing proper heat. And like everyone right now, of my 3 people can work, 3 of them are injured. So it's gonna be Donkey Duff holding it down for a minute. That's fine. Worker outsourcing. We got 7 days to accept it, and they will give me 31 goodwill, which is enough for us to be positive. So that might be worth doing, but I am going to drag it out to the very last second so that they're gone for the winter as much as possible. And that might be another one where we take advantage of the fact that we send Donkey Duff, who's colony mom, to make all those increased food needs and everything else someone else's problem. It is what it is. Make them have to deal with the fact that I have to eat, feed this person like 1.5 as much because, they're doing the whole having a kid thing. We did that once before. How long are you going to hold on to them? 12 days. So yeah, just shy of a full season. And that'll get them to be neutral with us, which will be, 2 wins there. But we are going to drag that out to the last second because I'm trying to make it so they are gone for as much of the winter as possible. It's also possible that one of the tricks you can use is if we get them far enough along in having their kid and all that, they'll have the kid away from here where they got like proper medical and everything. I've never had a negative outcome from having a kid off tile. Ooh, bolt action. Don't like that. Alright, so we got shotgun. So it's the wasters again. So there's a genie. That's some good news. I really wish they weren't bunched in the same tile so I could actually look at them. Okay. You're a decent shot, and that's a problem. You're a decent shot, and that's a problem. You're gonna go down in a second. Okay. So they do actually have some competent people in this fight. We're still pretty messed up. As are the Dryads. I don't think the Dryads do much to help us in this one, unfortunately. I think this is going to be a straight up, we're either going to hold it down on our own or not kind of situation. Especially with that bolt action. The bolt action could easily shoot right past the Dryads and start roughing me up. Now, the good news we have is I only got to knock 2, maybe 3 of them, and with the genie, one of them will knock really easy. So there's a pretty good chance they'll go down without too many losses. Yeah, Dryad. F him up. Dryad didn't do very well, because considering the Dryads are still injured from the last encounter. Alright, so Bark there's basically out of the fight. Don't burn my crops. Get over here and fight. It wouldn't be so bad if they wouldn't just stand there and burn one spot, and then burn another spot, and then burn another spot, and not actually get to the point of stopping. Okay, so we've got our first one. Do you have armor on? Good. No armor. You got a bolt action. Cool. We knocked him right away. And then this is the genie, so we should be good. Alright, so let's get here, finish him off, get that fire out. With how long all that burned, I'm accepting that crop is probably a total loss. Alright. Not a total loss, but they did wipe out a big chunk here. What is with the game right now? It is just throwing one event after the other. Well, that's not bad, but it's disrupting me from working on other things. What? Yeah, I just have a lot of points there. I must have gotten a pretty high raid score just waiting in the background that's not been cashed in. Alright. That's fine. That's food. Because people are starting to starve because of how long we've been dealing with the encounters. I definitely look forward to when we don't need the Dryads, really, to help supplement, so we can get stuff happening back here. Sad Wander on Doppelganger, that's fine. That's the child. If I'm going to have anyone Sad Wander right now, that's what we go with. You are upset because 2 of your babies are crying, and one of your children is unhappy. You're like, this whole household is miserable and I hate everybody in it. Alright. So you're still recovering. You're still recovering. We're gonna need more baby food very soon. Go back to healing, potting yourself. Okay, so there's the next baby food, so at least we don't have to worry about any like starving babies or anything in our future. That's fine. Okay. And I was looking at that where we had event, triple events. Like, we had nice big gaps over here. We also had a stack here, but I think that one of those was deliberate, that I drew in one of the other ones. To be fair, I mean, our wealth is still pretty low. 34,000 is a pretty low wealth colony, all things considered. We're not getting particularly big attacks. I'm talking about the frequency. That's kind of the head scratcher. That's because stuff like the animal going manhunter and all that is not part of the same formula that you have like your actual raid stuff. Alright, so you'll be up relatively soon and able to get back to farming and all that. Meanwhile, we're trying to recover our dryad trees and all that. On the plus side, we're going to get berries from that tree, which will really help with the foodstuffs. Okay, Doppelganger is probably going to start cleaning and all that here not too long. Yeah. Once they get their learning caught up. Which I think is fair. Citrik, how are you not a toddler yet? I did not think we... Like, I figured you were going to be a toddler like 4 or 5 days ago. Because they only think they stay for a toddler. It's 3 years, but it's child years in the game. And that's like 4 times the speed, so it's 3 seasons. Or 3 quadrums, or whatever they call them. I appreciate your active learning style, but also I really need you to do something else. Alright. Just stumbling a little bit, just trying to get past the point we will be able to go. Because, like, once you're a toddler, that person basically can do a lot of the cleaning and hauling, which will free up Doppler to do a lot more of the farming, which will free up Conrad to do a lot more of the crafting, which will free up... You get the idea. And how much longer till we send you out of here? We got 5 days to accept it. Yeah, and since the pregnancy in the game can only last for, I think it's 18 days or something like that. I think it's what it said. That should have us in relatively good shape, because they'll be gone for 12. I could delay that another 5, and they're already in their second trimester. There's a really good chance I will be able to just have that all dealt with off tile. Yeah, so Doppel's cleaning stuff up. And then hunting occasional animals to help out with that. Yeah, all of that's down to no health whatsoever. Okay, you're almost back in it. Please stop starving yourself. Alright, so medicine we're doing okay, wood we're doing okay. All the torches and all that are out, not because of a lack of wood, it's a lack of haulers. Because a whole lot of people were injured, and The downside of Doppel being able to do more is now they're spending less time doing the, you know, the less critical test. I mean, it's raining. Just the rain will take care of it. All right, this is probably not the right decision, but get over here. We got a Muffalo sleeping in our field. And I do live by the policy, you are what you eat, and that's my food it's eating, and therefore, by that analogy, the Muffalo is also food. My food, to be consumed. Thank you for a contribution to the colony. I also did not place these traps well. They should have been the other way around. It's fine. I mean, either, like, regardless, the length I made this, either way is going to have a trap in the corner. It's fine. So it's a nice bit of Muffalo leather. Oh, yeah. We're actually doing extremely well on the stuff like leather front. I've got so much of the different wools and fabrics and all that in here because I've had to hunt everything on the tile to keep our food sustained, that we're just building up a nice pile of leather. That's the reason. The other reason I want to get this group friendly is they were the ones who were the bulk trade caravan showing up, and they haven't had one since they went hostile. I'd really like to get that sorted, because if we get a bulk trade caravan, I'd be like, give me everything you have I want, and I'll pay for it in leather. I have enough to keep this sorted. So we're not looking very promising on our vegetables this time. On the bright side, I will have dryads to be able to help with that. On the downside, the dryads are getting mauled or getting shot and killed like every single raid because they are literally out in the way of the attacks. Which is why long term that isn't a good solution. But we can worry about that later. Did we not have her ideology thing? What day are you? Oh, good. Citric Orange has become a child. Heck yeah, remain as tribesmen. Okay, you're capable of doing more, so your schedule is now fully recreation. You are restricted to being in the zone. Here's your stuff there. And you now help Paul. Let's go find you a weapon. Probably not the bolt axe. We're going to be engaging most stuff very, very close. Normal quality shot. It's bio-encoded. I missed that. We got a poor quality shotgun down there. We also have the auto pistols, and there's certainly something to say about the machine pistols just spraying shots. We'll just go for that. Why are you so angry? Baby is crying, rot stink lingering, observed rotting corpses. I understand. It's not going to get better if no one clears them out. That is how this works. Paul. Okay. So at least those bodies go way faster. Why are you sleeping out here? You should have a bed. No, you don't. I'm a liar. So change that bed to citric orange. So you stop sleeping in the rain. Yeah, so right now we're basically hunting anything that gets down here. I will need to expand on that. It's just right now I'm trying to avoid having people just spend all day hunting and not getting other stuff done. Plus, we are getting a decent number of meals that are meat. They're not gonna last super long. So this person should get out of here soon. That'll be nice. We are starting to get this whole front defense area sorted out. Okay, Doppel's cleaning up. That's good. For a moment, I thought I left that on not being able to sow. Okay. Right, and you're set to clean, and then... Well, actually, in this case, you can now jump up to helping farm. Because Citra can now help clean. But is Pemmican still unresearched? You suppose it's hard when everyone you needed? Yeah, so I've got random research, so like literally we've gone probably 2 full in-game years since the last research we've had. Unfortunately, because I haven't had any refugees show up to be able to have one of them help me with it. And we've been struggling to keep the food, you know, stabilized as the colony is growing. On the plus side, our colony is growing. You know, over those years, we've got 4 new colonists. It's just only one of them's an adult, so that should stabilize pretty soon. I think we gave Doppelganger intelligence as well. Or intellectual. No, you have intellectual. Yeah, so it is those things that I do have it where my people can slide into wherever I need them. So like once Doppel is actually getting that farming sorted enough, I should be able to have Doppel take over that. That'll put Conrad in crafting and research, and we should start getting some research happening there. Which is direly needed, because we're in year 4, and 3 of these 4 researches came from reading... No, actually, I take that back. 4 of the 4 researches came from books that I traded for. And then that stopped because we became hostile with the one who was trading them to us, dealing with getting an arm sorted out. Okay. But I am hoping that the Dryad situation here should help a lot. The arm was worth it? Yeah, no, I would say the arm was the correct choice. The arm was definitely worth it. It just had the consequence of, while it has improved our ability to get stuff done, it has also hurt us a lot. There's so much leather. There's just so much leather. Hey, Eunuch. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for checking in. I hope things are going well for you. And it's good to see you again. Here in just a second, chat, we are going to have an ad break. I am out of beverage, so what I'm going to probably do here real fast is I'm going to go and, once we go and the ad break hits, I'm going to run off real fast, use the restroom, grab myself a drink, stretch my legs, do all that stuff, and be back in just a couple minutes. It's the first break I've taken the stream. We're 3 hours in, so, you know, it happens. So with that said, I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. It's fine. The squealing tires mean that that we're making good time. That's one of the things that irks me is like I do try and keep right, but like, you know, there'll be someone going slow and you'll start passing them, and it's just no. Don't worry about it. I should have just taken the wrong turn. I misread my GPS, and that was the thing. Engine malfunction. I think that's the first time I've had that. For the record, I actually think that might be the hardest collision I've done in this game so far. Orange. And home. You brought this on yourself. You knew this was coming. I need you to move. Let me in. All right. Can oh no, I can't get out. There, get out. Yeah, that's what I've done. Is I've told them to get out of the way, and they're just all. Yay! I guess I don't have a laceration? I am so confused. Unless I caused a laceration to the wool. What? Thank you for being quiet, demon dog. You're really messing with my mindset. Alright, and I am back. It's such a shame that even after all this time, the Long Dark is still not done. I'm still a wee bit, maybe perhaps more than I probably should be, salty about after all this time. You still can't finish the story. Like, we'll see when the episode 5, chapter 5, if I do go back to it. Honestly, that whole situation has got me kind of like, I just don't even want to deal with this game anymore. Which is a bummer, because their sequel has already been announced, and they still haven't got the last chapter out. It's whatever. I do appreciate we're starting to get all of this cleaned up. What is your thing? Just outdoors. I shouldn't be outdoors. Look, man. We'll get you sorted. Okay. So, as stated, we are going to be sending Donkey Duff out on this one. And the reason we're doing that is a couple things. Donkey Duff is super preggers, which does mean they have to eat a little bit more, and they move a little bit less as fast, and they can work a little bit less as hard. You know, it's a whole thing. It's tough on your body. So we're going into the winter here in not too long. So my plan is to send Donkey Duff to just basically have them out of the entire situation for as much of this as we can. To reduce the food thing, to let someone else deal with that, and I'm actually hoping that they can, you know, basically we're sending them to the really nice town upriver. That way they can go to that town and have the kid in like a proper medical facility and all that, and we just don't have to worry about, you know, trying to have a successful childbirth by, you know, having the medical care of in dark cave room, and I've got garlic in the corner if they want it. But I'm going to drag that time down. We're not going to wait till it gets down to 1 hour, because I can't tell you how many times I've gone to wait to the very last second and then failed to do it. Oh, we're going to have to murder someone. Child not in front. Get you there. And that's because this guy's literally inside our storage room eating our stuff. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, you're equally... I don't think I care anymore about the My Time at Portia Sandrock, the new game. Gotcha. So I never finished any of them. I had fun when I played a My Time at Portia and My Time at Sandrock on the channel. Because it was My Time at Sandrock, that was early access, as I recall, right? Was My Time at Portia wasn't. That was a full release? I don't remember. Like, I enjoyed what I played, but it was just one of those things that, you know, it wasn't really something that people on the channel jumped on in a big way. So it kind of was one of those things that I only got to stream it like 2-3 times, and then people were pretty much ready for me to not be streaming it anymore. And it's a good game from what I've played. But yeah. So you saw a game called Short Snow, and reminded you of The Long Dark. It's another game with the open world survival crafting. You don't know if it's good or not. But it does like the charm of the Long Dark. Well, that's the thing. Like, the Long Dark is actually like, I honestly, when people are like, oh, you know, because it'll come up that someone will be like, no, it'd be like, this game will be more realistic if it, like, they'll have something that they're complaining like, oh, the crowbar should never break. Project Zomboid's unrealistic. It's like, yep, they're zombies. But usually when that conversation kicks off, you know, someone will be like, all right, well, what would you say is a good game that does this? I'm like, The Long Dark. The Long Dark is a really solid from the survival mechanic that it's not overly tedious. It actually, in a lot of ways, makes you have to think and decide more about the survival mechanics than most other realistic survival games where you can just, you know, pile on food like no one's business. So it actually does have a very high emphasis on the survival side. Let's see, Portia's story is still not finished. Sandrock's controller settings are so buggy that you can't play it, and they don't fix it, but the new one is already Kickstarter, and you're like, nah, thanks. Gotcha. Portia's story's not finished. Weird. Alright, so let's accept this quest, otherwise I'm going to forget it. So get over here. When the shuttle arrives, Conrad's hopping on. Now, the pro and the con with this is that it does mean we're now going to have Conrad becoming the full-time cook. So where we went in here and said, hey, don't make this unless you're over 5. We're going to make that 2. There's the shuttle. Where's the shuttle? Alright, get on out of here. We'll try that again. Get on out of here. The main story is finished, but there are parts that need work. They said they will, they just didn't. Gotcha. Gotcha. That's what I'd be like, wait a second, if you can't finish the story, how is this not a huge uproar? Yeah, no, I didn't get to play through it, so I have no idea. I did enjoy what I played. Cool, so they're no longer enemies with us. So that means they'll send trade caravans again. And likely if they send a trade caravan, I could probably throw enough extra junk at them to make them allies. But, oh, the other thing we need to do is, so Conrite, we're gonna deprioritize hunting on you, and go schedule and unrestrict you. So that way you shouldn't realistically hunt. But yeah, that's a bummer. Now the great leather road of the Outer Rim can resume. Yeah, because if we get them to send a caravan that's a bulk trade good, it will take the leather. Realistically, we can probably throw so much leather at them that we could just jump them, if not to Allied, pretty close. And that'll be good to keep them popping in here to trade, because then I'll be able to trade for the books to get research, so even if we're not researching, it happens. The one downside I just realized, that tree's not going to be very happy. That's fine. We're sitting on a pretty good amount of medicine, so that's actually not a big deal. And it'll take that a good couple of days to start dropping off. Until they send a trade caravan with someone with a bionic arm. So I'm not going to go try and down a caravan to get it. That just happened to be we got a crashed ship that the person was all bloodied up from the crashed pod. And so it's like, oh, they have a like I was gonna leave them to die, and I was like, oh wait, they got a prosthetic arm, and I need one because we were missing an arm on our Eve. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna rescue them, but it's gonna cost them an arm. And we failed surgery on them like 7 times, but we did get the arm, and then we patched them up. And we sent them on their way. So we did save their life. It just cost them an arm. Look, it's still cheaper than the American medical system. I'm just saying. And I shouldn't be opening that can of worms. So I'm going to promptly go ahead and close that can of worms right back up. Yeah. It only cost him an arm? No, like, exactly. And there wasn't a bunch of paperwork either. Enoch's probably like, please don't. Please don't. Sorry, but I've already billed you for the can of worms. Oh, crap. That's right. Send him back to his network. Yup. Yup. That's kind of been the joke slash frustration that me and Toom have. It's like every time we go, it's like, it's dental more than anything. Every time we go to the dentist and we do all that with insurance and everything, and we get home and it's always like a month later, we'll get a bill. It's like, you owe $7 or you owe $5 or $15. Like, it'll be whatever was supposed to be covered by the insurance always come by. It's like, well, actually, we didn't cover this couple of bucks. It's like, come on, man. Like, we both know, one, yes, you were supposed to cover that. But two, you know it's literally not worth my time to do this. Like, me attempting to resolve this without just paying the stupid 5, 10, 15 bucks is going to cost me more than the 10, 15 bucks. Let's see, it'd be funny if a pawn missing an arm comes back in a caravan as like, hey, that was my arm once upon a time. And we're taking good care of it. We saved their life and there was a cost for it. We have a problem. And that problem is we need food. We're gonna jump that up on the priority and let them start hunting in bulk. Just, if you're gonna run over there, finish it. How'd you find this? Really cool looking. So you have the geological landforms mod. It makes all sorts of exotic tiles. And then if you follow a river into an impassable mountain to the end, you'll get what's called a water source gorge. Whereas if I go somewhere along the river, you'll get a gorge map, where it's just a river bisecting the mountain. Forced weather bend joints. Not allowed to do that. It's against the challenge rules. Can't take anyone who's not. I need you to all wake up and hunt everything. We're just starving here because Vortis, buddy. Hunt. Yeah, because people are actively starving. We're trying to take care of it. Cool. That should get us sorted for a minute here once you get back. But we are in a bit of trouble. I'm going to need to, once they're fed, I'm going to need to kill that Mega Sloth. Because the Mega Sloth is just eating all of my crop. And I will need that to keep our baby alive. For right now, you will be assigned to cooking at a low priority because you are starving. You can consume the berries, that's fine. Okay. Eat the berries real fast so we don't see starving. Alright, all of you, get over here. Because this thing needs to die. It just very unfortunately, we're in a situation where it can just demolish my food supply. So you got a brain injury from it. Sloth friend run. It's trying. We got a pretty solid hit. It might actually die from that, but... I know. Major break risk, you're hungry. Okay, run. Because it's as good as dead now. Cool. Dark visions. Because you ate raw food. We're working on it. The important thing is the Mega Sloth will give us actually a pretty good amount of food. So that should help us get a good couple meals set together. And I've really got to get some stuff pulled for getting goodies going. Yeah, because everyone's getting really upset because the children are unhappy. You observed rotting corpses, as always. I would make it to drag them all the way over there so they wouldn't complain about it. Let's see, temperature isn't really an issue for clothing till winter, right? Depends on your map, but this one, yeah. I'm not super worried about clothing. We're not putting much focus on that. Right now, our focus is mostly... Alright, well, food is delivering itself. Okay. Yeah, so we should be really good. I'm not worried about clothing. We're in pretty good shape clothing-wise. The big thing I need is to get our food secured for the winter. Yeah, express bacon? Oh yeah. I do love when the when bacon door dashes itself to us. Alright, so for right now, I'm gonna put you back under restriction here. And reduce your priority on hunting again. Because we got enough meat here for a minute, and if we get more meat, it's just gonna rot before we get to it. So I'd rather wait and consume, or like wait and hunt more of those closer to winter. I need you to cook, man. Alright. Okay, so this one's only 2. They are Neanderthals. One is really good melee, the other's not. Gonna let that run for right now. This poor guy here is gonna get murdered. Okay. Grab everyone. So I'll probably engage on the dryads again, and they're gonna burn my crops like they always do. Smoke leaf binge, that's not helpful. Okay, we'll drop back here. Come on, Conrad. Keep running, get your little breakaway here. Oh, wait, you're going after someone else? I can get on board with that. Okay. Neanderthals are so tanky. It doesn't help that we're missing like 90% of shots. Okay, cool. Yeah, so you're basically done. So orders. Allow all. Get that fire put out. Luckily, they only burnt the very edge of that field and it didn't even get that far. How's guys seeing my 12 bullets? They are Neanderthals, and Neanderthals have robust. So they take reduced damage. He's been shot everywhere. Yeah, no, Neanderthals are rough. They just take a lot to put down. What are you doing? Okay, you're eating berries even though you got cooked meals. That's a life decision. Alright, so we're getting there. And that should help my stuff. Well, actually, we didn't get reputation, so that was a colossal waste of my time. Cool. Starvation on the baby. Okay, hang on. Orders, harvest, doppel. Start harvesting immediately so we can make baby food. Because we need to get that sorted now before we lose a kid. Start cooking. Okay, we're making the baby food. Come on, come on, come on. Feed the baby. Alright, baby is fed. Situation stabilized. We've got our food coming in. Vortis is getting a little bit of time. Oh, Vortis, you're back on higher plant cutting, so you can keep your tree happy. Meanwhile, we have Donkey Duff tree is slowly declining because Donkey Duff's not here. That's fine. That's a tree that's giving us wood, and we're sitting on 500, so we can do without some wood for a while. I'm sorry, that's the one giving us medicine, but same thing, we're at 142 medicine, so we can do with that for a while. Whereas this is the one giving us the berry dryads. Why are you so far behind? Transport pod crash. That is a scary impid. 19 melee brawler with bloodlust. That is a scary impid. Donkey Duff? They are currently away on a quest. We have a quest for them to... Where is it at? Work outsourcing. So they'll be back in 7 days. Does weak counter? Actually, don't know what the interaction is. It probably counters the damage, but it probably doesn't counter the increased chance of hit. Notorious. Okay. I don't know if you know how many colonists I have here right now, but not feeling too confident on the taking on 24 manhunting raccoons with 2 children, an adult and a teenager. I mean, the teenager, according to them, says they can handle it all themselves, and it's not a phase dad. But, you know, everyone else is like, no, we need to not do this. Are you, like, just not cooking? What's going on here? I mean, right now you're high. I literally just told you to cook. Alright, well, we need to go back to hunting, I guess. Schedule, you're unrestricted, go forth and find food. Oh, it's because you're busy pruning the tree to try and catch it up. And meanwhile, you're bringing the rice in, so that'll help. Major break on you. Says you're hunting wild boar. Oh, you got the boar already. Okay, that's fair. I mean, the big thing is we're struggling to keep up with kids, but that's okay. We'll manage. What I need is for these mood breaks to, like, clear up. And it's mostly these rotting corpses sitting outside. I am going to have to just say, hey, you know what? Clear, critical, human corpses. Do not clean it. Storage. Do not put human corpses there. Transfer pod, reject. Refugee of Koyo? Oh yeah, they're forever hostile. Yeah, so go ahead and just strip the clothes off that person real fast. Because that'll make them drop their yayo and medicine. What is an archite capsule? So when you're doing the biotech stuff where you, like, implant people with genes and all that kind of things, they do have a thing where certain genes are, like special ones, the archite genes, and you require a capsule to do anything with those really special genes. So for, like, the really, really super strong stuff, you need that. Yeah, we're saying no to that. What's going on? So I've got you doing this, so let's go here and adjust these priorities. There. Because I need them to actually cook. And they're managing their tree, which, sure, but I need them to cook as a higher priority, is the big thing. Because we're being very inefficient with our food because of it. Alright, so we're getting some actual meals made. That's good news. We'll just get way more out of it doing that. I mean, the other thing is we're also teaching 2 children and feeding a child. So that's just very time-consuming. That's okay. I don't think we're going to end up hauling these corpses away anytime soon. Because the people who would do hauling, I've got them restricted to not go out very far so they don't get, like, grabbed by a cougar or whatever. I could expand that to let them down there, but I really don't want to. Because the danger is if they go way down here, we got a raid up there, that's a dead pawn. But do carriers of the gene need the capsule to use it? Or the people implanting? It's the actual thing you implant. You craft the implant genes with the archetype thing. So you'll get like an actual item off the bench that you then go up to someone and you medically install it in them. So it's the actual item to implant the genes that is the cost. On the plus side, these corpses should rot away soon enough. The Jubilee thing. Okay. Once everyone wakes up and eats their meals, we're going to trigger that. Because if I have at least a decent result for that, not even a good one, but like a relatively okay one, that should be enough. Do it. That should be enough to let us reform our ideology. And if we can reform our ideology, we might be able to get Tunneler and begin getting our food crap sorted. Plus, as long as it's not a negative result, then we have the benefit of having a temporary mood bonus. Beautiful! And reform ideology. Yes, please, right the heck now. This, reform, meme, and Tunneler. Done. Yup. Next. And with that, they will love that. Wait, did mushrooms not automatically get added? Oh yeah, no, it's put under prefer versus love. And no further changes, because I usually let myself change one thing. And with that, we can go down here and say floors, fungal, and start moving our growing inside. That's going to take some time. That's probably not going to actually start properly getting done until winter begins. Because we're going to need to keep this going long enough to get our food. We will start taking a mood penalty now for not eating mushrooms. But right now, this is where we're at. I've already got the food in the ground. I need to get that sorted. And Vortis is the one who needs to deal with this. And Vortis is going to have to work on hunting the animals. You get the idea. Cody, every time you play Deep Rock Galactic Mushroom. Alright. The fact that those meals are disappearing this fast is alarming. You feel like human privacy is a prerequisite for the Adam and Eve run? Ideologically speaking. I don't think it's incompatible. Like, I don't think it's counter thesis or counter to it and all that. I have another garland tree seed. I don't have another person I could put on one anyways. I don't think I'd want to do that. We've already got too much. Yeah, so those are all rotting out there. And a lot of those are going to go away soon. Like that one's got only three hits, so it'll disappear in the next day. Yeah. Exactly. People saying, yeah, you know, one of the other things, the big thing is it's behind my defensive line, so I can get rid of these, and all that. One thing we're all gonna do is let's go up here. Just delete those. Those are never getting done. Donkey Duff is in labor. Okay, so Donkey Duff is currently in labor. They are away. And I've had nothing but good results when that's happened, which is why I sent them away. So that what should happen is we end up having this kid happen and all that. And then they come back just fine, and we get ourselves a new baby and all that without having to deal with all that. And then if it goes poorly, then I'll learn my lesson and all that stuff. What is the orange stuff? That's the druid trees. The baby did not make it. Well, did you send me the baby's corpse? That's pretty grim, actually. That threw me for a loop. Alright, so what we're gonna go ahead and do... Oh, I don't... Maybe it's our custom? It's... something. Where the heck am I gonna put this? Because I figure... any of our colonists who... don't make it... we will have, like... They'll just be in here. And Donkey Duff still away? Yeah. Well, at least Donkey Duff didn't die. So it does teach us that it probably has whatever the default odds are. Regardless, as it did save us all that food in the meantime, but that sucks. Assign to the baby. And bury them so we don't take another mood penalty. And have a funeral. To hopefully get that mood penalty sorted. Alright, well at least we had a good eulogy so the others are doing a bit better. Yep. Sending off, baby. A sarcophagus engraved with the representation of a solitary bull looking despairingly. A bluff in the lower part of the image conveys the emotions of triumph. The work is executed in pop art style. So it's not specific art for anything. This made a artistic sarcophagus, which fair enough. Now, we do get a mech resurrection serum, We will try. Actually, we probably won't be able to. What am I talking about? It's going to become desiccated and then it won't be eligible anymore. It is what it is. Not much you can do about it. That's the whole thing with the childbirth in the game. It is straight up RNG that sometimes that's the real dangers. Every time we're having a kid, it's a 1 or 2% chance, depending on things, on if the mother just straight up dies. And so it's just like, is this gonna be the one? Upside, the mental break plus event plus funeral means mood might be stable. Yeah. The only one who kind of missed it is on, is Vortis. Vortis has taken the penalty, and the assumption would be that Donkey Duff will also have it. Donkey Duff should be back in not super long. And there are 3 days. Emotional triumph on a sarcophagus? Yeah, the artist was not aware of what happened. Yep. Yep. Alright, so we're getting our rice and all that. That's a bummer. There's been a lot of sadness in this colony. Okay, so we're running out of things that I can hunt. And that's getting neglected. But we're working on it. You still got a little while till you age up. You still got a little while till you age up. You were still, like, brand new. That's honestly the impressive thing, is how fast these kids are happening. Like, Anjiru Sensei is, like, very much a little infant, and we've already got, like, another colonist. You want what? Herbal medicine? We could do that. Small child, have some herbal medicine. Okay. Most likely, that boar's gonna get nommed by the cougar any time now. Oh good, there's 2. I'm gonna actually tell them to not worry about that last wild boar. RimWorld is good for emergent storytelling. It can be silly, horrific, sad, or triumph as you want. Yeah. No, definitely RimWorld can be a whole bag of things. Okay, so you're gonna go ahead and get that sorted real fast. I'm concerned that whatever's going on with Donkey Duff, they apparently just became inspired, which requires you to usually have a good amount of mood unless you're like tortured artist or something. So that's dark. Might have gotten inspired from catharsis. Yeah, maybe news travels slow, but Donkey Duff's the mother. We would be the ones getting the delayed news. Lost nomads. So they would stay for 18 days. This is probably not the right decision, but I'm hoping they can do some research for us. Alright, so schedule, little recreation on there, work. Actually, don't. I'm not gonna have you cook. So you can help grow stuff, you can help craft. You're gonna research. And if you have nothing else to do, mine. Yep, that'll be fine. Oh, mine, and construct. Okay, do we have to worry about anything major with them? You are a Sar? I was just caught by surprise. They didn't... I mean, with the mascot, you can't tell, but I just didn't realize they were Hussar. Alright, I am going to need more sleeping spots for the... So hopefully with that, we'll be able to get some of this mined. It is going to increase our food burden, which isn't great, but it should help with a lot of our stuff. Oh, that's lovely. Food poisoning is not going to help our cause. Yep. Everyone get on the food poisoning bandwagon. And then sooner or later, these boomalope are going to start working their way down, and we can start blowing them up for food. Can Yayo? Actually, I think it can. And you got downed by your food poisoning. Yeah, 3... Yeah, no, we actually do have some go juice in the base already. Alright. Yeah, so good news, we're actually getting some clothes made, we're getting our food made. The extra workers are helping out. We should be able to get some research in here, which will be nice. It's been a long time since I've gotten research. Okay. Yeah, so look, the good news, we're getting our full harvest, because it is starting to get cold enough that pretty soon we're going to be in the winter. Refuel that fire, so at least everyone's staying warm. Close this door, so that way we start warming this up in here. Where are you going? Burning apparel. Oh, hi.
I'm sorry.
No, you're all good.
Didn't mean to frighten you.
No, you didn't frame me. It's just like, oh, person's next to me.
Yeah, I startled you.
No.
Because I'm so scary.
It's true.
Yeah. Yeah. What? I'm not silly.
Aren't you, though?
I'm not silly. I'm serious.
I love you.
I love you more. Hi, I'm a real flippin' sunshine. That's a good name. Hi, Luxray.
They returned my colonists malnourished.
Why aren't you feeding your colonists?
Well, that's the thing. We sent them out to go work for someone, and they returned them malnourished. They're like,
Oh,
hey.
That's a bad boss.
Alright, so we've got an immediate attack. Love. Immediate attack of, looks like 4 people. All melee. Do we have anyone super dangerous there? Not really. Not really. Moderately. I mean, that one's brawler, so Arc has a little bit going on there. Yeah, so it looks like Act is the worst one in the group, but is still relatively whatever. So you're gonna do the same thing where they get tied up on our druids. Why are you so pissed off? Corpses. Let's move you over here a little bit more, just so you don't accidentally shoot them in the back. Trying to bunch them up closer so they can cover for each other. Oh, what's your deal? You're moving that slow. Ah, bad back and a peg leg. Okay. Not too worried about. All right, orders. Level that. Okay, and you probably will make it off the map. It's a maybe with how badly you're bleeding. We're just trying to manage these mood penalties. So that's going to drop off and not too far. We can console you. Try and help get ahead of that mood penalty. We botched it. Donkey Duff. It's pretty messed up, man. I know you're going through something, but it's not really okay, man. Oh, good. A lot of the corpses are vanishing now. That's good news. Yeah, and they are vanishing because of being out in the rain. So you're getting upset because you're spending too much time on the tree. Alright, well hopefully we managed to get this sorted out with the extra labor. It's just right now, all these rotting corpses penalties are absolutely driving us up the wall. Like, this, that are probably all related to corpses. But we're getting there. Yeah, no, it looks like they may have gone away. That's fine. Let's see, can you speed pathing like in Prison Architect? Can you speed pathing? Oh, when you're saying, like, have pathing to make them go faster? Yeah, there is some ground you go faster on, some ground you don't. So, like, with this floor, if you look where I've smoothed this floor, it's 100% walk speed, where it's 93% walk speed where it's rough. And we go down here, it's 30% walk speed because it's water. And there's, like, 80-something% walk speed, and this is, 87%. You get the idea. But there's only certain things I can do. I can put down, like, stone flooring, and that'll make us way faster out here and all that. Okay. So we're gaining levels in cooking and all that. Oh, and Donkey Duff's back. Donkey Duff is primarily cooks. Gonna bump up research slightly on you. And then for the time being, can bump that up to 5 skill requirement. 5 skill requirement. That way it goes back to being Donkey Duff, so Conright's free to do other things. Could build a dump tunnel to the other dead end for the bodies and such. Yeah, I mean, realistically, later on, we'll just burn the bodies, like cremate them. We just don't have the means of accomplishing that. Probably too much work for 2 people? Yeah, no, what I need to do is get other people working on things. Yeah, so you're trying to catch your tree up. Yeah, so pretty soon we should have some of them get sorted up. Yeah, these ones are almost gone as well. What we can do is haul that one, haul this one. Yep. 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 You have food poisoning or something? Never mind, you're gonna take forever then. I was gonna have you carry all those bodies out of here to stop those mood penalties, but with food poisoning, you're just too slowed. After you eat? Okay. Don't go back. Get the human corpses out of here. Because that's the main mood penalty, is just everyone mad about the corpses. Normally I have them dump the corpses in like a river or a lake early game. Or if we're doing anomaly, we got the trees, we feed them to the trees. But in this particular case, it's more of a problem just because that's right there, where normally the lake I have them on is a good distance away. So they are just seeing the corpses again and again and again. Nothing like storing rotting corpses directly at the river source. Take that, nature. Alright, so got a bunch of them done. How are you doing? You're good. So you take over. Okay, because we can get that sorted, that'll help a lot. Ravenously hungry. We'll go eat. That's how food works. Okay. Alright, so with that, it looks like all but one of the corpses have been moved. I'm assuming they threw up when they went to move that one, so it canceled it. Alright, and that should take care of the last of those corpses and get them out of here. Because this corpse doesn't penalize us, it's just the human corpses. So it'd stop raiding us, it wouldn't be a problem. Alright, how long are they here for? 14 days. So basically a full season. And we're just about to go into winter. So we're not in as good a shape this winter as we were the last one. There's more mouths to feed, and not as much of a buffer of food prepared. But that is just what it is. But there's a chance we go up here, we start cleaning out those. Use them for food. Oh, what are your feeding set to? Yep, that's fine. So you need to not be up there, because that cougar has nothing else to eat but you now. Yeah, so you're set to craft, and we're catching all that up. Manhunter pack. So it's 2 cougars. Grab all our ranged. Bunch them all up here. Grab our melee. Actually, here. And grab all you. Just drop you back here, because cover doesn't matter. We're going to be in melee. And you two stand there. There'll be potentially some food. They are Manhunter pack, which does mean they have a chance to instantly rot. Alright, well, one made it. And you took one hit to your right leg. So you get patched up. And once you're done teaching doppelganger medicine, we are going to try and do a conversion ritual. Let's see, do we need anything to make the mushroom cave, or is it just work? It's just work. Like, we have all the research and everything, it's just... I physically need someone with a construction skill to have time to put the floor down. Alright, so... we're going to try and do a conversion ritual real fast. See if we can't get ourselves another ideology point. Is that the moral guide just not attending? I mean, it's effective, so that's good. Yes, we're doing that for the ideology point, and then plus if I convert them to our ideology, that'll help us keep them from getting too angry. Alright, 1 second. We got a problem outside. That Boomlope is going to eat our crops. What does that do for you? So, if I convert them, doesn't make the colonies happy. It doesn't make the colonists happy, but it's when you're looking at different ideologies. A lot of times, people visiting your colony will get really, really uppity about things. Because their ideology, they'll be like, you'll be eating meat. And the person visiting will be like, well, I don't eat meat. Like, it makes me super angry. And you're like, well, crap. And you'd be cutting down trees. No one will be like, well, I don't like it when you cut down trees. Or you'll have one will be like, hey, I see that you have your children allowed to have recreation, and I don't like that. You get the idea. They'll be crabby about whatever, so it's worth converting them. The other thing it does, it gives me what's called an ideology point. So if we look up here, you'll see that 2 out of 12. When I hit 12, I can hit a button there to alter my ideology. And the way you get those points are doing things into support of your ideology, such as converting people. Different ideologies have different things they'll do that. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Good to see you. It's honestly not that important, but it is something to do there. It's also good for social XP. And so Conrad does have a passion for social, but there isn't a lot of opportunities to practice it, so you get the idea. You know, practice it when we can. It's weird that Rawlbot posted that twice, and then got the spacing wrong. But yeah, I know you'll have ones like that. You'll have a person like, it's been a while since you murdered anyone, and I'm really upset about it. It's like, alright, come on. Calm down, man. Yep, so you're making the meals here, so we don't really need to hunt another thing yet. Oh, our storage room is full. Furniture. Shelves. I've been putting this off for a long time. We're not going to do the whole room at once. Because I don't want them to get caught up spending all their time making the storage room more. We'll just Have a couple shelves get built. That'll use up some stone and let us compress the stuff a little bit. The crafting should be pretty close to done, if not done. Yeah, so crafting there's done. They are cutting brick and leaving that on the ground. That's whatever. And what is your beef? You are ravenously hungry. Then eat something. It's pretty straightforward. Okay, we're getting there. We just need a trade caravan to go roll through to help out with a lot of that. Alright, so our crops are officially dying from the temperature. Just having to say hi. Got a long day tomorrow? BC's family all died tonight, so you're getting new ones soon. So you're on your work laptop now. Gotcha. Sorry to hear your computer's having problems. That's no fun. All right, let's grab the people. Because it looks like we got a boomalope eating what crops we do have that are close to ready. So it must pay the tax. All right. The fans are only 2 years old? That's weird. When is the next child expected? We are not currently in expectation of another child. Unfortunately, we did lose the last one. They didn't make it through being born, kind of thing. So it was a big sad. Yeah, the mood penalty is about to drop off. It's probably the best track in Anomaly. Yeah, well that's all right, hang on. We got another boomalope who's decided it wants my food. Would you stop running up next to me? Okay, all of you shoot it. And you two run down. Never mind, you're good. Yeah, get off my lawn, boomalope. Yep. That's kind of part of the idea, is allowing it to just run in there like that. Because by allowing it to just run in there like that, I'm getting my food delivered. And I don't mind them continuously... Transport pod crash. Okay, so we rescue this person. They will give us some goodwill. So in this particular case, get over there. Rescue them real fast. Good thing is you have a new egg discount. 4 fans, 60% off. Yeah. Gallows humor. Cheer up, you made a pineapple upside down coffee cake. Yup. And if this person joins us, we gotta boot them. We're not allowed to take in outside colonists. But if we do have them go, we'll get 15 to that faction, or it's 12 or 15 or whatever for saving someone. Get a bunch of boomalope. That cougar should be getting out of here because there's not much. Oh, I mean, we got some raccoons and all that shit up. It's got food. It's fine. Alright, so you're getting closer to aging up. You age up at 5? 7. So you got a while yet. And meanwhile, you're about a season away from becoming an adult. Which, please. We could absolutely use another adult around here. All right, let's go ahead and get the crew. The boomloper back. But first, you need to put that baby away. Please get out of my home. Alright, let's just watch it. No one's standing really close to when it blows. Alright, sorted. Take a slice? Yep. Any other wild animals want to feed themselves to me? I'm down. Yeah, the big cost here is you'll notice all of our people are stuck out here maintaining the trees. Yeah, and Donkey Duff fell way behind in theirs. It's fine, they'll get there. We can also afford that one to be way behind. That's the medicine one. I got 150 on standby. Is that research happening? Holy crap. I never thought I'd see the day. Research in this economy? I know, right? The good news, as you probably noticed, since we got our third adult, the keeping things growing has been going fine. We've had problems with raids burning it, like actually doing the work. That part's been going fine. And that's part of what I mean, that each time we get another adult in here, at least age them up enough so they're not stuck unable to do stuff. That one task that's been laying, you know, not getting done will get sorted by that time. Yeah, so you don't have too much longer. We gotta worry about you, and your baby food should last a while longer, right? Where's your baby food? It's good for 8 more days, just about. That's on the fence. Oh, we got another corpse up here to deal with. Schedule will unrestrict you. Alright, so we got one dryad that's giving us berries, so that's good news. And there's just heaps of meat and all that everywhere. And for the moment, they're just cooking and dumping it on the floor. Half of that's going to go bad. But the meat is only good for like 2 days, and these are good for 4. So much leather? Yep. I need a trade caravan to roll through is what I really need. Ford is actually getting to do some construction. Inspired taming on Vortis. Another baby's on the way. And winter has begun. So the baby won't be born until spring, so that's pretty good. Bumped it up to 20. So take some of these berries before we lose them and get some more baby food made. It doesn't really take much to make baby food. That way we know, like, the kid's secure in their food situation. Oh. Alright, hang on. So the problem we're running into is they're now endlessly cooking because there's no room in here, so it's not counting these as in storage. Let's do this. Go here, storage, clear, low, meals. That way if they ever get those too many and they start dropping them on the floor, they don't get in the endless loop. That's normally not a problem because normally I don't have a storage room that's literally exploding at the gills until we've got a pretty solid setup. Yeah, so you're slowly getting this thing's percent up so you can get the medicine going again. You're doing good there. Research is actually getting done. Brick is getting cut. A transport pod has crashed with a person who, you know, I can't befriend their faction, so they're dead to me. Alright, so we got another dryad popping in here. That's good news. Oh, hey. You managed to get up. Good for you. Oh, nope, they fell down again. And they're kind enough to leave me their ambrosia. And there goes Hornet. That was the person who dropped pod where you were rescuing. Now the danger is, I don't think that cougar's had anything to eat for a while. So we might get lucky here. Oh, you're getting hypothermia. That's unfortunate for you. Alright, so all the torches are getting lit. So now we're basically waiting for our construction people to get stuff going. It does look like they started putting materials on these shelves for building them, which will go a long way for getting stuff off the floor. Alright, Cougar, don't you hunt Hornet. I put a lot of time into making sure this person's okay. Just let him walk off the map, and then you can go about doing your cougar things. Nicely done. We didn't get faction for that. I've been lied to. Conrad is even having the time to do some research. That's just weird. And Vortis is actually getting to build the shelves. And then my hope is Vortis will be able to go down here and start doing that. We can get the mushrooms starting to grow. Because once we get the mushrooms growing, those are inside my base. I don't have to worry about enemies burning. I can grow them even during the winter. You get the idea. The mushrooms open up the possibility for a lot of things. The killer wargs. You'll send 2 man-hunting wargs after me. You're willing to give me some decent stuff. We could definitely handle 2 killer wargs. They'll even give us some meat, so that's actually an added bonus. I'm gonna go ahead and take the neural computation. Oh, and you're gonna send me someone to... Hell, you can probably handle that without my help. Make sure you don't do anything that's going to cause me grief, like cook or whatever. Yeah, you can help hunt. Don't worry about crafting, you're not going to be here long enough. Yeah, honestly, two wargs, unless you're like a genie who's wimp. No, like... I'm feeling pretty good off against these wargs. You all decked out with armor with some fire behind you? Yeah, it's fine. We'll probably fight him, like, inside this defensive position. Take advantage of how I have a lot more short-range weapons. I guess it doesn't really matter. When are they going to show up? 21 hours. So anytime now. There's also all the traps in here, too. Oh, wait, it's that time. The muffalo are eating our goods. And therefore they must die. Are you all out, or are you just backing up a little? Okay, that's fine. Cancel hunt on you so no one runs out there. And that's another muffalo on the menu. What we probably need to do also... jump the amount of meals we keep on hand to 20. We go through them fast enough, it's worth it for us to keep that going. Alright, and we're still mining this room out. And I'll be able to get the mushrooms going, because right now we're taking a mood penalty every time we're eating these vegetables. What kind of dryads are those? I've got wood dryads, I've got berry dryads, and I've got the medicine dryads. The medicine dryads are actually not up right now. Yeah, so these are wood dryads up there. Those are that mad muffalo. Okay, I mean, I'm down. Was it how many of them? 2? We'll fight them outside. There's the wargs to follow right after them. Alright, we're not going to fight them outside. Get everyone into position. We got a party arriving. So we got double up Manhunter pack. Because of course we do. Shame you need bioferrite for it. You do like the fire gun? Yeah, not some. I was talking about making potentially like an area to like vent out the heat over here, so have like a little pocket right there. That's considered outdoors. Like to make this room considered outdoors, like open it straight out there. And then get an incinerator. So that way we can catch them as they come in the door and just blast them with fire. Okay, well these traps are probably not going to survive there. Unfortunately, we're going to waste a bunch. Oh, the Manhunter pack stopped to eat something because they were hungry. And sorted. Pods arrived. And we'll get that tech print. So added bonus. We got some more meat. Okay. Yep, and you're getting out of here. And we're down to the last couple of animals on the entire map. So once we butcher these, we will probably go after some of those other animals to get the food while we can. Or they're just going to bolt right off the map right now because they're hungry and there's nothing left. That's actually very likely what's happening right here. It'd be too late for me to catch them to do anything if that is. Yeah, no, it looks like they're gone. So I've got a squirrel and a cougar as the only living things left on the map. That isn't me. So meanwhile, let's go growing zone, go like this, do this. Nutrient fungus. And we'll slowly expand that. Yeah, so both the wargs instantly rotted, but we did get the 2 muffalo. So that should have our meals sorted for a little while. Quest-wise, for the nomads, they're here for 5 more days. So we should have plenty of food for 5 more days. After that, it's going to be a bit dodgy. But that is what it is. And we do have our nutrient fungus planted, and it is growing at near max rate. Love to see it. Gonna wait to queue up anything else till then. I'm surprised they're planting stuff. We're solidly in the winter, but hey. Fine by me. It's training skills and being productive. Alright, so 0 chance that squirrel survives in the morning. Now, the stone traps are pretty crappy. They do take a lot of work to build, and their damage isn't that amazing. Like, if we look at this stone trap here, its damage... Where are you at? Is 12. And I'm pretty sure if we were to go in here and say security, trap, and choose steel, and select that one, its damage is 20. So almost double damage, not quite. And then way less time to build. But I've got a surplus of stone that I'm not going to know what to do with, so I'm going to do that as a way of just burning materials. Mad Cougar. You know what? The squirrel gets to live through the morning. Okay, and just like that, we're going to kill the last 2 animals on the map, and that will probably be it for hunting for most of the winter. We might end up having like 1 small group of animals come in, but with nothing growing here, it's not often. Okay, at least you're probably down. The other good news is when they run out of brick here, they'll go to mining and constructing regardless. And that's starting to fill up again. So I'm going to go ahead and... put a handful more shelves. I don't want to queue up too much. There's just more important things to work on. Alright, no more animals left in the map. Okay. Now, whenever we get electricity, I do think the 2 dryads making wood, I think that is enough to keep a singular wood generator running. So we'll probably end up doing that. A monstrous construction. Man, I can't build my own base. I'm not building yours. Let alone, where would I put it? Let's see here. So I've got the bedrooms over there. So what we probably need to do is actually inch that forward so that the next defensive position's up there. You get the idea. Make this more of a cone out here. So be there, 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 there. And we leave that chunk of rock in place. That'll get opened up. That'll get opened up. Okay, and I think that could support itself. So you get the idea of what we're planning and opening up here. To make it a little bit more able to bring more people in. And the reason I'm planning that, I'm not actually mining that, is what I want to do now from there, is we go over 1 tile over here, and that'll be our hospital. And we'll have a door to the hospital there. And I'll go ahead and make it a place we can cut through to here. So that'll be our hospital up there. So that'll be our next thing after we get our grow rooms and some of these other stuff going. So we can have a dedicated hospital for when people get down. I don't have to constantly be like, go back to your bed. Because the medical bed, I can literally tell them, go to bed, and they will actually go to bed, versus if it's not marked as a medical bed, they won't do it with any reliability. Alright, so we're getting the construction done. We are getting research happening. Oh, we got 2 more animals on the map, so we can go murder the hell out of those. Because I'm going to try and keep as much as we can, like the meat and all that coming in. Because that prevents us from having to dig into the veggies. And the veggies last longer. You are probably getting pretty close to leaving. 3 days. And you're probably right about to its 2nd trimester. You are likely getting real close to aging up. We'll more than likely be able to get to 6, 7s, and maybe. You've got a little while left to age up, so multiple seasons, so we don't need to worry about that. Anjiru Sensei is probably getting really close to aging up as well. Which would be really good, because then it'll be one less, like, baby I need to feed, and instead it'll be a toddler where they can feed themselves. So that frees up a person from losing all that time. They have to, you know, go get the baby, go get the food, go find the place, feed the baby, put the baby back, go find food of their own. You know, versus the kid just running up, grabbing food off the shelf and nomming. We're getting a bunch of little critters over there. As soon as we get electricity, we're going to start flipping everything over to electricity. Because even if I have to use the wood burner, that's fine. Having the wood burner was going to be more efficient than, you know, all of these torches, that fire, all this. Even if the wood burner is going to kind of suck. Because it's 1,000 watts for needing to refill it with wood. I think it's like every 2 days. So it's like not the volume of the wood, it's the labor. How old is the older child? They are 12 and some amount, and they do become a adult at 13. As far as regards to being able to do everything that the adults can do tasks-wise. So like Con right here is 15, but they've been able to do everything for 2 years now. Yeah, that's like Doppel here is like any time now is going to become an adult. I think they've got like half a season left or something like that before they actually flip over, but it's soon. Usually I end up around growth tier 7-ish when they age up. That one's probably gonna be a little bit lower because we've had a bit of a rough time, but yeah. Okay, so considering what we've got here, so you're actually going out there hunting as well. Let's lower the priority on hunting for you. Still keep it there, but I want you to work on the construction and all that. Looks like Conrad can help with the hunting as well, so that's fine. Especially since we're getting berries out of these both now. And that's 40 every 2 days. So 80 cumulatively every 2 days. So that's about enough for like 7 meals, 6 meals, because you have enough. It's 50 for 4 meals. And then it'd have the 30 left over. So it's not enough to do like 8 meals every 2 days, but enough to get pretty close. Needless to say, that's not enough to feed, what are we up to? 6 actual colonists. But it is a decent amount to supplement whatever we get. Alright, so 1.6 days. I'm really hoping they don't betray us. We have already had one betrayal earlier. But the primary reason I don't want to betray isn't even like the fighting them or anything else like that. It's because if you have people you help and then they leave your colony, usually anywhere from like 3 to like, you know, sorry, like 30 days to a year later, a lot of times they'll send you stuff, and they can be really freaking generous. I've had where I've gotten sent like masterwork cataphract armor and I'm still like in the tribal phase, or I've gotten like a legendary Zeus hammer. It's like, you know, they're like, oh, we're just down here. Look, it's like, I guess. Got home and got to your like private arsenal or something going on there. How is your plant skill going? It's at 9. Also got the mushrooms coming in. That'll be a big thing. Well, actually, what we can do here is don't worry about those. So things we can grow here that'll be useful because we're going to be moving over to mushrooms anyways. So we're finding the heal root and all that. So I would normally be like, oh yeah, we should probably do something like cotton, but we're really good on that too. Genuinely, there's not much I need here. I'll take like the little spot and set up the dyes just because I can. Because like I could do stuff like make smoke leaf and psychoid and all those. I don't really need those. We've got plenty of wood coming in from our dryads. Food-wise, it doesn't really matter here. I don't have enough time to grow the other foods. And we'll start taking mood pills. I'll leave it for rice right now. Just for the time being, so that's not actually set up yet. But it'd be nice to get stuff going. Tattered apparel on our guests. They should be... Yeah, they have less than a day till they're out of here. We'll probably have to get Vortis back onto hunting again relatively soon. Yeah, because you're actually getting some research time in. We also made solid progress that we've got most of those stone chunks done. Like a large number of those. Still plenty left. But you get the idea. We've got most of that cleared out. And that's all becoming brick for our storage room. Okay, and you'll hunt any animals that come down here. Done and done. Rabbit showed up in the yard and said, nope. The children already being up to shooting 9 is kind of scary. Like, don't get me wrong, they're almost an adult. But already being shooting 9 and they're not even an adult yet. It's like, alright, you a scary kid. That's fine. Yeah, so you got to level 6. Alright, so refugees are leaving. They didn't betray us, so that's excellent. Love to see it. They definitely helped us get a little bit of the mushroom grow area up. They helped us get about a half to a third of a level on the research done, which has been stalled forever. Things are definitely looking pretty good so far as the stabilizing and all that. We're pretty good on our food front. I've got 19 meals. Those probably aren't going to last super long. I've got about 300 not meat raw food there as well. We got a ton of the stone cut. That's actually one of the things that's really nice. Because that clears up this area out here, which you wanted to do. Eventually we're going to abandon these dryads. Like, once I get maybe 2 fields set up like this, I'll probably get rid of the dryad out here that's doing the, doing that stuff. Well, the turkey wasted one of our traps. Cool. Thanks, turkey. Workers for the Exodus Empire. Send someone for 6 days who's an adult. For some rep. I mean, it's only 6 days. So what we'll go ahead and do is we'll accept that immediately. Because Donkey Duff has to eat a lot to maintain themselves right now. Cause baby. So they should be back well before the baby's born and all that stuff. And honestly, they should be back before their Dryad tree starts to suffer, too. And that's just getting us free rep and all that. So that reduces our food burden, so that's really nice. It'd also be nice when I get an actual heater in here versus just a fire chucked in the hallway. Because then instead of where it goes from, oh, it's really hot in here, oh, it's really cold in here, oh, it's really hot in here, we can actually keep it at a relatively steady temperature. Alright. So honestly, with Doppelganger, later on I can make the hunting a priority 3 on them. And then make it so they're not constrained when they become an adult. So their order of operations will be make sure the plants are sorted, clean, hunt, then haul. That should be relatively okay. Alright, so get a warg on the map. That's not my favorite. You should be aging up any time now. That is the thing I'm wondering is once we get the nutrient fungus enough that we're making food that we don't have to worry about it, do I switch these dryads? Because I can make them the hauling dryads for utility. I could make them the tanky dryads to just tie up enemies. I could make them the striker or whatever claw dryads to do some damage. Or it's those things that we could just be like, okay, just let the tree go. Which is probably the right answer is just to let the tree go and start divesting from the dryads when able. The hardest part is going to be the power situation. But honestly, if we get things set up enough, I could use the nutrient fungus to make chem fuel, and then use the chem fuel to power the base, which is not great because it's got multiple levels of labor involved. So it's certainly not the best choice for power. But with our options, it might be what we have to go with, is like have a station. So given that they're right at the only entrance base, you'd make them tanky ones if you keep them. Would save a lot of damage to your colonists. Yeah, the big problem is you can't really control a lot of them well. And Anjiru Sensei just became a child. No more baby life for you. So we'll go there, schedule recreation across the board. You're now restricted to stay inside the normal area. Here's all your assignments. We'll let you grab some clothes real fast. And then before you go to bed, that's a bio-coated shotgun, so you can't use that. Let's get you a weapon. A poor quality machine pistol. Sold. But yeah, now my thought is I'd want to get all of this to not be anything, so that the enemy doesn't have a reason to drag me out here for fire or whatever else. That they gotta come into my domain and fight me in my turf. Alright, so we got our shelf built. There's our trap. Okay, let's deconstruct the poor crib. This crib that was made is an excellent crib. Let's see, the Woodmaker Dryad Sweat. An engraving of this furniture shaped like a Woodmaker Dryad, being hurt by Ak Bezez with the Gladius with quick, efficient moves. The Woodmaker Dryad is covered in innards. A dove, let's see, a dove in the upper part of the image symbolizes defeat. This artwork refers to the harming of a Woodmaker Dryad on the 8th of September in 5504. That's kind of messed up, man. All things considered, that's like making an art piece of like your dog being hit by a car. It's like, okay, I get it happened. Why are you making an art piece? Like, why would you do that? Let's also realize those need to be scooched up in one step farther. All right. Okay, so the big problem I have now is that Warg is up there. It's gonna be hungry. We don't have, like, we actually have a lot of firepower, but we got a lot of kids here. Because even Conrad, while technically an adult, if we look at the, I don't actually think we can show the health of different parts. Basically, until they hit, I think it's like 18, they still don't have as many hit points per part. It's basically like as they age up, they get more hit points per like stage. It's one of the reasons why you shouldn't use your kids fighting if you don't have to, is because they get so much as winged they die. Okay. That'll be the big one, is when you're done with that. Because we got one more spike trap to be built. And then they'll get on to, they're building the shelves. They've only got one more shelf, then we got that. And they'll build the flooring in there next, which will get that online. Okay, so colonists will be back in 3 days, which is perfect. That'll be like right as spring starts. Conrad, you're worrying me being that close to a work that I know has not eaten recently. Okay, you're in the clear. Let's not hunt anything out there for a little bit. We don't need to. And I'd rather that warg either go the other way. If we have to fight it, that's fine. We just have a lot of people who aren't really well set up. It'd be manageable. It's just one of those things you can get unlucky, get a couple of misses, and then someone loses a leg or something. Wargs can be properly dangerous. They take a lot of damage to put down. Yeah, I think after we get the mushroom farm properly up, that tree we stop maintaining. We just stop dealing with that tree entirely. And we'd also give up on the rice and potatoes out here. I think I might leave the dyes going, because eventually I want to deal with that. Yeah, it'll be really good once we get them to no longer have the mood penalty from eating non-fungus food. I don't know what you just did. Oh, you must have eaten berries. That's fine. Yeah, once we mine these bedrooms out, then we'll start getting them into individual bedrooms too. That's just, oh, wait. Or should skip that one tile. Hey, what are your needs? Get some food and work on that tile. Because we work on that tile, then we can bridge that whole thing. I just don't want it to be two separate grow zones if I don't have to. I didn't even see they had run down there and worked on it. And we've got guns? Yep. Getting that fungus online. Oh yeah, making some real solid progress. And Eve's still around. She's away. She's off, you know, doing some work remotely. She'll be back. We've been honestly getting that quest again and again. It's like every time it's like, all right, you get out of here. Let them feed you for a while. How are you not? Oh, you had Oh, you ate that guy up there. Okay, that's fair. That was the one who drop pod and like crashed. I'm like, I'm not dealing with this, and then got up and started walking off the map, and apparently got mauled by a warg. And a little bit more mushrooms happen in our life. Schedule. Let's restrict everyone here. Work. We can go to wildlife and say hunt it all, but we are restricting them to not be able to leave this area. I think that's fine. If the food gets low enough, we send them out there to go get it. And a pot has arrived. Heck yeah, this is why you help people. So those people we just helped, they sent us a mega screen TV. I don't really have a place to put that, considering I don't have electricity yet, but you know what? It's a mega screen TV. So bring that, put it in the base, in the back. And once we have electricity, how many watts do you take? I think you take a lot of power, 450. Plug it into the mushrooms. Well, the thing is there, like, even if I get the generator for wood on, it takes half of it by itself. Hi.
Hi. Love.
Love. That's because we're the best aunt and uncle.
Yeah, we are.
It was, it's her nephew's birthday and all that, and we sent a kit that's like, for people in my age range, if you're familiar with Connects, it's like that, but it's magnets on the ends versus the snaps. Because my nephew's still pretty young. And we just got a text from my sister-in-law being like, he's having so much fun with it, we're having problems getting him to go to bed. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. We're gonna take our chances with left. So, 60% chance nobody dies. They died. Perfect. Oh yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing Drongo is doing all the time. It's just my axle underneath the barge, don't worry about it. There's just something about the barge messes with physics badly.
Yeah, just something about me driving in general messes stuff up. I don't really get what's happening. I'm fine right now. That's right now.
I'm not sure if you can see, chat. My front axle. All right, and I'm back. I just had to quickly use the restroom. Okay, but yeah, no, it was fun. It's one of those toys that like I wish existed when we were kids. So like when I was really young, you had like your three main things for building stuff with. You had Lego. Everyone knows what Lego is. Not really great for like 2, 3, 4-year-olds. That's don't do that. Those go in the mouth, and it's bad. And then from there, you also had like Connects. And so Connects was the one where you'd have like the little wheel with like all the little teeth on it. You could snap a little bar in, and you go, snap the next one in, and you'd snap the next one in. And I think honestly, of the stuff for building large projects, Connects was the best. Like if you're trying to build something big, whereas like Lego had the most detail. But then there was like in between those that it was popular for a while, but it kind of fell off before the R2, was one called Constructs. And instead, it was kind of like Connects in like the whole snapping thing. The difference was in Connects, it's the bars had like just like little tabs on the end, and then there was like the actual joining piece, had like the little slot you snap it into. With Constructs, it was the corners would be just like a little cube that have like a little snap piece on there, and then the bar looked almost like an I-beam, and it would snap onto that. And the problem, and part of the reason I think the Constructs didn't make it as well, is because those, like, especially like the really long bars and all that, they had a tendency when you'd snap them on and off that enough times that it would eventually crack in the middle. So it's just they tended to break much easier. How's the colony going? It's going good. We have 6 colonists. One's just away on a work quest, but they'll be back. So we got 6 colonists. So the colony is growing slowly. That is just the nature of the Adam and Eve challenge, is because you have to everyone is born in the colony. We have our first of our children became an adult. Doppelganger here will be an adult like any second, and did max out their growth, which surprises me. So that'll be good. Hopefully they get something good, and then literally it's right there. Okay. Alright. So. We got options. Yeah, no, Constructs, I liked Constructs, but man, they didn't hold up. So I am going to do the thing where we split and just make them good at almost everything. So we got some options. So, Great Memory, that it doesn't matter what I do with them, that's good. The other one is Nimble. Nimble is mostly around melee. I'm going to go with Great Memory. If I had known I was going to get Nimble, we actually had the choice of giving them a passion in melee the last one, and I skipped it, even though I said I do need that. Let's see, is there a run command or something? Adam and Eve sounds? Oh, do you mean like a command to give you the details about the challenge? I probably should. I do have a thing here real fast. Let me pull it up. So I've got like a little, I'm going to call it a website. Me, the web dev side of me, gets not upset, but it's like, it's not really a website. I've got a thing here. I probably should just make it. So HTTPS, because the last time it didn't include that part of it. Why when I copy stuff from my browser does it not actually copy half the time? Boom. So that should take you to where I've got it written up. It's not a lot of rules, but I can kind of just talk through what they are. I'm trying, like, that's a work in progress thing, that whole website thing. Just to get it so where, like, the challenge, they just have a place where people can just click over. But yeah, so the rules are basically you start with 2 colonists who have nothing, between the ages of 18 and 22 that are, have the beautiful trait. Let me actually check one thing. Oh, no, that is the website version. That have the beautiful trait, and that's just so they can very easily get into a relationship, because you need them to be in a relationship or your run falls apart. They do start with no possessions and all that. Cool, and there's Donkey Duff. They're right about to have their baby any time now, so that's good news. And then the rules are you can only grow the colony through colonists born in the colony. So if someone says, I want to join, the answer is no. You may only accept a pawn from outside the family in the event you are no longer capable of having children, i.e. Adam or Eve has died. You cannot deliberately kill, banish, or whatever your pawns. That's mostly to prevent you from being like, you know, you got the deal maker there, and they've got like or you got like a pawn there, and they're like amazingly good, and so you imprison them and then kill off one of the people to then replace them. It's to prevent that kind of thing, to not have a way of side grade upgrading your people. And if a colony, you know, forcefully joins you, because there are mechanics where that can happen, you have to banish them. But the goal is basically just to make a large colony, and then if you want, roll credits. So it's a very informal challenge, but it's basically, you start with 2 people, effectively naked brutality, but with 2, and then give them beautiful, make them young. They will do that. So there's not a bunch of mods needed or anything like that. The tile isn't part of the challenge. Difficulty settings are whatever you want them to be. This isn't the kind of challenge about being like, no, we have a leaderboard. You gotta make sure you keep everything perfect. Nah, it's a thematic challenge. Sounds really fun. It is fun. It is a slow challenge, because keep in mind, it takes a lot to get off the ground. It's basically when you get your first kid to an adult that it starts to smooth out. So in some ways, like, the immediate start isn't as hard as naked brutality. But there is kind of this ramp up on difficulty until it starts to recover to the point you have the challenge come back down. Alright, so they're all melee. Those look like they're probably Neanderthal. Oh, you pig over there is terrifying. Alright, so pig and Rolbo, those 2 are going to be a bad time. That's just what it is. So they are likely to get tied up on the dryads. So let's go ahead and gather everyone around so the dryads tank them for a minute. That warg has not eaten in a very long time. There's a chance that warg might attack them. It'd be nice, but my luck is it won't happen. Just start shooting. You're doing good, dryads. All right, let's back up. Force them to follow us through the traps. So one of our dryads died. That's good. Yeah, and if you're looking for the map, that is the geological landforms map. Just look for impassable terrain where a river stops, or, you know, starts or stops on that impassable terrain. With that mod, it will make it a tile you can do stuff with. Bonk. Bonk. Okay, yeah, they're super slowed down. And they're going after the berry dryad that got back up. And sorted. Yep, so we lost one of our dryads. That's not bad. We might lose another one by the time they get all patched up and the fire put out and everything. Okay. Starvation on you. That's fine. You're gonna finish patching it up, and then you'll get good. Ooh, yeah, you got mangled proper. You go ahead and pop into your pod to start healing. What about you? Yeah, so all our dryads got pretty messed up in that fight. Alright, so what we're probably going to need to do, because we got the warg and a lynx. So before this gets too far, let's go deal with that warg. Because I want them to drag the bodies and dump them down over there. So we're not getting all angry about there being bodies everywhere. But running past this warg that doesn't really have a good food source sounds like a good way to lose a colonist. Okay, so we can go here and go schedule, unrestrict the adults, and honestly for right now, with the adults, let's deprioritize hunting on the adults. And we'll leave it on the kids to hunt when they're able to get back up. And the reason I'm thinking that is that way the kids... What's your storyteller? Cassandra. I typically run Cassandra because I have way too often that Randy just goes on vacation for literal in-game years and leaves me with nothing to deal with. So Cassandra can be a little bit of a pain sometimes. At least there's something going on. Alright. Got more of that done. That's good to see. You feel that? Use Hot Seat with Cassandra, Randy, and Perry Persistent? I have no idea what that means. I mean, I know what Randy and Cassandra mean. I'm assuming Perry is a different one. Can animals feed on mushrooms? Yes. Yeah, they'll eat it. It's just considered another type of vegetable. Still surprised we haven't had a trade caravan in forever. It's been a long time, and we fixed the one person that we accidentally made hostile. This group. Remy's problem. Not allowed to do it. The other thing that'll be nice is when I don't need to go out here and deal with this is... we gotta get the rest. So let's go ahead, before you start refueling, get that body out of here. Get this body out of here. Yep, and... you say you won't haul it? Oh, I haven't fixed your schedule. There, that's my problem. You are welcome to do all that. Yeah, so get all of them out of here.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
And there's an exact trade good. All we had to do is sit there and be like, yo, where is it? Because your tribal just got overrun by maddened caribou. Oh yeah, no, animal hunter packs with like if you have something that's enough animals, can be rough. Even if it's not a particularly like big animal. Oh, yeah, let's not have you haul that. Alright, meanwhile... let's do the trade caravan. Do you want leather? I can offer you leather. Okay, so what do you got for me? I will take your glitter world. So it didn't give me a bionic arm, which is probably for the best. Because very likely if we did get a bionic arm, I would almost certainly want to grab it and try and install it and probably just cause myself grief. Let's see. So you can get medical. We'll get the book per medical. And unfortunately, while I would normally love a telescope, let's actually check something. If we check our overhead mountain, so I can put one there. I'll grab the telescope, and we'll just hope we find somewhere inside that whole area that that we can find one singular spot of roof I can pop off. Unfortunately, they don't want my leather, so. Okay, there's the glitter. You haul that back. And you're already inside, so that's fine for right now. Where is the telescope? Okay, that's fine. No move it off the trap. Yeah, so what my hope is somewhere back here I'll find like one tile that, if we look at this where it says like overhead mountain, and we got that lighter green, somewhere that isn't my kill box, to have one spot I can poke a little hole in the ceiling, just so we can then, you know, put that to use. If not, I'm sure we can make something happen. And also, just like that, we have already got all the corpses away from here, so when they rot, we don't have to worry about mood penalties and all that. We can also go over here, furniture. Let's go ahead and say double bed, slate. And I am aware there's a comfort penalty and all of that for using slate. I'm deliberately trying to make it so all of our stuff is not flammable. Just because these these cave bases, if you get a fire in here that gets out of control, it gets real bad real fast. Because the whole place heats up and you can't run in to put it out, so you have to have fire foam poppers or something ready to deal with it, or you just basically be like, alright, let's just back off and let that room burn itself out and we'll deal with it afterwards. 67 guinea pigs, off rate. Oh yeah, no, that's those raids of just endless numbers of tiny enemies are pretty rough, because one is you actually have a penalty on your accuracy. Alright. 1 second, get everyone over here. Be quick about it. Start running. Thank you, team. You gonna go down? You might. I did that just in the off chance that it downed one of them, because then we could rescue them just standings. But it looks like Ed's gonna make it out of here. Yep, that's fine. We got rid of the mega sloth that was eating our crops. Low psychic drone. So let's check, because I believe... Yeah, that's exactly right. Yep, so because I built this room the way it is, I don't need to worry about a column. Every part of the wall can cover it. So I could have probably made it one tile bigger on all sides and been fine, but that I think is a perfectly fine sign. A perfectly fine size. All right. Oh, gaining your lessons. You still got a while till you age up. You just aged up. You are right about to have your next kid. That's going to be the big one, is saving something like a mech resurrection serum if we get one, just for Mom. That way, if things go wrong, we can bring her back. Oh, doppelganger. Okay. So doppelganger is going to now be able to get some research happening, which has been overdue forever. Because these two can work on cleaning and hauling, and then doppelganger can deal with the research when they're not growing stuff. And then once we have yeah, actually, you could probably flip now. The only reason we don't flip you now is because you are maintaining a dryad. But pretty soon, I'll probably deprioritize that dryad so you commit to crafting. Actually, let's take you off growing to lower its percentage. Because you're doing fine. That'll let you just deal with your dryad and then occasionally cutting things down. And with your extra time, you will start crafting. So I'll make you a dedicated crafter. And that'll probably let us take Donkey Duff off of crafting. And become kind of a part-time thing. We'll leave that. We'll leave Donkey Duff on crafting for right now. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream, because that'll eventually be something we can handle as well. All right. And they're all reading the book that's giving them medical, which is a solid thing to have. Alright, starting to get the furnishings built in the bedroom. Once that's done, they'll start mining. Alright, Donkey Duff is in labor. It'll be nice when we can get sterile flooring and all that to make the odds even better. So next baby is on the way to continue this grow this colony one colonist at a time. All right. Psychic drone's ending. Our baby food just rotted. The whole stack of it. That's fine, we can deal with that in a minute. Sick baby. Alright, so we're not going to name the baby yet. We are going to throw everything we can at making sure this baby makes it to the other side. So we're going to rescue the baby real fast. And we're going to start treating it and all that. Tend to that baby first. We got Glitter World. We're going to do what we can. Feed the baby. Yeah, so we're going to postpone naming the baby. Because I don't want to name the baby just to immediately have it die. Because that's... very feels bad, man. Alright. So, if I remember correctly how the, this works, is if that goes down to 0%, the baby's fine. I believe if you can also keep the baby from dying for long enough, even if it doesn't go down to 0%, the baby will also survive. I believe is the way the infant illness works. Sick baby is not too bad. There's one that's like, you know, deathly ill or whatever like that. That's the one where you gotta just slap it with Glitter World really hard. And even then it can be a little dodgy. You gotta have like a somewhat competent doctor, and you can get by with industrial medicine, just you need some good tens. Yeah, so it looks like we're probably just gonna get through this in no time, just because I opened up with the glitter right on the get-go. That we might just be good here. Oh, and then meanwhile, we're going to go to... Alright, well, you're feeding the baby now. We'll let you finish that. And would you look at that? Baby is good to go. Timberwolf hunting doppelganger. All right, but we'll name the baby. So here is our brand new baby to the colony. Ooh, okay, so that name's gonna be too long. Let's see what we can do. Let's see, you're a ray of flippin' sunshine. How about flippin' sunshine? That work? Because I'm pretty sure yeah, that's literally flippin' sunshine. I can get one more letter than that. So flippin' sunshine's what we're gonna go with. Unless you got something else you'd rather it be. So we got all that sorted out for right now. That's fine. We'll go to you. Feeding. Urgent on everyone. Never on mom. I was expecting yours to be here faster. Because the Timberwolf is hunting someone. It desires blood. And just like that, it is sorted. Okay. We got the brand new baby to the colony. So even though it was sick, we managed to hit it with Glitter World and immediately solve the sick. Like one tend and done. But yeah, I think there's like one mortally ill or something like that, and that's the bad news bear one, where you can get them through it, but you gotta have some really good medicine and or really good doctors. And it's a little bit of like a tug-of-war. Alright, so you'll have all the furniture built in there in a minute. And that'll be a matter of them running around and mining for a while. So I think the priority is get what we've already got queued up here. Then probably get the hospital set up. And then we'll make another room down here for more food, because by then I probably will be struggling with that. Alright. To cook simple meal, do until you have 20, and we'll take all of these off. And we'll prioritize mushrooms. Okay. And the reason I'm doing that is that way the order of operations, if you have any meat, just cook it. If you don't have meat, you know, if you have mushrooms, cook it. If you don't have mushrooms and you have plants, cook it. This one we can take off the list. That was for something else. Oh, we can also go on here and say, hey, simple meals, insect meat, because we like that now. I believe you'll butcher all creatures forever? Yeah. So far as, like, animals. Cool, cool. Because we're going to try and get the first room up, smooth out the floor and all that. We'll get the next room up, smooth out the floor and all that. I'm going to just go room to room, getting the bedrooms made. We also now have people like Doppel, who are an adult who is not tied to a dryad at all. Which is just another thing that's good. Make that a low priority. And I believe we have this restricted, so you have to be a decent cook. Or so basically, if you're not actually a decent cook, you're not allowed to use those. Which is fine. Okay, because almost all of our new people are starting to be capable of a lot of things. But yeah, so I don't want them to actually focus on cooking, but in a pinch, I want them to be able to cook. Oh, I literally have no one assigned to hunting at all right now, because you're getting pretty close to aging up as well. At which point, you'll be able to hunt. And so then we can just hunt whatever shows up out here. Not go chase it down. Okay. Right, so I still have the whole thing where if they're capable, do it anyways. I probably should drop that off. Probably the same there. There we go. So I'm lowering the priority, so it's basically do your primary concern here, do your primary thing here, then you do your primary thing, and then you move on. So Donkey Duff's kind of the weird one that really doesn't have any passions for any of these things. They do have the cooking, which is their main thing. Well, actually, no, that's what it is. So you have cooking as your primary, you plant cut as a additional responsibility. You can craft and you can research, but that's not really important. You construct and mine. You are effectively a crafter. You're my grower. We could also probably go on to our assignments. So you'll probably never be a good doctor. So right now, these two have a passion for it. So we got a long way to go, but we got there. Alright, so before they get too far into that, I want you to smooth out that room. I know that's very laborious, but until we smooth out the room, it's going to be a massive downgrade for whoever goes in there, because it'll be considered an ugly room and all that. But that'll let me get two people out of the out of this area here. Honestly, now think about it, for having an anomaly running effectively passively, we haven't had a single anomaly event. No, that's not true. We had a perfect pawn show up, a deal maker, who turned on us, and the children had to save the day because he absolutely demolished our, he absolutely demolished mom and dad, as it were. So they got both downed. The kids managed to get a couple of shots in, so that was kids who at the time had like 2 shooting with bows, not even guns, just bows. Versus a person who had a revolver and I think it was like 17 shooting. And just managed to tag. Well, it wasn't I didn't give the weapon to them, it was they showed up and it's like, okay, well they're here. and they're either gonna go hostile or not. Just smooth it out while they sleep. Chisels and stones in a confined space is your white noise. Yeah, so it was when I basically told them to beat it, they went hostile. And even though I had like the one who ran up to basically try to catch him in melee, and everyone else started shooting. And yeah. You made it to this crazy game? That you did. I had to shorten your name down to Flippin' Sunshine because I was able to do one letter longer than Flippin' Sunshine, so I had to truncate it a little bit. But yeah, you are in here. You were a baby. You were born a wee bit sick, but we slapped you with some Glitter World, and you were good to go. We gave you the good stuff, spared no expense. Just Sunshine? I could do that. So Sunshine. There we go. Yeah, so you got to get the royal treatment of some Glitter World. Yeah, that's the thing. Actually spared no expense. Not the whole Jurassic Park. Spared no expense. That's if you ever have the experience of being able to read the Jurassic Park book versus the movie, it is a way different thing. Like the main story beats are the same and all that, certainly. But like in the book, I'm blanking on his name. The guy who actually runs the park, like owns it. He is cheaping out in people. Everything is kind of crappy. Like he is cutting corners and dodgy work and a whole bunch of stuff. And so Nedry, who is, from the movie, he's the kind of overweight IT guy, who basically is going to steal stuff and then sell it, and then, get all his money and whatnot. And, in the book is like, you've got some real legitimate grievances that you basically made this whole thing possible. You are like the entire IT department effectively for this place. A lot of the tech they're running on is your tech, and you're being nickel and dimed on your pay left, right, and center, and not given the resources you need to do your job. And I think he asked for like a pretty meager raise and everything, and gets turned down. And he's finally like, to hell with this. You tried reading the book till you got to all the DNA BS-ery and said nope. Oh, I mean, but that's just Jurassic Park. You gotta just accept that, like, everything about the DNA, you just gotta go, forget it. It's very bad science. Bingo, Dino DNA. I do love the retcon they tried to do with that. Where, because they made Jurassic Park where we thought dinosaurs looked different than nowadays our better understanding. There's these really cool pictures you can pull up that shows like what we thought certain dinosaurs looked like based on the fossils we found over the decades. And they have changed a lot. Because we found like, imprints and all that of skin and imprints with like feathers and all that over the years. Okay, so you got 3 guns and all that. Okay, so they separate. So you're popping the go juice. I don't like to see that. So you're a terrible shot with the auto pistol. Love to see it. Terrible shot with the bolt action. Absolutely wonderful. And you are a terrible shot. So they're all terrible shots. Basically, the one person who's good at shooting has melee. So pretty much this is about what we hope for. Our Dryads are probably going to have a bad time. So we're going to go and get ourselves in position so when the Dryads get engaged, we can just kind of jump out and start blasting. That's the suspension of disbelief is important when interacting with fiction because there's lots of threads you can pull and unravel it. Oh yeah, no, in Jurassic Park, like the DNA, there's so much wrong with the way they're like, oh yeah, we did this. But the saying is, I liked the kind of... I like the kind of way they changed it in the later movies to, when they're like, the whole thing we're talking about, like dinosaurs don't look like that kind of thing. All right, let's just duck back. This is not going to go well. Yeah, because they're already shooting past us. There's a good chance they'll end up chasing us in here. So the dryads are gonna be taking one for the team. All right. We're gonna need to make that larger. Would you down that person already? This is also good because it's burning. Oh, I mean, you're high in go juice for 14 hours. That's not gonna matter. Okay. So we're getting staggered in here. That's really good. Please stop burning all my stuff. It's just wholly unnecessary. Pretty soon I'm gonna delete those and we'll probably start getting rid of the DA. But yeah, no, it was one of the Jurassic World movies. There was some comment they make, it's like, dinosaurs don't even look like that. Like, how did we get these so wrong? And the guy who was doing the DNA splicing was like, we didn't get it wrong. We didn't make this to be an authentic, realistic dinosaur experience. We made this to give people what they wanted dinosaurs to look like. Like, we made this to, you know, entertain kind of thing. Like, and that's partly because they're like, you know, you're making me make this, like, dinosaur that could camouflage as, like, just this mishmash of a whole bunch of other dinosaurs. Which, you know, it was a little bit of a retcon and all that. But it's a way to make it work. You know, whereas if you don't have that, you'd be like, okay, you brought dinosaurs back using this DNA, and they just don't look like that. Are you... Is it Dryad putting out the fire for me? I didn't realize they did that. I'm assuming it just does it around its tree kind of thing. Okay. So we dealt with that raid. It cost us a couple of traps and all that. That's fine. And they delivered us bacon. I do appreciate the aggressively delivered bacon. I'm gonna take, like, I'm not gonna go and take up the screen. I'm gonna quickly just grab a drink and be right back. So I'm gonna just mute my mic, I'll be right back.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Okay. Took you 40 minutes to be able to get a Switch pre-order. This is insane. Yeah, I have no idea. I haven't played a console system in ages. It's just once I got to the point that I needed computers for work and college and all that, it was just like, all right, I've already dropped how many $100s to thousands of dollars on a piece of machinery that can play games. I'm not going to do it again. And then I understand, like, there's a whole... It's one of the reasons I cannot stand exclusive. Like, man, I already got a thing over here. It cost me hundreds of dollars. Why can't I play your game on my thing? And they're like, well, it's not the one we made it for. And it's like, okay, I understand as a developer, if you didn't have the bandwidth to support multiple systems, sure. But, like, especially, like, the PlayStation exclusives and all that of the past. It was like... Oh yeah, we bought this license, and now we're only going to make the game available on PlayStation. Like, alright, well, I just won't play it. It's as easy as that. We got tens of thousands of games coming out. I don't need to play your game. It's fine. That said, of the consoles, if I were to buy a console nowadays, I would have absolutely bought it. Like, I would buy a Switch because, you know, it seems to be the most versatile. It's definitely not the most powerful hardware, but like the Switch I actually see a lot of utility purpose for, so far as like you can make it mobile, it has all sorts of different benefits, you have different like layouts to move and all that. Versus then you look at like PlayStation, Xbox, like that's a computer, man. That's just a computer. That's all that is. It's just a computer with a different operating system focused on gaming, which certainly there's an argument to be made there. It's not your game to begin with, haven't you read the terms of service? Yeah, I know there's that being the whole thing. You still load the console plans that require you to pay for usage of your own internet? Oh no, exactly. Like it was my last console system I ever owned was the Xbox 360 so far, something I bought new. Which I actually bought it because it's developing some, you know, a project that was expected to be deployed on an Xbox 360 among many other systems. You know, we didn't end up going for the Xbox 360 part of it. We did go with the other stuff. But, it was just kind of one of those things that, like, I had never planned on buying that one. Prior to that, it was living with my parents and all that still. Like, you know, as a teenager, I moved out when I was 19. But, it was just kind of one of those things that, like, my older brother really liked console systems, so he usually had whichever one was going on. And it was definitely one of those things that even when we got, like, the PlayStation 1 is probably the last system I played on any regularity. Like, I played Final Fantasy VII and all that. But the PlayStation is hardware with the best. Let's see, PlayStation is hardware with the best of that. Xbox is software with good systems mostly. Nintendo is sort of a fun gimmick type system, but in a good way. Yeah, like I feel like Nintendo does the most interesting things. Like they do the most like mess with the formula to come up with new stuff and all that. Versus I feel like in a lot of ways quite often both PlayStation and Xbox kind of find their thing and then just stick with it. And again, this isn't me bad-mouthing, like, just the same thing is, if you enjoy playing on a console, play on a console. Like, don't let me yuck your yum. It was just one of those things that, for me, it was always a hard sell, just because I had to pony, like, you know, when I started first working, it was, like, right in the middle of a recession. So money was hard, so I had to put up the money to get a computer because I needed it for work in college. I couldn't really afford to buy another gaming system. You played the original PC port of Final Fantasy VII? Yeah, I didn't get that one. There's been, it was like the first Dark Souls game. That was one that, like, when they ported that was in pretty rough shape when it came over. It was a pretty sloppy port. I've had a number of ported games that, nowadays when a game gets ported from console to PC, it's very much one I kind of sit back and just wait to see how it is. Because there's been a lot of real messy ones. Why did you have a break? Ratty Apparel. Please stop insulting all your children. Oh, those aren't your children. Please stop insulting your siblings. Stop being a bad older sister. You paid $750 for roughly 4 PlayStation 3s. I'm sorry. I'm assuming because, like, kids not. Well, siblings fighting, as they do. And a bunch of game last console ever? Yeah. It's just, it's a lot of money. And it's not like they've gotten any cheaper over the years either. It's also one of those things that, like, I sat down and kind of was like, okay, again, if I didn't own a computer that I could play games on, all totally different situation. But because I did own a computer I could play all my games on and all that, and then it comes time to, like, justify a console, Be like, oh, well, there's these 3 games are going to be exclusive to this version of PlayStation, and, you know, that's why I need to buy a PlayStation. And I stopped there, I'm like, well, each one of these games, they sell for like $60, $70. Okay. And I gotta buy this gaming system that's like $650, $700. Okay. And realistically, I'm gonna have to pick up this peripheral that's gonna be, you know, 20, 30, 40 bucks each. Okay. And I'm gonna also need to get like the monthly subscription to like the online whatever thing that PlayStation has. And you're kind of staring at it going, hang on, how much am I spending for these 3 games? Because it's sounding like I'm paying somewhere in the area of like $400 per game. Your friend wants to buy a PS5 and you're like, why? There's not many games you wish to play that aren't already on the PS4. Yeah. Burn through those bad boys. Press triangle. Like, give me a menu again. Oh yeah, no, I've seen those ones where like something's a port from the PlayStation. It's like push circle to continue, and you kind of stare at it and go, "My man, I'm on a keyboard. Do you mean O? Because that's the only circle I got available." But the most PlayStation and Xbox games are available on PC anyways. These days they are. It used to be really, really big, especially on PlayStation, that they would have lots and lots of exclusives. There were exclusives on all of the systems because, you know, a game was developed for the Xbox, and it's not that they deliberately didn't make it available on other things, it's just at the time, you kind of had to re-implement the same game 3 times over to put it on PC and all that. But these days, with all the shared tech underneath and all that, you can make a game on one, and it's just like that last layer you talk to the hardware that has to flip. Like, how do you do achievements? You have to do one for each of them. But that's pretty minor compared to everything else. Let's see, yeah, I was gonna say that's a whole... The Switch is completely different. Yeah, Switch games aren't often available on PC. They're not, with a little bit of know-how, you could usually emulate. Yeah. Sony was, yeah, well, that's the whole thing. Sony, that was kind of a zero-sum time for games, that everyone would get their individual IPs that would have exclusivity on their systems, whether it was like, you know, back in the days, Nintendo and Sega did it. You had Sony and Xbox also did it. You know, it was just like who could stack up the most IPs on their side to drag you over to buying their system, because once they had you on their system, then the people who made that system would get all that money, because every game sale you get a percent, not small, you get a percent of the sale. All the people developing the games have to pay a license to, you know, Sony or Microsoft or Nintendo to use their stuff, and it's a whole thing. See, to be fair, Xbox had just as many, if not more exclusive than PlayStation, but the difference is Xbox was Windows anyways, so they're putting a computer. Yeah, that was the thing. While it was like Xbox exclusive, you're talking console to console, Xbox versus PlayStation, you had an Xbox and PC because Windows a lot, not the beginning of Xbox, but like by the time Xbox One happened, that if it was available on the Xbox, there was a very, very high probability it was going to also be on PC as well. So it was exclusive to Microsoft, but not exclusive to Xbox. Which to me was totally fine, because I was going to be on Windows, so that was fine. Whether you were a console gamer or a PC gamer, you could play it. Meanwhile, PC, pay $2,000 for a GPU for missing ROPs. Yup. Yeah, that's definitely... NVIDIA's been... And it's not only NVIDIA. There's been a trend, and this has been in tech in general, whether it's software or hardware. So games, like CPUs, GPUs, RAM, hard drives, all of that, where more and more it's gone into like that move fast and break stuff mentality. You know, we can send it out. It doesn't matter if it's in perfect condition. We can fix it after the fact, or at least make it passable or whatever. That there's been a demand to get the newer, faster thing out faster and more often. That the quality has been slipping in tech in its entirety. that were having, you know, video cards that come out that they have underspec capacitors that blow. That was the was that the 30 series or the 40 series? I think it was the 40 series. And then you have, you know, what's being talked about there, where they had, you know, other components that just weren't up to the task. So you got this really cool processor that can't even run at full capacity because it's missing critical hardware. You know, you got with the CPUs, you've got ones that literally the CPU would over voltage itself and damage itself, so you had to under voltage itself to deal with it. You know what you expect when Jason from India comes out and says, "We will do everything to please our investors," followed by 150 mentions of AI. Defective memory. Yep. Let's see. You glad I never had those issues with PC? None of them have died for no good reason. I've been fortunate as well, but I tend to be very picky when I'm buying my hardware. I also tend most of the time to not get whatever the latest greatest is, because that's where you're going to find all the new stuff, like the problems. There's going to be the newfound issues. The only ones I got bit by was there was a Samsung hard drive. Is there Samsung or Sony? Wait, no, was it Sony? It doesn't matter. But basically, I had an M2 hard drive that there was an issue that I can't remember exactly how it worked. But there was basically an issue with the way it was handling its information, and it would mark sectors as bad, even when they weren't. And if it got to the point where it marked enough of the sectors as bad, it would then get into a state where you physically couldn't recover it, because it couldn't. It would basically lock the hard drive to not save, like be able to save to it anymore, as a prevention from data loss, which is arguably a good thing. But it was the fact that it was erroneously flagging stuff, and then you could get it bricked, because it would flag that you can't change the hard drive in any way to protect your data, and you couldn't put the update to fix the error if it had, you know, put itself into that mode, because you couldn't, like, take it back out of that mode. And it's a whole big thing. That's the only one I got bit by. Because that was one of those ones, it took forever for that error to start showing up. Like, it was in the hardware the whole time, but you had to wait till, like, it had run a number of saves and all that. See, every piece of Sony hardware you ever thing would self-destruct. Similar situation, Axel? Yeah, I mean, I haven't had much Sony hardware. And that was the one I had the problem there. But, like, over the years, I've owned very little by Sony. Like, I didn't avoid them. Let's see, you had a problem with a Samsung SSD corrupting data every time it ran trim. That's terrible. But yeah, so that's, but basically the point is there's been demand for, like, moving stuff faster and faster and faster and getting bigger and bigger number, at the cost of quality. And that's been also a thing in game dev where, like, well, game software dev. I shouldn't isolate to game software dev in its entirety. About getting the next version, the next update, the next thing, the next. That the consumer demand is caring a lot less about, you know, stuff being stable, running, and consistent, and, like, they're rewarding more in sales of, did you get the bigger number? And that this is a consequence of that consumer behavior. That, you know, of course, if you're willing to, like, it's like the pre-order thing, where you pre-order a game before you know if it's any good, anyone's had any reviews on it, you drop your $70. The game doesn't even come out for a year from now. You drop your $70 to buy the game, and then even worse is you get, like, the extra bundle that comes with the helmet and, you know, a pack and a watch and a whole bunch of other junk that comes with it. So you drop like $130 on this game, and then it comes out and the game's terrible. But it doesn't matter. You've already rewarded the company. They already made their money. Like, genuinely, if they, like, want to be truly ruthless on the profit side, the game would come out and they would drop support because they already got paid. Obviously, they don't do that because the next game they come out, no one would buy it expecting it to be dropped immediately. But that's the reasons why it's like, don't pre-order. And it's like, oh, but they have this limited time, whatever. Yeah, don't pre-order. Don't reward them for being a-holes. Don't reward them for doing these gimmicks to make you spend an extra $50 to buy the game. Oh, but I can get 3 more days. I can play 3 days earlier than everyone else. Don't reward that behavior. Don't buy it. It sucks to feel left out. I agree. But the moment you throw money at it, you're basically telling the industry, this thing you're doing, do it more. You're making more money. Like, you are encouraging that behavior. 3 days of buggy mess game? Yep. Yep. Yeah, so I should be able to go there. That's the tile I can't build in. You can pay extra to join the late beta. Yeah. There's been a lot of that, and it's not like AAA weren't the ones, like, honestly, it wasn't even AAA who started it. Like, a lot of that crap. What was that? It's supposed to be like this 4X strategy game that you do like world domination on, like, you actually like zoom out on the planet. I can't remember. It was one of the games that first broke past like the 60 price range. And it was like a AA/indie studio. Like, it was not a big thing. And this is going back like 20 years. And for those who don't know, Allison Adventures, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone to definitely check out. Been playing RimWorld recently. I didn't. Oh wait, yeah, I did, because I was it Total Annihilation? Maybe. But I think it was a Total Annihilation style game. I don't remember if it was that one. It's been too long. Either way, if it is, it is. If it's not, that's fine too. But yeah, so check out Allison Adventures. Absolutely fantastic. Plays lots of Project Zomboid, but also been playing some RimWorld and all good stuff. But yeah, so it's like this global conquest game, and it was the first one of the first ones that they broke over $60 for the intro price. And it was one of the early access style games where you could buy the game when it's very incomplete. And it ended up being kind of a crap game, which is the reason I'm not thinking it's Total Annihilation, because I remember Total Annihilation actually being a good game. And so there was like all of that garbage. And I remember there's a whole big thing that people got upset about it, but then they made record sales, and it was like, okay, everyone's upset about this company doing these scummy things and all that, but you're spending your money on it. I think that company went under. Because I don't think it was Total Annihilation. Because I remember Total Annihilation being good. I can't remember. I don't even think it's available anymore, whatever it was. Because I remember it was like $65 for something that wasn't a finished product and a whole lot of stuff. Because I think early access existed at the time, like the very first couple, like where you bought into a game cheap early on, and it was like a very discounted price because it's an incomplete game. And it was the one who flipped the script and was like, hey, you can pay extra to get the early access version. Like, if you want to play this, you get in early. You got to pay the extra to get into our sweet game early. First early access game you remember was Kenshi? Kenshi was a good time. I didn't play it during its early access phase, though. I got in after that. Hey, the Redneck Mechanic. Thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you streaming and how'd it go and all that good stuff? Yeah, industry got rewarded for bad stuff. Aggressive monetization. Box sucks. Yup. That's basically what I'm saying is like, you know, hey, don't pre-order. If a game is doing something scummy, like, you know, again, giving you the pay extra to play the game at the normal start time, or pay your normal price to get delayed gratitude. And Twitch won't let me know what you were playing, so I do hope you had a good stream and all that. If you got a raid and run, no problem. I understand. You're obviously welcome to be here. Let's see, the first early access you got was Mount & Blade Warbrand. What would be my first early access? I know the only game I've kickstarted is I did kickstart Space Game. I'm blanking on it. The one that's trying to do everything is just feature creep and never actually delivers a full title. Why is my brain doing that? Star Citizen, thank you. Like, I kickstarted Star Citizen, And then their monetization BS came out, and I'm like, well, I want nothing to do with this game anymore. And so I played like when they had like one of their earlier tech demos. I'm like, this is kind of cool, but like it runs like garbage, and I'm just sitting in a stationary hangar. And it was just kind of one of those things. I'm like, all right, I got okey doked on this Kickstarter. And it's not like I don't actually have a problem with Kickstarter. It's just that was one I felt like it got pretty burnt. All right, next baby's on its way. That was one I honestly regret kickstarting. But, you know, you didn't know. That's the reasons why I just don't Kickstarter anymore. But then, like, I haven't pre-ordered something in a very long time. I used to. But it was kind of the same thing. I got burnt once or twice on pre-orders where I pre-ordered and the game ended up being absolutely terrible. And it was just like, okay, I hate this. I spent this money and it would not... Yeah, I'm not doing that rate. It's a lot of standings. But against 3 adults and 3 children. Oh, sorry, 4 adults and 3 children. It's so sad when companies go that direction and have awesome people behind the scenes. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Even the scummiest of the scummy publishers out there, or like dev companies and all that, they have good people in their ranks or just trying to do good stuff, and it sucks to be there. It's one of the reasons why even when you have, you know, like Electronic Arts, I don't know if they still do. I know they had one of their headquarters here in Central Florida, like one of their main campus, whatever you want to call it. And I knew a lot of people who worked there, and they were doing some pretty awful things. So far as, like, making people put in ridiculous amounts of overtime, like, unpaid, expecting, like, mandatory crunch and a whole bunch of that garbage. And so people would end up burning out in that and then leaving the company and finding better jobs, you know, outside of game industry and all that. Alright, you have a good one, Mechanic. Thank you again for the raid and tuning in, all that good stuff. But yeah, and it's one of those things that, like, with all that, pretty much what ended up happening is you'd have people, someone would be like, oh yeah, I worked at, you know, Electronic Arts, and people would badmouth them. I'm like, why are you badmouthing this person? Like, they got a job into an industry that's really hard to get into. Clearly this is a resume job for them. Like, that's how you get into that industry. Is like back then you had, because that was before you had Steam Greenlight and all that, where you could kind of get your games off. Like getting a game on Steam back in those days was real difficult. They wouldn't just let anyone publish a game. Like it was very walled garden in a lot of ways. So you kind of had to prove that you were someone worth considering, and there's pros and cons with that. So usually what you did is you got a job and you worked at like Ubisoft or Electronic Arts or Activision or, you know, Microsoft's gaming division or whatever. You get the idea. Blizzard, you'd get a job with there. And then, you know, most of the time you stayed there. But if you didn't, you would end up pivoting over to your own thing. That way you could be like, hey, a former developer who worked on insert name a big game that you worked on. You could kind of do that. Let's see, you played it recently, but it's never getting finished? Yeah, no, it's one of those things. Like, they're still working on it and all that, but it was one of those things that, you know, they kept feature creeping and feature creeping and feature creeping and feature creeping, and it's like, okay, that's fine, but like, how many years are we? And like, the holistic vision that you had for the initial thing is still not there. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that was never planned to be in the game at that phase. But it's just kind of one of those ones. And like, again, for me, the big thing with Star Citizen that killed it for me was the monetization. We're like, you can buy land on a planet, you know, and it's going to cost literally tens of thousands of dollars to buy this land on this planet in this video game. And you're sitting there going, hang on. Wait a second. So I can give you tens of thousands of dollars to get a chunk of virtual land that doesn't exist in the game, and is probably not going to be in the game anytime soon. And I don't even know what I'm going to be able to do with that land. Did we lose Adam? No, we're not getting a new pawn. I'm sorry, I missed where that came from, rhetorical. No, both our Adam and Eve are still here. We aren't recruiting anyone. escape from capitalism with the capitalism. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things that, like, that was the one, like, because it was bad enough. Oh yeah, no, that was from the last stream I was crediting it. It was, we had a perfect pawn show up, and they downed both Adam and Eve. And it was just the 2 children at the time. And so, against a perfect pawn with a revolver, we had 2 children with short bows. And they got enough damage into that pawn while I was running to cover that I ran them away. So the children ran away, grabbed their parents, and, you know, ran the parents into the base real fast, while that guy went out and decided to burn the fields and all that, and then, you know, collapsed due to bleeding out. Max, people are not the company. Some have passion, and some, you know, other... Yeah. That's a thing. Like, and you also have people... You never know people's situations. Like, you'll have a company who's genuinely doing crappy things, but, like the place where, like, they open the Amazon warehouse. And you might be like, hey, man, Amazon's doing some awful things. That is a factually true thing. But at the same time, you're like, right, but you live in the city, and you've got, you know, a parent who needs to be cared for that isn't really good to be moved or whatever, and Amazon has their big warehouse in that city. That's the main place you can work for. There's not really another option. You know, don't beat up the person for being a delivery driver for Amazon because Amazon's being crappy. Like, they might literally be stuck with that as their option. It is kind of what it is. Now, if they start, you know, Amazon's doing some pretty awful things, and they're like, we think this is the great direction for the company, well, then they're revealing that they actually are on board with the awful stuff, and then you can get starting to be judgy about it. Because the EA pioneered being evil in the games industry, but people actually working in the games aren't to blame. Yeah, well, and it's not exclusively EA. Like, I definitely agree that EA is definitely an instigator of a lot of it, and, you know, one of the people who started a lot of those things. A lot of the awful trends began with EA. Alright, so... That's not the right person. It'd be Donkey Duff and Vortis. Congratulations, you got yourself an actual room. Start clearing up these. So I'll kick you into that bed. And you into this bed. Because we're slowly going to make that into an actual dining room. Because we have not known the touch of the table. Yeah, so you're still at 8. It was meant to release 5 years ago, and still not likely to happen to him. Yeah. I think those minuscule videos of Amazon delivery people throwing packages ruin it for the rest of them. And they're probably not legit. Oh no, so like the door camera of like the person just chucking the box over the thing, I fully believe that's true. Because when you think about a company doing that many delivery, how many thousands upon thousands upon thousands of delivery drivers does Amazon probably have between operating, you know, multiple countries and being able to deliver within a day? I couldn't imagine how big their fleet must be so far as raw number of employees delivering. In that large of a data set, any demographic you look at, the only way you don't end up with at least a crappy person is if it's like 1 or 2 people. And even then, who knows? So out of those tens of thousands of drivers or whatever it is, there's gonna be a handful of them who, they're pissed off, they're frustrated, they just got in an argument with, you know, whatever, and it just happens to be that day, or they're over their job, they're doing this last shift, and then they're gonna tell their boss where to shove it, and, you know, they just don't do a good job. I'd believe it. It's just too large of a data set for there to not be at least a couple people who are kind of not really on board with doing it. Because you know, here in Australia, they have to take a photo of the delivery dropping off. Usually require a signature from the receipt here also. Yeah, no, you don't require that here in the US. And then on top of that, a lot of that has still been fairly recent change. A lot of times they just left that crap at your front door and that was that. It's only after like lots of packages started getting stolen and all that that... Sorry. you'd have people accuse him of not delivering it, and then packages got stolen, and then Amazon was trying to be like, no, 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 it didn't, the driver didn't steal it, the driver delivered it. You know, if this was stolen, it was stolen by, like, someone after delivery. Or other garbage that people would accuse of it. But yeah, I think expensive items, a lot of times, they require a signature. Not worth a job most of the time? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Because you have to sign out, like, they have, like, tracking on every single package, what truck it went on, all that kind of stuff. If you go and you steal a package, there's zero chance you're getting away without, you know... I shouldn't say zero chance. If a package or two goes missing from your truck more than once, it's gonna get noticed super fast. Because it's gonna get noticed it got put on your truck. And that, you know, supposedly you took it out and delivered it and all that. And if it ends up being more than, like, one package or whatever kind of thing, it's gonna be pretty straightforward that your truck is the outlier. Let's see. You've had Amazon drop a package in front of your door and run off, which is meant for the next block. Drop a package in front of your door and run off, which was like they delivered to the wrong person. Yeah, and I mean there's also honest mistakes in that too. But yeah, that's the whole thing. You had a package get delayed for no reason from the distributor, just an exception message. Yeah, I mean mistakes happen. But yeah, no, that's the whole big thing. Like, where you see the thing about, like, the person, like, taking a monitor or TV and just chucking it over the fence. A lot of times there's more to that story as well. Like, your gate doesn't work. There's not a place to actually leave the package and all that. You know, and all those kind of things. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. With the sheer number of people, there's going to be at least one person who's having a really crap day who just doesn't do their job well for the day. And that's not something that should be reflected by the larger number of people working for the company. It's just like, hey, that one guy, they're being pretty garbage. Let's see, wish you had dropped off. You have to go to the street, to the post office. But you've had a few deliveries. They didn't even knock on the door. Just left a card. Oh yeah, no, I didn't run into that with Amazon. I used to run into that with, like, UPS and FedEx. That you'd have some that were really good about, you know, showing up and, you know, making, like, knocking on your door, ringing your bell, doing all that stuff. Alright, so all of them are, like, okay-ish on Melee. They're still very dangerous because they are Neanderthals. We also are dealing with foggy rain, so this is going to be a pretty bad one. Just because our accuracy is going to thing. They were time-starved near the end of their shift. Yeah. So we're going to try and put as much damage as we can in while they're distracted by the dryads. I'm hoping to send them in retreat without using the traps because they just take a while to set up. Alright. So retreat into the base. Oh yeah, no, it's Jade. Okay, so only used 2 traps there. Yeah, so Sabra looks like they're gonna get away. But the other ones, we got them. So they did kill one of our dryads, that's fine. That's just the cost of dealing with all this. We'll have you get hauled off so your body doesn't rot. We will haul you off so your body doesn't rot here. We'll haul you off so your body doesn't rot here. And we'll haul you off so your body doesn't rot here. So we don't... Because we were dealing with tons of mood breaks earlier because of the sheer volume of corpses that were building up and rotting in our lake here. So we moved our dump the bodies way over there. Do dryads respawn, or do you need to do a ritual? Yeah, so as long as you're maintaining the trees, when a dryad dies, it will eventually make a new dryad. It takes a little while, but the dryads will reappear. Major break risk. Is ravenously hungry. Why are you sleeping on the floor? What? Conrad has been a real pain when it comes to actually getting them to sleep in the bed. He'll go way over here and they'll be like, nope, ground. Mm-mm. There you go. And why are you sleeping on the floor? Because you actually don't have a spot. That's on me. Growth, moment, citric. So they have... Alright, so let's give them construction, because we're lacking in that. We can always use more crafters. Ooh, okay. So this is your first age up, and we can get tough. Tough is definitely what we're taking. There's a good chance this pawn will eventually become our melee pawn. But with that, citric here cannot do construction yet. That's okay. We'll get there. But they'll be able to take over the construction side of things from Vortis once they age up more. So if we can get melee and mining for passions, they become our new dedicated, they just handle base stuff. Let's see, is this mod with the names on the floor apply to crops as well? Yeah. It just puts the label, so like... Where did the label for that? Oh yeah, so it says like right here, it's mentioning that's that. And over here, it's mentioning that it's potatoes. Not seeing where the rice one is. I'm assuming it's put it down here, like somewhere over there where it's like gray on gray and it's just hard to see. But yeah, it will label them. Like, I'm expecting to see it like right over here. Or down there. Okay, so how are you doing? You missing a bunch of bits? Okay, go heal yourself. Go heal yourself. Go heal yourself. Go heal yourself. Because they're all missing parts. Inspired taming. Unfortunately, we don't have enough to tame any of the interesting animals on here. A lot of dangerous animals out there, but we're really only going out this far now. Oh, wait. Work? Can you hunt now? Yeah, so you primarily hunt. So what that's going to do is Citric's now going to run around, and whenever an animal gets into this area, Citric will be the one to start clearing them out. Which will be good. Ambrosia Sprout. Yeah, so you're replacing the spike traps. That's fine. We can probably go in here, meanwhile. Ideology, styling bench. Ah, so I have to make that out of something like wood. We can do that. We can also go to furniture. Put a bunch of those down. I'm pretty sure we'll have light leather floating around here. We've got over 3,000 units of various fabrics and leathers and all that. So we'll need to get all that sorted out, that's fine. How long do you get power or water wheels? Not for a bit. Depends. We have random research. So if we look at our research, technically we could have it where it goes and it grabs every single one of these, fills all of this in, goes down this line, does all of this, and then gives electricity. It could go that route. Or it could just go right to electricity. Because it's random research, we don't know. I mean, I could look it up. I actually do know what the current research is because I accidentally saw it when I clicked on the research bench. It's one of the places that that information bleeds through even with the mod. But I'm deliberately not acting with any knowledge on it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Could you maybe put out that fire? Maybe put out the fire? You know, the one that's burning our crops? Okay. But yeah, realistically, when it comes to power, we're going to be using wood for power to begin with. Is what's going to be happening, because I can use the dryads for wood. I don't have another good power resource, and we get that right when we get electricity. So probably literally will be, I'll just put like a power generator in here in the room where the wood's going to be, and go with that. I'm also noticing I need more shelves. I'm just going to go ahead and just get all the shelves built here. That's fine. We'll also probably want an art bench at some point, but that's fine. And they're all scattering stuff around. Major break risk because you're ravenously hungry. And the mushrooms last for a long time, too. Okay. I think it's time we stop using you for rice. And the reason I'm thinking that is mostly we get a mood penalty if we do eat rice. Well, it's fine. We'll keep it for right now. I do want to switch that to not be rice relatively soon, because we take a mood penalty for it. We are slowly getting this farm built up. And because we can farm it year-round, and the raw crops last for a good while, that should go for a long time. Right now, we just don't have someone who can keep enough time dealing with that. Because they're busy doing dryad nonsense. Trying to think, do I want to switch? So we have hit points 100. Yeah, so you are tanky. What is your damage? It's not gonna tell me easily. Because the berries we're probably not going to need much anymore. We can use the mushrooms for just about everything. Trying to set that so they start putting the food on the shelves so it keeps counting. All right. that'll help with the storage room a lot. Because otherwise, if they keep dropping on the floor, it doesn't count towards our food we have in stock, and they'll just keep producing more and more. Lynx hunting doppelganger. Okay, dealt with. It's getting a lot of dangerous animals. Eventually, I won't need to worry about them very much because we'll just keep moving indoors more and more. Oh yeah, no, we actually got complex furniture early on. It's Vort is here as our construction person, and they just had no time to do anything. And now, as we've been getting more and more pawns, that's slowly been getting better. Anything stems from you when you were young? You were dragged along with your parents and aunts and uncles and went wild mushroom picking? Then cooking them with butter on a pan? You don't know the smell insulted you? I've never been wild mushroom picking. A big part of that is, neural computation I would actually like. Or pet grizzly bear. Grizzly bears eat a lot, and that's for a full season. Let's say no to that and say yes to the nomads. Alright, so drop your knives, because you can betray us. Okay, you can help with childcare and all that. You're not gonna hunt. You get to mine. In fact, I don't care what you're good at. Actually, I do. You research. Yeah. You research. And then you mine. If you want to stay, you gotta help make it happen. Oh, right, we wanted to see... I forgot this even queued up over here. There was a question about whether or not this dropped on the river, if it'd still be a river tile underneath or it'd be dirt. I'm pretty sure it'll be a river tile. Because I could basically brick your setup into place if one was hit in the wrong spot. Yep, so it's still river. I figured it would be. Meanwhile, we'll go here and say furniture. Alright. Let's see, there used to be a wild marijuana on the side of the roads, but the police cleared all that long before you went to Uncle Jim's. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's fine. Like, you know, people poison deceased because mushrooms. They were really known to mushrooms, and they're picking mushrooms 10 plus years. Yeah, no, that's one of those things. It depends on where you're at. There's some places that, like, the safe versus the unsafe mushrooms, there's not many unsafe ones you have to worry about. And then there's places, like, where I was at, I should have canceled that, but it's too late. There's places, like, where I grew up as a kid that we had, like, 2 mushrooms that were nearly identical. And one of them, the colloquial name was Death Cap. Versus the other one was, like, totally safe. And you, like... If you were an absolute expert, you could take the time to figure it out. But it was just one of those things that, generally speaking, they were like, yeah, even if you're an expert, unless you are, like, in a survival situation that you literally have no choice and there's that mushroom there, don't F with it. Because if you get it wrong, you just killed yourself. Alright, so getting all the shelves built, doing all that. And so the good news there is we got our 2 people that are visiting. One is doing our research for us. Let's see, don't mushrooms have minuscule nutritional value, or therefore mostly used to fillers and umami? There's mushrooms that have decent nutritional value. Like, don't get me wrong, they're not super nutrient dense, but it's better than like some of your leafy greens can be pretty not bioavailable. Some of them can be pretty good. Like, you're not getting a huge range of vitamins or anything from them. Nope. It died. Yeah, Bio's just gonna be destroyed, it's fine, whatever. I mostly want to get it to stop eating all my crops. Which will soon not be an issue when my crops are no longer outdoors. I wonder if that wouldn't be a bad idea. Later on, get all of these to be the bark skin, so that when you get a raid that's got triple rocket launchers and all that, they just start blasting all the dryads with it to use it all up beforehand. Umami and savory taste, but added to dishes mainly. Yeah, no, mushrooms are mostly added to things. You can get stuff like there's like a mushroom salad that's usually like mushroom, red onion, and some type of dressing kind of thing. Research known, electricity. Heck yeah. It's time to turn the lights on. Well, very soon it's time to turn the lights on. What we'll do here is we'll not build those two shelves. Cult escapee. A mangled figure is approaching our colony. Okay. So this is one of those people that can have a whole thing. Alright, so power. Wood. Hidden conduit, hidden conduit, hidden conduit. And we'll get that set up. Now figure out where the stove's gonna go. We're gonna let this person get down to us. We're gonna get out of there all these people. Grab you. Grab you two. Send away. Okay. So they left on their own accord. Where? I was about to say, like, where are you going? They just kept walking into our base. Alright, and we're getting more mushy mush happening. I have a feeling a bunch of these random weapons I see up here that don't belong to anyone, I have a feeling that was people leaving our tile and not making it. Yeah, no, there's definitely some... Let's say, well, you're vegetarian, friends, mate. You didn't want to be polite, but you refuse. You did eat portobello mushroom pasta sauce once? It was actually acceptable. Yeah, no, there's definitely people who are just really not into mushrooms. Most of the time, it's a texture thing. Like, it can be flavor as well, but most of the time, it's a texture thing. Because mushrooms have, compared to most food, a weirdly uniform texture, which can be very off-putting to some people. I think mushrooms are going to be a pretty good source of plant-based protein and good fiber. Otherwise, they're pretty worthless. Yeah, no, like from like getting your vitamin C and all that, they're not going to do anything for you. Texture and smell for you? I can understand that. Yeah, texture is definitely the one you hear the most of. Like, texture is a very common thing that you hear people who don't like mushrooms. That's the whole thing. Because, like I said, it's just this weirdly uniform texture. I like mushrooms, for the record. But I can understand, like, you've got something that's like, what is texture? Consistent. And that's not a common thing you run into in food. Alright, so meanwhile, production. Put an electric stove there. We're gonna start getting things converted over to electricity and all that. Let's see, your partner Emma dislikes mushrooms very much. Also eggs that are medium or below. Even omelets or scrambled. It's so probably a texture thing. Yeah, no, it's like, I've had a couple people who are like, no. Like, I've had one person like, no, it's actually the taste. I don't mind the texture. It's like, really? You know, not like in a judgy way. It's just, it's very unusual that, like, mushrooms, it's usually the texture that's the off-putting. Is the way I should be saying that. Hey, Daka, how's it going? 10 stream streak, thank you so much for that. As the retorter said, for the longest time, your only experience with mushrooms was pre-sliced ones that go bad and slimy easily, and you couldn't stand the texture. Have you since learned that, like, you like using whole mushrooms that keep the firm crunch, and you've only liked that when you cooked with them? Yeah. So there's definitely the thing where, like, the sliced mushrooms, those can be good for, like, making, like, mushroom gravy and all that kind of stuff. I definitely agree that if you're not putting them in something that is going to give them kind of a saucy texture to begin with, like, on it. So again, like mushroom gravy or a soup or whatever, using them for a lot of other things, they do kind of get a weird sliminess to them. Not that I've had much that I'm like, oh, that's gross or whatever. You definitely have to use them quickly. They do go bad much faster once you slice them. More surface area for air and all that to get in. Find bacteria and all that to help along. Okay, I see we got the Mega Sloth here. We'll go ahead and kill that. Orange is carrying the baby. Okay, get you two in front. And the rest of you, open fire. Good hits? Not really. I was mostly just trying to get away from our field. I am eagerly looking forward to, once I get like a second one of these set up, I feel very comfortable we'll be good. You can eat waffles just fine, not the individual ingredients. It's just weird. Oh yeah. Let's see, more Asian food and Asian soup broth. Not by itself, yeah. But they're very strange because you don't mind the texture of pancakes, but they make you physically ill, even if you don't know you're eating them. Weird. I know for me, like with sushi, that's one of the things. Like I don't get ill kind of thing, but for me with sushi, it's one of those things that I like sashimi, which is raw fish, and the sticky rice I like. Nori, like the seaweed, like it's not my favorite. It's fine, but just you put it together as sushi and I just don't like it. And I have tried it so many times in so many varieties. It's the thing I've probably tried the most different things. I got to go on a cruise and there was like a sushi thing there and I was like, all right, well, I'm going to try one of each and every type of sushi over the duration of this cruise to see if there's any I like. And there's certainly ones I dislike more than others. Like sea urchin can go die in a fire. It is a thing of orange snot. It is a truly repulsive texture. But like, I just don't like it. And I keep trying it, being like, I don't understand. I like you could deconstruct this. I like everything that's in here. And it's not like a preparation thing. I just, for whatever reason, I don't like it. I mean, at this point, I accept it's probably in my head at this point. Like, I've tried it so many times, I've probably just ingrained that I don't like it. You would never eat sea urchin? You love watching videos of people, that people eat it, but it's not for me. Yeah, I mean, it was just one of those things. Like, it's just, you know, you have, like, the seaweed wrapping, the sticky rice, and there's just, like, this orange stuff in it. But yeah, biting into that's like, oh, that is a truly unpleasant thing. Yeah, I wonder if it's just maybe something about, like, because you can make pancakes with just, like, regular flour, but a lot of times people use, like, pancake mix that has some stuff in there. So it might be just the fact that they're using pancake mix, that something is in pancake mix. That's the differentiating, because, you know, otherwise, like, eggs, flour, sugar, all that, sure. But very few people sit down and just break out the flour, break out the egg, and, like, literally just go for it. Not no one. So it makes me wonder if, like, when you go to, like, McDonald's, they use, like, a pancake mix. You go to this place, they use a pancake mix. Let's know. You try them all. Even better uncooked is okay. Better is it's cooked, cause issues. Weird. Yeah, I don't know. Pancake mix. Yeah, I know I've made it from scratch. It's just been a long time. I used to do a lot more cooking around here before I became a content creator. It just takes time, and with content creation, I don't give myself the time. Something's chemically shifted. That's actually, like, that's definitely a thing. Like, you cook stuff and all sorts of chemical reactions happen. You know, different materials go. Oh yeah, no, I used to. That was one of the things. Like, I didn't do a lot of cooking until I moved out into my first apartment, and then it was very much like, no, really, I don't want to, like, live on these handful of things. So, you know, yeah, it was simple stuff at first, like spaghetti and all that, which is pretty straightforward, not a big deal. Like, you know, eggs, omelets, whatever. None of that's particularly fancy or whatever. But then, you know, you'd start doing stuff like, I had a grandfather who used to hunt all the time, so when he brought venison, I'd a lot of times get the cube steak, and I had a whole thing where, you know, do like crushed red peppers and hot sauce with the cube steak with garlic and a whole bunch of things. I called it Bambi's Revenge. That was just this very heavily, like, not heavily, it was a seasoned meat and all that. I did lots of chicken enchiladas. That was one of the things to eat really cheap and get good food I did in college. Is you get, like, from the grocery store, you could get, like, a chicken. You know, like, it was defeathered and all that, but it was a chicken. I'm gonna take that and I'd throw it in a crock pot, a slow cooker. Just put some water in there, toss it in there. Just let it go for a good couple hours and all that till the thing was just falling apart. You'd fish out all the bones and all that, chuck those in the garbage. And then you'd take the chicken and I'd use that to make, like, you know, I'd shred it and use it for, like, enchiladas or tacos or whatever. You know, just season that up, make that really cheap. And I could take all that broth, and now I had, you know, throw some veggies and throw some veggies and noodles in there, and now I got soup. So I'd buy that one thing of chicken, a little thing of veggies, you know, and noodles were dirt cheap. And so between that, I'd have 5, 6, 7 meals. Could eat that for a week. Hi.
I have to give you a kissy.
Why would you do this to yourself?
Oh, I like giving you kisses.
Yeah, we all make mistakes.
That's true.
Love.
Love.
Then you have 20 made with mushy mush. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'll prioritize first. The ones made with mushrooms as their first priority. Next priority would be cook forever if it is made with meat. Which will use the insect. And then finally, if all of that's still there, then it could just be whatever. Cool. What time is it for you? Oh, for me it's like 2 in the morning. Has he had a friend who was 36 and told you to learn how to make scrambled eggs? He spent 2 weeks making scrambled eggs in the microwave. Hey, you know what? It is just one of those things. All right, so for here, we're going to deconstruct that oven. We're done with it. We are moving on to the power of electricity. And then we can go here and go orders, smooth that room. That'll be another bedroom built. Getting them out of here. Let's see, recently you discovered Japanese curry, golden curry. Little chicken, carrots, potatoes, or rice. Delicious, cheap, many leftovers. Yeah, so we're going to be taming some boomalopes. Honestly, that might not be a bad idea in the long term. I'm probably not going to go out of my way for it, but if we get 1 or 2 of those, I could probably feed them on the mushrooms, have them have like a little room inside my base to live in, and just have mushrooms for them on the shelf. And then we can use the chem fuel for power. That wouldn't be the worst. It's better than wood. But wood's what we're doing for right now. Is your 1,000? Yeah, you're 1,000 power. So literally that one stove there is already 1/3 of the power. And if I built the electric smelter, we exceed the power. Just those 2. Let's see what else. Furniture, we can move to wall lights. Actually put in the other wall. Because as I move to those, we can take off torches and all that. And that'll all reduce the amount of wood we're dragging around. But so you enjoy cooking food, you don't enjoy cooking it for half a day, then inhale a whole pot in like 10 minutes. Well, that was the reason why I liked the slow cooker kind of thing, is just because you chuck it in there and you don't have to do anything for it like the whole day. You just come back at the end of the day, eat your food. Your favorite autism food is buttered toast? I used to do a lot of stuff that just very, very simple, like what I used to do for me, like for a breakfast when I wanted something simple, is I used to actually take toast, put a little bit of butter on it, and then put some grated cheese on that. I did that a lot. Okay. So once we're past the winter, I'll probably go and put a heater in here instead. That's going to be a little bit tricky because it's going to push a bunch of stuff there. We could also go cool, cold snap, so we just go ahead and just assume we're done planting for the season. It's fine. Not participating. Won't attend due to extreme temperatures. Gotcha, so you don't have enough clothes to make it happen. Okay, so we're gonna have her thing. Safe food is a common thing? Yeah. Unforgettable. Cool. Get everyone's moods up. Alright, so we're getting to that point that once the cold snap goes away, I'm probably going to awaken the monolith to activate the anomaly stuff. Because my intention is to lean on that, and I do really want some of the tech locked behind anomaly, which means I gotta go and poke the bear. We were waiting until we had electricity because with electricity I could do a lot of stuff to manage it. Okay. We can go ahead and get that to be pro zone. We're not doing that. I don't have a place to build it. Alright. And with the cold snap preventing anyone from being able to grow stuff outside, you know, all of our people are now mining and constructing and all that. Research is happening. Stuff is getting done, is what's happening. More than likely, I'll also need to go and send my people to start hunting random animals. Yeah, because I've got Citric, who is the only one who's still considered a child who can hunt. That basically anything who enters the zone that's not one of my stuff, they're going to hunt it immediately. We'll probably want to actually run out there because there's 4 animals that are dangerous out there. I only got a couple animals worth hunting outside of those 4. Okay. Yeah, no, we don't need to get into like an argument over like commonality among comfort foods and all that. There's definitely comfort foods that more people have a tendency to be comfortable with. Even though some people it might not be something that works for them. You remember when Citric was bored? Seems like only yesterday. And now he's hunting. Yep. Hey, Treacle, how's it going? I'll get you a shout out once the ad break ends. Don't want to give like an ad break shout out. Feels kind of not great. Yeah, as soon as the cold snap ends, I'm probably gonna run up here, kill the Mega Sloth. We'll need to get rid of those grizzlies. That's gonna be a big one. Once we awaken the monolith, though, I'm not actually planning on putting a lot of time on the monolith itself. I'll probably have to early on. There, that way it's fully covered. Cold snap is over. Okay, and it conveniently, the Mega Sloth came right back in here. Is this the same one with the eye injury? Alright, so you're back. This is the same one who ate my food the last time. Last time we just scarred up its eye and it ran away. Nicely done, team. All right. It's a shame we don't have a ton of food, because stuff like having, you know, a bear army could be fun. but probably not reasonable or practical on this particular map right now. Because they'll want to eat meat, and we don't have much of that. Alright, would you look at that actually looking like a presentable space? Okay, so we don't have the ability to change colors. If we get it, I'll start making the whole base like cool colors or whatever. Oh, I forgot. We can actually dye the floor colors. What is our ideology color? It's like a deep green. Okay. So we could start this, probably around there. Pine green, maybe? No, it was a lighter green, wasn't it? No, it's a pretty dark green. Maybe not quite pine green. You know what? I think pine green's close enough. I'm gonna start dyeing it so all the colors aren't the exact same. You love that they put in shops earlier because you can't get enough of them? You put in shops earlier. I missed with the hot cross. Oh, you're talking about tea and all that stuff. Okay, gotcha. Cool. Alright, but now that the ad breaks, so we're getting solar panels. Cool. I'm not gonna be able to use those. Nowhere I could be able to fit those. So let me go and do the shout out for Treacle. For those who don't know, Treacle is our fantastic content creator on the platform. Also plays RimWorld among other games. So if you like RimWorld, you should go check that out. And if you're here and you don't like RimWorld, I don't understand. So, you should go check them out. So thank you again for the follow. Welcome to stream. We're talking about hot cross buns? Yeah, no, I was trying to figure out where the step to hot cross buns came from. Alright, so I'll let you work on getting that room sorted out. Then we'll get the next one. And the power has gone out because we didn't refuel this. Keep refueling it. Keep refueling it. Okay, so we can actually get to almost 4 days if we keep them refueling it. Not quite 4 days. Okay, when the weather's clear, I might just go out of my way to kill those 2 grizzly bears. That way I can just unleash my people to hunt anytime I need. Because food's not doing amazing, but it's not doing terrible. Because, like, on the one hand, I don't have as much food set aside. On the other hand, we are now producing food inside our base actively year-round. Yeah, so you're 5 wide. Yeah, so you're 5 by 11. And that'll be the next grow room. I feel like fueling generators should be basic job. Unfortunately, it's hauling job. And it tends to be low priority. Yeah, that's the reasons why I don't usually like using the generators. It's fine, though. We'll get there. Okay, so you can go out here. Furniture. Put you in. Don't really need those lights, but that's okay. Toggle off. Toggle off. Power. Run you out here. Because eventually I'm going to want to hide in the wall here. Probably both the sentry gun and the invisibility detection thing. There's actually an interesting base in the sense that I could put invisibility detection thing way up here, and it would probably be able to cover that whole area. And so you could see when they're coming from super far away. But that'll be something we do later. Phoebe's collections of goodies. Alright. The weather's clear. Let's deal with these bears. Because I want to pop the monolith, and I'm gonna need to clear it up so I don't get mauled doing it. Okay. And then while we've got it here, alright, Conrad, it's time to pop the monolith. Because I'm going to want that monolith for a lot of things. It's not going to help me until we activate it. Because right now, all anomaly tech is blocked until I turn it on. The monolith's dark metallic surface is warm to touch, and Conrad thinks she can hear a faint hum emanating from inside. The lines on its dusty surface seem to squirm in unsettling patterns. Conrad focuses on the shape, trying to uncover their meaning. The hum strengthens. The shapes begin to flow into Conrad's vision. But the surface isn't changing. Power begins to uncoil in the empty space around. A black shape is forming in her mind. The anomaly is stirring. Alright, wake it up. Wake it up before you go. I don't plan on going solo. Alright, great, Paul. As the monolith twisted and changed, Conrad is overcome with a horrifying vision in an instant. She understood. The monolith is a doorway, just barely cracked open now. Something dark beyond imagination stirs on the other side, seeping into our reality. Terrified but excited, Conrad is convinced that she can learn more given time to study the monolith. You can do monolith research. Do. And we'll say... Alright, so basically giving a place that whoever's researching the monolith can hide. That's gonna take forever before anyone works on it. But now here's the snag. So the snag is, now that I've activated monolith, I have to do one thing in dev mode real fast. Because unfortunately this mod does have a bug. If it chooses when it chooses, it can randomly choose an anomaly research down here, but it'll never finish it if it does. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna choose entity. I can't do it right now. So what I need to do is go in here and go to debug options and go random, remove random research, and then go back to debug options and go random and make random research. And now I can turn off debug. So what that does is it has the thing of I can technically stop the research and now see the research. That's the negative on that. But what can happen is if this were to choose an anomaly, I can just hit that X and it'll re-roll the anomaly stuff. And an anomaly, I'm going to handle manually. But I just want to get the entity containment research. Because if I get the entity containment research, then I can research inside our base using whatever we capture. Harbinger tree has sprouted. That's not a bad place for it. I'm going to just leave it alone, though. So I only want to bother researching that just enough that I can get entity containment online. Ideally. I might not even go that far. Honestly, I'm not going to go that far. You, orders, you're dead to me. Don't research it. And the reason I don't want them to do that is right on the edge of the map. So whoever goes up there is researching is very likely to get caught by whatever shows up and killed before I have a chance to do literally anything about it. So it's just in a very dangerous position. So just need to give them time to sort that out. Oh, and you are ready to expand again? What are you doing? Donkey Duff is in labor. It's baby time. Alright, bit over a 90% chance of good results. And we definitely need to get this hospital happening. Come on, good results. Healthy child. Welcome to the colony. Brand new child. And that is going to be Mandible. Welcome to the colony. Oh, she hasn't been put down. It's like, where is she? Where's baby? Baby's being fed right now. Oh, I did not give you a crib. We need additional crib. Fortis, wake up and build a crib right now. Set owner, not Mandible. I don't know why you went to sleep on the floor in there. Now he makes stuffed mushrooms, mushroom stroganoff, mushroom soup, mushroom tea, mushroom gravy, cream of mushroom. Fried mushrooms. Pickled mushrooms. Mushroom ravioli. Made with a mushroom casing, naturally. Okay, so Mandible feeding, urgent on everyone. And after this, Mom won't worry about it. Oh, Mom's already not worrying about it. So we got our next thing. Boil them, mash them, stick them in stew? Yes. Now, one important thing is I cannot let light get in here. Are we playing Dwarf Fortress this map or RimWorld? How does map even get generated? We are using the geological landform mods, which has a whole bunch of different wild styles of maps you can do. And this happens to be the water or river source gorge mod, or river source gorge layout. Normally I do stuff like Swamp Hill and all that. But yeah, so we're going full diggy hole on this one. Shrimp stew, shrimp burger, shrimp posture. Yep. Site Stealer has been revealed. You just start running, Citric Orange. Everyone who's not there, so Donkey Duff, just get in position. Okay, so they did engage on the Dryad. Okay, so we might be good there. So, what we're going to want to do is, for right now, this is not going to be a bedroom. It is going to be a containment room. Is it a good containment room? No. No, it is not. Capture you. Actually, Citric, you can do that. You're standing right there. Alright, Site Stealer shrieks. So this is going to be a little bit of a problem. So I'm curious how this will go, because I assume the Site Stealers will attack our Dryads, which will be effectively an early warning system for us. But I don't know that. You probably shouldn't be out that far. Okay. So with that, we got an entity we can research. I'll figure out how I'm dealing with the lights over there later. Power. Run it there. Hold these doors open. Okay. Yep, so we are now officially researching anomalies. Progress is occurring. So my big concern we have is we are going to have Site Stealers attack. My hope is that the Dryads will be what gets jumped on and we'll have time to defend, because it is one of those things I don't want to keep my people away from handling the Dryads for like an in-game week or anything like that while we wait for this to settle out. If we have to, we have to. But I think we'll be fine that they'll go after the Dryads. Alright. Manage areas. Let's see. Home area. New area. Rename. Safe. Because I want to go ahead and start restricting our people back into this space that I'm worried about being there. So you are under restriction to stay in the safe zone, children. Because an adult getting hit by the Site Stealers can probably put up with a little bit. The kids could easily die. So basically, we're locking everyone into the basement right now. Said, keep your head down. Things are about to get messy. Don't go outside. So you'll never try to escape, mostly because you're already injured. Once you recover, we'll see how high it gets. Just double checking that we can actually... Yes, we won't be able to smooth that outer wall, but that's okay. What is your deal? Go juice dependency, cabin fever. You'll figure it out. You leave in 1 day. There's a chance that these nomads get murdered on their way off the tile. It is a very genuine possibility. The chain the outdoor cord right next to the bedrooms, nothing can go wrong. Well, it helps us sleep. They enter our dreams and help us get through the night. They whisper us sweet nothings in demonic tongue. Okay, so you got a little while till you have your next age up. You are getting pretty close to your next age up. You are not too far from becoming a toddler. And the mandible was like literally just born. Yeah, it's the white noise generator of just things scratching on the walls in the night. It's fine. That was weird that I was gonna say, the screen kind of like spasmed for a second. Oh, we're gonna have to change that. Alright, so you need to put the baby away. You two get out here and get ready to help hold it down. Oh no, they're going right past the, right past things. So start getting into position as fast as you can. You two get into position to try and hold stuff off. Run, Donkey Duff! Cool, so you survived. So for right now, I guess we got ourselves a new guest. You got a couple scratches on you. One that's scarred, that's perfect. I would like you to tend to them. Cool. We're definitely going to want to move those, but I'm going to worry about that once we have the actual containment thing done, so I can put down like the proper metal things that they get contained way better on. But for the moment, we're going to keep those all going. I did notice the Sight Sealers didn't hit any of our traps, which is fine. Okay. And what I was going to say here is I need a chair up there. So let's see. Plain leather. That's light leather. So let's go ahead and go furniture. Plain leather armchair. I'll put one on either side of the cribs so that if two people decide to feed two different babies at the same time, we're good. Did we get your feeding thing sorted out? Yeah. Alright, so they're not going to quite get that other room fully set up, but they'll get a good chunk of it set up. Which, considering we're going to reduce the number of people eating here by 2 in here in just a minute, that'll be solid. It'll be a bummer when the research starts slowing down again. That's fine. Meanwhile, we didn't get the warning that they had screamed again, so we'll go ahead and let our kids back out. Yep, there goes the refugees leaving. Cool, cool. So we'll need to go here, floors, fungal, do that. And we'll get the next mushroom room going. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot more power production. That's just gonna take time. My intention is to go entity. We'll probably go like entity, bioferrite extraction, bioharvester. Basically going through these ones down this way. And then the bioferrite generator will be the very first advance one we go to. That's gonna be tricky because it means I need to get an advanced anomaly to even get it. And I could get that off of researching this, but that, as I mentioned before, that's so close to the edge of the map, I don't want to touch it. That's how you have a raid show up and you just have a dead pawn because they show up on the side map, insta-give them. Okay. Got a party and a go frenzy. Love to see it. Quest completed. The nomads did get off the map successfully without problem. Alright. So what's certainly going to happen out here is I don't think we need any of this going on out here. I'm not sure there's anything I'd want to grow out here, because, like, we could do cotton, we could do whatever. I don't think we need it. I think, genuinely, we're just going to go to these fields out here. I'm going to say allow sowing, just don't. I will allow sowing on this. You know what, actually? Select plant. There you go. Boom. We're just going to leave it all to the dye. For dyeing stuff in there. Later on, we'll get hydroponics. I'll probably have like a hydroponic bench that's medical, a hydroponic bench that's the dye, maybe like one or two things like psychoid or whatever. But for the time being, I have no need to do any of that. Unfortunately, can I power the TV? No, the grid access is only 230. So already that TV will overwhelm it. That probably won't be a thing until we can get bioferrite happening, which won't be a thing for a little while. What I'll probably eventually do is try and go like way out of our way over here to put our containment area so that the stuff that breaks out has to go a long way to get anywhere. So that way we can store revenants and have more than enough time to react to trap them in, deal with them. Yeah, got plenty of mushrooms. Alright, refuel that so it doesn't run out of power. Do it again. Okay. Yeah, so we got our two tanky dryads. And then we got wooden medicine coming in. Those are going extremely fine. I don't want to get rid of either of those because we are dependent on that. People did mention, it's like, oh yeah, you could tame a boomalop. It's like, you know what? Very genuinely, I do think once we know we are more than settled on the amount of food we got here that I can make up. Basically, once I can realistically have enough plants there to feed the boomalop, that's not a bad idea. Have like a little room to keep the boomalop in that we drop mushrooms onto some troughs, that kind of thing. I think that'd actually be a good one. And then with the boomalop, that would give us a way of producing power in the short term. Okay. Yeah, so you got a little bit longer till you level up. You got a little bit longer, you still level up. We just gotta keep them going. You've almost hit, like, proper adult. It won't be super long before we're going to want to consider getting ritual stuff set up so that we can de-age people using rituals and keep everyone nice and young. The other one that's going to be scary is when stuff drops on this map where they can and can't go. I wonder if we got the heart, if it even can cross the water or not. I've never looked into that. Okay. And I want to avoid putting down a bunch of the wood generators because it just becomes more and more hauling. There's also concern of accidentally building too many and then not having enough wood. That's certainly an issue, but more so, I can't get people to reliably haul it that well, and it will be a tremendous amount of hauling. Another bench we should probably get going on here at some point is go production, art bench. I'm not going to do a whole lot with that, but we're probably going to use all our marble for that purpose. Just make art to chuck here and there in the base. The other tricky one is when we do eventually get ourselves, the air conditioning and all that, getting that set up. There's a cheeky way you can make an inside your base area. I'm probably gonna do that where you have ACs vent the heat into a doorway. I probably will abuse that just because I don't really have a good way to set this up otherwise, and I just don't feel like figuring it out. Because, like, ultimately what you do as the alternative is you probably have, like, an area out here would have, like, a little walled-off spot there that's open to the roof, and then just a long hallway that goes out to it or something like that as a heat vent. But I don't feel like it. Okay, that should be fine. If I go much farther than that, I have to worry about accidentally putting light in these rooms, and if you put light in your mushroom rooms, they die. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you again for hanging out and all that good stuff. It's good having you. Sleep well and all that good stuff. So you're giving us wood, so I need to keep that going. Like, right now I've got 2,000. So I can probably go here and deprioritize that a bit. And just let that sit. Let you focus on construction more. And probably same with the medicine. It's a shame I can't, like, pass that tree off to someone else and have, like, one pawn, it's like their job is they take care of the trees. Regardless, we'll get rid of those. That'll be the hardest time, is flipping the wood off is going to be the hardest one. Because I just don't have much in the way of resources to get wood or equivalent. Okay. Okay, more mushy mush. Okay, so let's go ahead. And let you go out and start hunting. Because not much is going to get grown. We're basically in the winter. We can work on your combat skills and all that, bring those back. Introduce some meat to offset our stuff, because we are keeping a bit ahead of our food production right now. We are working on building it up, but it's not quite there yet. Speaking of which, I actually need you at 3. Well, no, that's going to have you still researching. That doesn't help. And put you at 3. Alright, got another one of these buildings that we're not going to be making. Because I'm struggling just to get my base built. So I don't need to take on new projects. It's a shame that I have to run back and forth, because I was thinking it's like, if I could get on their schedule a little bit of time to meditate at the tree, to just start that process of getting them to get psychic powers. I probably could afford to give someone up for that time. Like, very genuinely, Donkey Duff is probably someone I could spare for that. Let's do that. So you can go meditate for the end, and then recreate. Because I also want to see if the anima tree goes and spreads its stuff and pushes back the orange stuff for the dryads, or vice versa. Alright, Exotic, good trader, love to see it. Okay. So let's see what we got. You can take that seed. I'm not going to use it. I don't have power set up for this. We can guarantee ourselves microelectronics using the book. That's actually pretty strong. We already have a telescope. We already have a mega screen TV. Not really worried about jump packs. Would be mostly underground, so I probably won't hardly get to use them. Alright, so that means we'll be able to get the microelectronics. How soon do you grow up a little? Let's see. So you should be becoming a toddler anytime. You're really close to becoming a toddler. Like, I don't know the exact amount. It doesn't tell me how many days it is. I mean, I bet you... Maybe it does here. Let's see. Does it show your age in days? No, it just shows, like, age in, like, the relative. But when you hit 3, you become a toddler. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. Yes, we're hunting the things on the map to help out. And thank you for the follow. I think we're out of those resources, so reinstall you over there. Let's see, you thought you were following? Oh no, it's all good. You think it came in with Ever? Yeah, probably. Everdream raided earlier. Rare Thrumbo showed up. Still can't tame them. But if you want to roll down here by the exotic good trader, I'm down to poke a Thrumbo and make it not my problem. Oh, it's gonna be time. Hey, Vortis. I gotta... No, don't leave, don't leave, no, don't go. Let's not push our luck. I did bruise it, but let's not push our luck. Oh, wait. Did I unset you from hunt? Okay, cool. I was just thinking, it's like, oh man, by the time they aggro and they move in, they're only going to jump on 1 or 2 of them. And then they're going to turn on me, and I probably could handle a Thrombo if the pair came out. I'm like, you know what? This is actually a really dumb way to lose a bunch of people. We'd probably be able to get enough hits to kite him, but Thrombos are pretty tanky. Please do not shoot past the Thrombo, Donkey Duff. Just no need for that. Why do you keep setting yourself to different rooms? There. Then this room will be Conright's. Oldest child is calling dibs. You know how oldest children be. Okay. Getting there. It's like, fair. Yep. You know, you were the first one there. You get the first bedroom. That's just how it is. Alright, so we're working on getting all the mushroom stuff going. It's doing alright. Yeah, even at 50 degrees, they're still growing at almost full speed. Just barely a hair below full speed. How are we doing on our steel supply? I haven't been paying attention to that. I think we're out of steels, I think what the answer is. You can mine that out. Oh, don't let that happen. That's the one reason I don't want to depend on generators to get a haul stuff into. It's not so bad with the bioferrite because of just how long it lasts and how much power it produces. But yeah, these woodfire ones, you just have to fuel them so much. Are you concerned about insects? No, not really. Infestations really don't get that bad. As long as you don't neglect them, like leave them alone. But that's actually why you see all these areas. So say I have an infestation pop in here. I would hold this door open, set up with that with 3 melee here. Insects would pop out, you go through, you tear them up, there's a choke point. You know, one of them can go up against 3 of you melee, and you get the idea. So I'm putting these everywhere, and that's what the point is that those are places that, like, if this gets infested, I hold up here. When they step out, we blast them. And all that kind of good stuff. Like, right now, we would probably only get, like, a 1, maybe 2 hive infestation. Shouldn't be too bad. Alright, so we got entity containment. So I'll go for bioferrite extraction next. After bioferrite extraction, we can go towards the flares and all that stuff. You get the idea. Let's see, the constant shifting floor art in the kill box is disconcerting. Yep. One puts the art down and the other person puts, you know, cleans it up, and then they put down the next one and they clean it up. Oh, clever idea. You might get inspired by that. Yeah, no, I've I think in all my time playing RimWorld, I think I've only lost 2 colonies to infestation. And one wasn't even, like, in the base. Inspired Learning Boomalope. Sadly, there's no Boomalope on the map at the moment. But, like, one of them was, like, an Ancient Danger, like, way off there. And I had been in the middle of dealing with, like, a mech cluster and a bunch of other stuff, so, like, I'll deal with it later. Never do that. And then by the time later showed up, is like, this is already... Like, there's, you know, 20-something hives in here and almost 100 bugs. There's no anything I can do about this. And then the other one was something like, you know, the colony was barely above ground in the sense of everyone was hurt and barely managing anything. And then an infestation rolled in and just kind of finished the job. But, like, to the credit, it wasn't really the infestation that did it. The colony, the next stiff breeze was going to finish it. It just happened to be the infestation that was that stiff breeze. Alright, so the thing we'll do for over here. I'm not ready to commit to it yet. That's the wall, so we would have this and this. The 3, do this. Let's actually take it farther than that. Okay, so it won't go all the way over there. Start building our actual containment wing. And you notice I didn't actually hook this up yet. We will eventually attach it. Like, we will actually start it. I'm kind of just planning out. So that'll be our containment wing to start with, and then I can go and bring this out here, add 8, bring this out here, add 8, bring this out here. You get the idea. That'll mean anything that's way back here will have to go the entire length out, and then this way to get out, i.e. revenants. And then everything else between here will have plenty to slow them down. So currently, you can toxic waste drop error. Others, if you drop 2 or 3 times, usually they fix outgrow infestations. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you have like an infestation that gets out of control, so you start toxic waste dumping a neighbor by like drop potting it over to trigger like the really big raid they respond with, and then using that big raid as your way to combat the infestation. All right. We need to keep that going, because then I'll probably put more grow rooms down here. And just trying to get like a choke point up here for all that. Then what we might even do is put like a little kitchen right here, and then make this like a really big freezer back there. Because then I could attach that freezer to my storage room and have a way to get over to the dining room pretty easy. We'll see. I haven't actually planned where I'm going to do that. It could be that our dining room moves at some point. Like, we keep putting the bedrooms up here, put the dining room over this way. Alright, another baby is on the way. As you do. Okay, and we're basically at that stage that, all the foods, like all the animals start running out, but that's okay. We're getting more and more mushrooms up. That's what I was afraid of. Okay, so keep expanding these farms. Get them all going. And that should be fine. Not super worried about those. Yeah, so we only got 170 watts excess power. So very, very quickly we're depleting all the power options. Alright, we could build a copy of you. Go order. Smooth the floors. So you got a caravan, you want me to send you a bunch of cowboy hats? No, thank you. I can just buy a reputation with you later. It's way easier. Alright, and you go refuel that generator again. Cool. Okay. And I've got that all set up to die if, we'll set those to low priority there. To, dye the floor if we have the chance. We're definitely going to want to have someone who's actually dedicated to doing a bunch of that. Like, not as their main task. Usually art, I don't need someone doing that all the time. Because you just blow up your wealth too fast. You don't have the materials to sustain it. Okay. Keep all the mushroom coming in, all good stuff. Honestly, I'm going to open up that. They could start working on that too. This also needs to be set up to be opening up. Oh, right, the hospital. That's another one I want to prioritize. Let's go here. So we won't worry about, like, the whole kill box thing. I'm just going to go ahead and open up this side to get that hospital set up. But hopefully when one of these kids age up, they can take over construction and mining. Because I've always found it good to have two construction and mining people. One who has, like, the slightly higher priority on the mining, and one who has slightly higher priority on the construction. Alright. Yeah, so we got the berries coming in from the Dryads. Actually, no, I don't have the berries coming in for the Dryads anymore, but we got all the mushrooms coming in. That's holding up well, that we still have like 20 meals sitting on here. We are getting them relatively quickly. They are growing constantly. We are growing where we have all that stuff. It's going to be a while till I have the power to light everything up, but that's fine. We'll want to expand the kill box area so I can get more people in on it as the colony grows. Let's move you back there. And you back there. That way when they tear down these walls, they're just already in position to cover that whole area. Because the worst thing we could have right now would be a Noctil event. Because I don't really have a good way of making light ahead of me. We shouldn't have to worry about that, though. Revenant would also be pretty rough, but I do have a decent amount of firepower here. So as long as I have enough of a warning that I don't get 1 or 2 people caught by themselves, we could do the thing where I just kind of collapse back into a corner when I, when the Revenant's coming, to just give me as much time on target to just deal a bunch of damage. And then I could probably survive like 2 catches with it, and then, get to the point where I can reveal it. Okay. Bioferret extraction is researched. Okay. So, we'll need the bioferrite shaper. I wonder if I legitimately could get away with using the little electro harvesters. They wouldn't produce hardly any power for the resources going into them, and they're generally just not good. But it would be something. So one of my concerns is I don't actually know if it's fine. We just leave it at the research we've got it at. And as we're able, we can do stuff over here. Growth moment on Sunshine. Sunshine is now a child. So you'll stay a tribesman. We get your whole schedule set to recreation. You stay in the general home area. We'll let you get your clothes and all that sorted out real fast. And then we'll get you a weapon. Okay, so let's see. We got a normal shotgun that is bio-coated that I need to get rid of somehow. We got a poor quality machine pistol. That will do. Who needs accuracy when you got more bullets? Okay, so I think where we're at with this is I need to go up here. Of course, you're carrying the baby. Always and forever. I need to go up here and deal with this warg. And then probably kill a couple of muffalo along the way, because food's getting a little dicey. We're not quite where we need to be. My entire stack of simple meals just all rot at the same time, so we urgently need food, where a moment ago I was going to say it's not that bad. Now you need food exactly right this very second. Cool. Can we scatter the muffalo real fast? Try and kill a couple off by themselves. Just a little more. That might be far enough that it doesn't chain aggro. Alright, that's enough. Okay. That is bleeding aggressively. Alright. So working on that. Schedule, you're not restricted. Are you making any progress there? You are. You did get one tile. So it is going to slowly be a thing. Meanwhile, so far as hunting... give you a 3. Give you a 3, give you a 3. Give you a 3, and you're a 2. I don't think we'll get much hunting done there. But that's fine. Where the... Did you... Oh, right, we didn't grab the muffalo yet. Go haul that home real fast. Because I'll bring that so we can get more meals made. Because it might be all I need to tide us over. It's just like 1 or 2. Mushrooms looking good? Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking. Because I think with the mushrooms, I only might need to kill like 1 animal every once in a good while. Because we're not quite to the point where I can keep everything just in here. Just forget it. Wait till they come down here. Going out of your way to hunt 1 squirrel is just not worth your effort. Okay. Nanjiru Sensei is apparently being taught melee. Citric got tough for their first age up. So Citric's about to age up again. That's really good. Anjiru Sensei's about to age up again. Sunshine literally just did age up, and then Mandible still got a little bit left to go. Bear with me, chat. I'm going to go ahead and leave this here for just a second because I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast. I'll be right back. I'm not going to bother putting that up the way screen. I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. All right, you all kept a good eye on the colony, made sure everything was fine, right? The kids are behaving. No one trying to hug a warg. All right. And pods have arrived. Oh, okay. All right, let's talk. So she gave me 2 skill trainers, social and mining, and gave me a book that will drive me slowly insane. That teaches me I don't need what somebody no need. So let's first go to reading policy and say tomes. Let's see, anything, no tomes. I also just noticed you all should have that set. All right. So let's see. Mining wise, doppelganger. Let's wait to see what we. Okay. So I kind of want to save the mining one for someone to be my dedicated miner. Social, we can go ahead and have Conrad just stick that in their eye right now. You haul that home. And then you haul this home. Because that gives Conrad up to social 11, which would be really solid. And I've also realized that once again... Oh, you're already fueling it? Thanks, kid. Do it again. Do it again. There you go. Cool. So making progress up here, that's good to see. Oh, someone actually got a couple tiles of paint down. Very genuinely, I'm gonna probably want to put down actual flooring. Even though the smooth floors, if we look at the quality, it's +2. Beauty. I want to say like the fancy tile floors are +5, maybe +3. It's not much. It's a lot of beauty over the course of a whole room. But part of me is thinking I'm gonna have so much extra blocks that we'll just chuck fancy floors in some room just because. We'll see. We'll worry about that later. Right now, I just need them to keep doing what they're doing. We do have a skill trainer now for mining. And the reason I was like, oh no, with Doppel is Doppel being able to do research with a passion. I probably want Doppel to focus on the research. But say Citric here, like right now they can craft, which isn't bad. If they got a passion, you can, yeah, because of age. If they got a passion for mining, I would potentially have them become my dedicated mining person and have them take the skill trainer to get them off the ground real quick. Yeah, because exactly like this, Doppel just got fire foam. Okay, and all we do is we check to make sure it's not something like that. So with fire foam, we're going to put one fire foam thing right there. And we're going to leave it at that for right now, because that's the only really bad room for flammable. I mean, this one's also bad, I guess. But this one, other than the furniture I'm mostly getting rid of, not much flammable there. So those will probably be the only 2 fire foam I chuck down. Because even rooms like this, I don't really care if we catch a fire. I just close the door, and it should burn out pretty quick. Like, this hallway will probably get obnoxiously hot, but we just slam a bunch of doors behind us and just don't let it go into this area until it cools off. But this area being so central and so much to burn in here, we wouldn't want to let that happen. Oh good, we have gotten bioferrite extraction. So you start getting bioferrite by manually removing it. Gold! Alright, we'll just keep letting those meteors keep hitting. Slowly fill up the map little by little. So we got Raid are being attacked immediately. They're dropping transport pods nearby. So we don't know what we're in for quite yet, so let's go ahead and run in here. Okay, you got Molotovs, you got a knife, and you got a knife. Oh, we got another group up here that I missed. We got grenades. A nimble brawler who's a quick sleeper. Holy crap, if we weren't doing these rules, that person would be mine. We'd try really hard not to kill him. You're fine. Just a knife. Okay, so they got ordnance and all that. So this will be an interesting one. Because I don't think they had any guns between them, did they? No, they got grenades and Molotovs. So this might be one to just spread out over here. Some of our dryads will get attacked. Not much to do to prevent that, so we're going to try to take advantage of while they're hitting our dryads. And knock them down as much as we can. And then back off when we need to. So let's focus fire that one as much as possible. Okay, we got one who's making a break for it. Oh, right, they're separate groups. Nope, stop, Doppel, get back over here. Let's not get stabbed. There's one or two dangerous ones in that whole group. Okay, so we got two more coming. Now, we can actually patch them up. And if we do that, we can release them to potentially gain standings. Okay, so with that, you are going to die way faster than I can possibly save you. Okay, never mind. That's what you get for bullying the dryads. So I got a bunch of grenades and other stuff. So the big thing I did notice here is the fact that the dryad tree for wood is not getting taken care of because I have them focused on building. And I'm gonna probably, well, no, we can let that rot. We can let that go for a while. Because I do have 2,000 wood. So we can go pretty long time before that becomes a problem. Okay. Haul that body out of here. Haul this body out of here. Haul this body out of here. Haul this body out of here. That's good enough. Haul that body out of there. Just so you don't take the mood penalties. You grew up? You're in the kitchen cleaning up dinner and stuff? Yeah. You're basically hauling and cleaning because that's, at a toddler, that's as much as they let you do. So we have you put stuff in the fire. Which is what you're gonna do right now over here. Grab some wood and chuck it in there. Cool. Topped it off. 3.5 days before we have to worry about that again. Yeah, and that's even with like full recreation schedule. They still can be very helpful. Oh, we're missing a body there. You're relaxing socially. You're teaching a lesson. Yeah, you go ahead and haul this body out here. Just so we don't have to worry about any mood breaks from rotting corpses. Okay, so I actually do have a bunch of mushrooms back there, so I'm not in as dire of a state as I thought I was. We actually do have food here. It just needs to be cooked still, which is fair. You must be getting right about ready to age up, because you're pretty close to maxing out. And you can only do that if you really stay on top of it. You just grew up, or you just aged up, so you're not going to be doing anything. You have a little while yet before you can become a toddler. And you probably are just about to age up as well. It'd be nice if I can get you 2 more levels, but we're not probably looking very long before that happens. Alright, actually, it looks like we're doing really well on medicine for right now. Void Curiosity, don't care. So we're doing really well on all of the stuff out here. So honestly, we could just deprioritize the Dryads entirely. Just like full on ignore the Dryads for a minute. I see you coming for my food. I don't know what food you're gonna find down here. You found that 1 unit of grass, or rice. The one and only unit that survived. Back up just a little bit. Nicely done. Cool. And that'll be plenty of meat on the menu. Yeah, so I wonder if, I'm not sure we want to go to, like, all the way to the extreme of cutting down the trees or anything like that. But we can take on Donkey Duffs, that's lower priority. Conrite. Yeah, so all our people are doing the Dryad stuff. We've just lowered the priority on that incredibly. So we're just going to ignore the Dryads for a while. Let's have you haul that medicine back in, so it's not just laying out there rotting. Because we only have 2 Dryads at the moment, so it's going to take a while to bring them back up, and I just want them to focus on getting other stuff done. And then we don't want quite this level of surplus medicine and all that. Oh good, the next bedroom's ready, and apparently Sunshine has usurped the order where we're having, like, oldest kid get it. Sunshine went with, I am the youngest who needs a bed, and it is mine. And the parents went, you are adorable, you can have it. To the immediate protest of their siblings. Alright, Andrew Sensei has aged up. So we will also give you tough. Alright. So we'll give you mining, medical. Cool. And so with that, we've got a skill trainer in here for mining somewhere. Cool. So you use that immediately. And just like that, you got 9 mining. So work. You. Now mine. So mining will now actually get done around here. So wait, so that's that defensive position, that's that one. Why don't I have that one marked? Get rid of that tile. Okay, so that's going to take a while for them to get a whole lot done. They are still just a child, but They're a child who already has 9 mining. So, you know, they're doing pretty good for themselves. We also got tough, so that means they're a potential, you know, give that kid some drill arms and dirt mold genes. Hey, I am all down for going full biotech later on if we get the opportunity. Like, that'll require us to take prisoners to extract genes from. But we can worry about the ethics and all that, never. And just do it anyways. Yeah, so with that, Anjiru is now a dedicated mining person, so they'll at least hollow this out for us. And then Conrad can focus on the construction side of it. So I'd like with that then, potentially for one of the other passions, to get Anjiru construction. I always like putting construction and mining together. And we have... I'm watching for one light tile anywhere inside our back area, because then we can sneak a telescope underneath it. And Conrad is just helping cut brick after brick after brick. Keeping that all stocked up. And this is going to be our hospital, so it's good to get that starting to go. Okay. So yeah, so that means we have one person who's now full-time job just to work on mining and all, which is something we've direly needed. Next we'll need someone whose full-time job is to just construct. Yeah, so that's dropped off where we no longer get dryads. I do wonder... So we'll definitely need the woodmaker dryads eventually. We are burning through 75 wood every 3 days. Which isn't super fast, but it's not nothing. So with Anjiru becoming available for drilling, I do think you all go back on the list. And we can also go in here, orders. Smooth out the stuff in this room. Get that bedroom made. Now it is debating, as I do think we actually for the medicine one we've got 400. So for the medicine dryads, let's make them bark skin as well for right now. Transport pod crash, you're not affiliated with anyone. I'm not gonna bother. You're literally the edge of the map. And how goes our anomaly research? I'll check in a moment. Timberwolf is hunting Anjiru Sensei. I think you should reconsider that, Timberwolf. I think I'm going to fill you with a whole lot of bullets. Wait for it. Little closer. And shoot the crap out of it. Cool. Yeah, so we're getting our basic research. So yeah, so we'll get the bioferrite shaping. We'll want the disruptor flares after that. We'll probably get the bioferrite harvesters and all that. Mysterious cargo. Okay. So I want this really, really badly because they're offering me a masterwork gladius and an incinerator. Some of the possible things it could give me could suck. The Revenant, if it shows up, I'm smashing its spine immediately. And by that I mean I'll put it in containment, then I'll execute it, then I'll smash its spine so that we get the invisibility thing. If it's the cube, it's get marched off the map immediately. If it's the corpse, that wouldn't be that bad. Okay, there's a Revenant spine. So what we're going to do is I'm going to pop right here. And we're not going to make it a fancy one. We're just going to put you down there. So... Vortis, run up here and capture it. And then we'll immediately execute it, and then immediately smash its spine. And the only reason we're capturing this is this will unlock the advanced Revenant invisibility thing. Pods have arrived. Okay, you haul that in, and you haul this in. So once we get our melee pawn up, we do actually have a good weapon for our melee pawn. And I really want to use the flamethrower, but I'm going to have to be really careful about using the flamethrower. Just because this is an interior space, and I don't really have a means of controlling the heat getting around here. Okay, like I said, immediately execute it. Hey, look, research, and entity, execute. Please get to that right now. And Revenant killed. And so now we have Brainwipe and Invisibility. And now we smash it. So it can't come back. If we had flares, I would keep it. Or if I had any actual containment setup. But with that, it's too much risk. But yeah, so the reason we did that is now we have all this unlocked. As an added bonus, we'll probably be able to get a bunch of goodies there. But yeah, so I got that, and I got that, which I would not have otherwise had. So if we never see another Revenant, I've already got their goodies available. Now, it's a shame, because actually Revenants are my favorite ones to keep, because they're great for catching mood breaks and getting catharsis with minimum cost. But if I had flares, I'd be very happy with it. This much damage with flares, we can handle Revenant with that. But I don't have the flares yet. Alright. Yeah, once we get the Electro Harvester, then Bioferrite General will be the next... Well, that'll be the advanced one. We won't be able to get much research from that right now. Yeah, so it's Bioferrite Shaper, Disruptor Flares, then probably the Electro Harvested Bioferrite Harvester, because I can't really do much with either of those right now. I am very tempted to actually use the Electro Harvesters on here. I never do, because they're not really that good. But with that, we might actually be able to get some stuff done there. Oh, hey, you're finally getting that steel that we were running out of. That's fine. Yeah, so it's starting to get pretty cold out here. I'm gonna need a heater in this area somewhere. We just don't have the power for it. That thing's already almost maxed out. Distress signal, not going to do that. We'll get hypothermia probably trying to get there. The question is, if I have one of the kids grab the incinerator, is that going to end up being a huge issue? Let's do a quick test. Stand here and start burning there. All right. Once they're burning actually stuff in there, it'll get way hotter. But then my hope is I can just keep slamming doors and just, if this superheats, we just stay out of the room that superheats. But ultimately I'm going to want to play a way to dump the heat out. Because I just need this area considered outside. Which could be as easy as just tearing the roof off a whole lot of this area. Make an area that goes out here. Have like a little boxed-in spot there. That's fine, don't care. Oh, yeah, so... Cool. Now, I definitely want to use the Masterwork Gladius, but right now we've got two tough kids. Sorry, two tough kids. But until one of them gets, like, a passion for melee or something like that. How's your food situation looking? It's looking okay. So, like, I only have 20 meals made, but I've got almost 700 mushrooms just laying on the floor in there. So we're actually not growing food out here anymore. Nor do I have the, words are hard, chat. Nor do I have the Dryad who out here is, for getting that. Instead I've got a Wood Dryad, and I've got 2 sets of the Tanky Dryads. Because I need the Wood Dryads to keep this thing running. And then the Tanky Dryads can work as my melee line until I actually have people capable of doing the melee. You're probably getting pretty close to having your kid, right? Alright, a little bit longer. Yeah, and you're getting pretty close to becoming, not an adult, but getting the next age up. That's fine. Yeah, having Anjiru-sensei able to actually just cover our mining now is pretty solid. And it does look like the grass here is prioritizing over the Dryad. So by giving Donkey Duff just a bit to slowly work that way up, we can give someone a psychic power, and once they have a psychic power, we can just put them on to like keep their meditation up, and we can just keep repeating that. And it will be a thing that eventually people, as they just regenerate their psychic stuff, will automatically kind of build this up to give the next person a psychic power. Because then we can use our psychic powers to abuse for all sorts of stuff. I do like the idea of bringing an alpaca to... not alpaca, sorry. A boomalope as a source of chem fuel. And keeping them locked in here. But that'll be later. So Andiru's already at 10 mining. They're still a child, so they still do mine slowly. But they're halfway to maxed already. We need a bulk trade good caravan. We've had 2 exotic. and that's about it in a very long time. If we get a bulk trade good caravan coming through, that'll clean up the vast majority of this junk. Okay. We have the ship landing beacons, we won't worry about that. We can also make the cabinets to speed up crafting. Those will definitely be worth adding. I'm not sure with that. Do we ever get donkey prosthetic? Yeah, so we had someone who crash landed and happened to have a prosthetic, so we lent them a hand and it cost them an arm. Like, we patched them up and saved their life and then took the arm from them. Which made our reputation with them -75. Which was fine. We're friends again. It took some work to make that better, though. And a lot of construction's not getting done because Vortis is trying to catch up the Dryads from where they're at like 5%. That's going to be needed for the wood. Because how much wood do you make the wood Dryads? We can't see, can we? 32 wood every 2 days. So 2 of them would be 64 wood every 2 days. This takes 75 wood every like 3.5 days. So yeah, so we would be at a net gain on that. Not a huge one, but not enough of a net gain to set up a second wood fire. I need another place getting stuff done. Alright. And slowly moving everyone out of the break room so we can finally get a table and all that in there. Okay, so that one's unowned. This one's unowned. That one's unowned, so let's get you into an actual thing there. You'll probably actually go to that bed, which I don't care about that either. That's a good. You build batteries for power access? Yes, if I unlock it, but with the random research, I don't get to choose it. We did the thing where I disable and re-enable it so it works with anomaly, so I can see what the research is now. And I have to do that in case it draws an anomaly one, it'll get stuck and it won't work. So all you do is if it draws an anomaly one, I can click on the button and be like, try again. So you cancel the research and it goes, oh, I don't have a research, so it chooses another one at random. But I won't abuse it to be like, that's not the one I want, and just keep re-rolling or anything. It'll be strictly only if it rolls an anomaly one do we say, okay, try again, because I can't physically do that. Alright, there goes Angie. Continuing to slowly expand this place. Okay, so we got unusually clever. Andrew has the baby. Put the baby in its crib. Grab everyone else. To the defensive line. Okay, so it looks like they're going to feed in slowly. There we go. So melee, melee, piggy. Would you stop burning stuff and get in here? All your pig friends are just getting murdered right now. Well, you're out there just... Alright, well, never mind. They literally just set the pigs ahead, and the pigs just got wrecked. Many enemies. Can't do that. That is a new pawn for free. I'm not allowed to bring in new pawns on it. But yeah, no, honestly, getting batteries in here wouldn't be a bad idea, just so I don't have to hover over that thing the whole time. Like, if I see it goes out and the batteries start draining, it can run up and, you know, shove more wood into it. We're going to be switching to bioferrite generators eventually. We just got to get there. Yeah. So you see the whole strategy right now is that basically I get the flamethrower burning this spot. It'll set people on fire. That'll cause them to run back out here because they'll want to put themselves out in the water. And meanwhile, everyone else will just keep pouring shots at everything. The worst thing we run into is someone trying to get over here and get behind cover because I won't be able to get that spot on fire, I don't think. Mad Mayor. Alright. Alright. You have a good one, Sunshine. You sleep well and all good stuff. It's good having you. Okay, now we go put out all the fire we just made. As we set our dryad trees on fire. It's probably okay. I will probably need to keep Citric not involved in fights that we need to worry about burning things. Yeah, horse meat? Absolutely. Alright, take it easy. You get some good sleep. Yeah, we're slowly getting little bits of bioferrite. We'll need that for the shaping bench. And that's where we're going to run into problems because... No, actually, we'll have just enough power for a shaping bench, I think, because I think it's 150 power. I'm not super positive on that. Nope, I'm wrong. 250. Yeah, so for the shaping bench, I'll end up having to turn some lights off or something. But that'll be worth it, because then we can use the shaping bench to make flares. And flares, the utility value on flares is so beyond absurd. But once we get flares, like, it'll be Revenant City. Yes, we're definitely keeping enough mushrooms. Like we'll get that one continued to be done. We're getting surplus mushrooms. We got our meals. Cool solar flare. Love to see it. Not really. Working on getting our hospital set up. And honestly, I could also put a door up here for the hospital for the melee team. Or like a pocket up here or something like that. That way the melee team can run in and have a little side spot. Because that's the thing that usually happens later on is with some of the bigger raids. We get like our fire line over here. and then, you know, kind of watch for, like, if there's a dangerous one in the group, and then have the melee rush the one in the back that's the dangerous one. You know, if, like, one's got, like, a triple rocket or a doomsday, they take time to wind up. I definitely have times where I, like, have my melee single that one out. Just to time up so they can't fire. Alright, honestly, get that out of here. That's... I can have them working on that, it's not terrible. But I really don't need the die, no one's actually getting it done, it's just gonna sit here and rot. So I'd rather they do other things. Yeah, because that'll have you working on research more, and I think that's going to be way more important. Because I also don't even know what I would want them to be making out here. Starvation on Donkey Duff? Go eat something, please. Because it also makes me curious with the Dryad trees. If we have, like, the raid shows up, we say, okay, grab the Dryads, and they're all the tank Dryads, we just run them back over here. I could probably sit back here and let the tanky Dryads follow me like pets. And that'd be good. Oh, wait, right. There's the one here that's still the wood ones. Alright, so transport pods being attacked immediately. Okay. We do it again. Alright, so melee group. Alright, so it's an all melee all the time kind of situation. Okay, so this should be the proper test of this defensive perimeter. So this Dryad, like the Dryad that was... Actually, we don't have any wood Dryads. So yeah, they'll probably light that on fire. I don't care about that. Alright, so meanwhile, you... Yeah, because it can't get in there around the corner. That's fine. Could you come in, Dryad? I would rather not start incinerating you if I can help it. There you go, little buddy. All right. Well, the Dryad's gonna get self-killed. That's gonna happen here. Because it's beelining over... Oh, it's trying to put out the fire. So it's just gonna get wailed on until it's downed. Okay, so now we get to test this. Because what should happen is, like, one or two of them will get downed in the traps. Okay. So put out the fire before it gets too hot in here. Right. And that's just the way you are. That's fine. And this is all burned down. So with that, actually, we can go zone, home zone. None of you are the home zone anymore. We're just gonna let that burn down. They'll stop burning our field. Transport pod crash. Cool. Game's still trying to give me pawns. The city name is in the game of Raiders was named after you when the game first came out. Oh, did I miss the one that was named after you? Ah, Lynch. I see. Okay, so haul that body away. Haul this body away. Haul this body away. Haul this body away. Now you're gonna be super slowed. Haul this body away. And that should take care of all of them. Okay, and we'll have you go and make yourself into the healing pod thing. Yeah, because hopefully that also prevents them from running back out there to put out fires around their trees, because there'll be nothing for the enemy to want to burn. Okay, we're getting there. Bioferrite shaping is getting done. Travelers hope for alms. You want a bunch of herbal medicine. King's rhinoceroses. That's a free pawn, so I'm not allowed to do it. Alright, so give him the medicine. I got way more than enough. That gives us a mood bonus and everything. Cool. And we're doing fine. We got plenty of food here. All that good stuff. We got the dryads doing the dryad things. You're probably getting low on fuel. Not low, but you're getting there. So you're teaching a lesson. We'll have you refuel that. They did break all of our traps out front, unfortunately. Now, one thing that is cool is the traps, if you make them out of bioferrite, they're actually pretty solid traps. They're very flammable, unfortunately, but they do a lot of damage and they're not too hard to work on. The big problem is bioferrite just takes a while. So there's just no rushing it, as it were. Yeah, and Conright's also set up to cook, that's fine. Make that a 4 as well. Yeah, so your tree will get caught up pretty soon. They're getting pretty close to getting that sorted. Just gonna take time. Yeah, that's gonna be the real trick, is getting ourselves switched over to chem fuel at some point. I'm either gonna need Boomalope that we'll keep back here and we'll feed them mushrooms. That's the most likely thing we're gonna end up doing. Or if not that, we will have to get to the point that we get lucky and get the, where are you at? Biofuel refining, and then have enough spare mushrooms to just feed that in there. That is very inefficient, but that would give me an option. I am going to have to capture an advanced anomaly at some point during all this to get the advanced anomaly research. And that usually boils down to the Murder Ball, a Revenant, a Metal Horror. I think a Noctil, I believe, is also an advanced one, if I remember correctly. The Cube is an advanced. I'm going to have you work on... Hurry before they get too many of them in here. Getting that built. That way we don't have animals running in and out of our base constantly. We do have the one rabbit back here. Someone will eventually hunt it. I do have everyone pretty much set up to be able to hunt to do... Curious. Oh, actually, you can hunt too. There you go. So now we're back to hunting anything that shows up down there. Okay, how are we doing on the bricks? We're probably sitting on way too many. Yep. Medicine, we can collapse that for now. Growth moment on Citric Orange. Okay, so Citric Orange. We've got you are, okay. That is not a great set. We'll do Psychically Deaf. Meanwhile, so right now you've got Construction, which is useful. We'll give you Medical, because Medical is just always a good choice. We'll give you Shooting, because while you have Tough, and I would like to make you Melee, if you just don't get a passion for it, that is what it is. Shooting gives us a fallback. And I'll put you on Intellectual as another one who can do. Social's also always a good one, but yeah. Yep, we'll go with that. That means I can go to your work schedule. You can now be a doctor. And you are now a dedicated construction person. So we now have a completely dedicated construction person and a completely dedicated mining person. And then Vortis can fill in between their other stuff, so that'll be good. That should help really pick up the speed. Citric Orange immediately finished the bed and was like, this is my bed. Getting in here on the spot. Okay. So I'll take some time. I do not need you to have crafting on your priority at all. And honestly, let's not have you do that. So honestly with you, you're just... You plant cut, you're going to mine and construct as needed. But later on, we'll probably have you be our handler slash hauling cleaning person down the road. Right now, I don't super need to worry about that, but that's fine. Yeah, so while Citric Orange is still not great at it, the construction, they'll get there. So we got Anjiru Sensei, who is mining and clearing out more space for stuff. Citric is constructioning when they're not learning. And Vortis is just kind of filling in as able. We are starting to get wood back into stock, which is good. Eventually, we're gonna want one of our pawns just be a dedicated hauler. So if we get someone who's like a jogger or something like that, they'll probably become our dedicated hauling person. Okay. So we're getting everything built. Love to see it. Doppelganger's getting proper amount of research skill. Which is good. Yeah, I guess either of you, if you don't have something else to do, we'll put you on there. I don't think the crafter will end up getting much time on there. As we get more and more unlocked, they'll have more and more time. They'll just need to build. Oh, cool. Bills. Make large sculpture. Do forever. Clear and make it only out of marble. And I did see that we had an ideology one. Do one time, and the same thing, only out of marble. So that probably won't happen anytime soon, but that's fine. Vortis is at construction 18 they've gotten up to. Wanderer joins. No, they don't. Against my rules. So yeah, so now we got fire foam poppers in our only two rooms that are particularly flammable. I mean, technically these rooms are also flammable, but I'm less worried about that. All right. Yes, I could technically remove roof for this whole area here. And that would make this unroofed, which would help a little bit from when we start burning that area up. Because we're not trying to superheat it. We want to use fire to force people to run back and forth. Yeah, we still haven't revealed any other tiles in here that I can poke or telescope through. Alright. Getting all our traps reset. The hospital's starting to come together. Okay, so the hospital... Put 2 shelves over here. And I'll put a bunch of beds in here. And then it'll need lights later on. We can get sterile things. Well, that horse ran across my traps and destroyed it. So thanks, horse. I appreciate you wasting my materials and time. Okay. Donkey Duff is in labor. 90% chance of a good outcome, so let's go ahead and hope for that. And then, like, the sick baby was like 8% or something like that, which is still, with the glitter world, will be fine. Bring all the family to watch. Nah, I don't need to do that. They got work to do. All right. Here's hoping for a good outcome. Healthy baby. Let's go ahead and... good stuff. So we named the baby, and our new colonist is Luxray. And take you to your room. Then we go to Luxray, feeding, urgent on everyone except for mom. Wait, what just happened here? Why is it every time? Oh, I think what's happening. I think what's happening, why the bed keeps getting unset, is just, when the baby's born kind of thing. It's just screwing with some stuff, like it's getting set as part of the bed. So let's go ahead and get the disruptor flares next. Electro. How much power do you give me? It's not much, right? It's like really not much. Oh, right, it's variable depending on... We'll get the electro harvester because I need that for the bioferrite generator. And we'll give this just a minute. I'm going to be wrapping up stream pretty soon because I'm going to try and prevent you guys from getting caught with a another ad break. I just want to have Donkey Duff get up long enough to pick up their weapon first, so I don't forget, because I absolutely will. Okay, go grab your weapon. Okay, so with that said though, chat, today has been a very productive day. When we started today, we had these two were adults, that was a teenager, and then those two were like toddlers. And with the end of it, we've already got our colony's population almost doubled from the beginning of stream. We've doubled the number of adults. We've 1.5 times the number of like children to toddlers and all that. So we're doing pretty solid. So with that said, if you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be kind of dropping because I don't have someone ready to host. How many did you lose? We only lost one child from birth. We've only had one death, and that was a child who didn't make it through childbirth. So that's super sad, but you know, we didn't actually lose any actual colonists. More than likely, when I lose a colonist or two, this whole thing burns down since everyone's related to everyone. But yeah, so if you're over watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly on all of you. So don't forget to like and subscribe, and thank you so much for watching in over there. For everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put us up on the ending stream screen and finding someone for us to raid. So don't go anywhere, because we'll find somewhere else to drop you off that